Yo, what is going on? It's your host, it's your boy, it's Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. Hey, let me fix the audio. I think we're live now. I think we are live. I've had some technical issues again. The StreamYard is not connecting me properly. Tell me if you can hear me loud and clear before we start cooking. We got people coming in for a debate. We should be having people coming in for a debate shortly. In fact, give me a minute. Just give me 1 minute, yeah? Let me know if we're loud and clear right now. Can you hear me, Stephen? 4722 in the building, bro. Yes, man. Look, man, big announcements are coming this next week. Big announcements are coming in next week for boxing. Terence Crawford, Errol Spence is supposed to be announced. And this announcement is supposed to be coming anytime soon. It's one of the biggest fights across the pond. Yes, man, one of the biggest fights in the welterweight division. Errol the Truth Spence Jr. versus Bud Crawford. It's coming. They should be announcing this fight anytime soon. But, things that happen, man. And what do you guys think about the weekend? What do you guys think about the weekend, man? You know what I mean? Let me just say this, bro. God bless the Queen. You know what I'm saying? My Queen, she died, bro. We lost our Queen over 96 years old. The Queen was in power over 70 years. That's right, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II. We lost the Queen this few days ago, so boxing's on hold. The fight with Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall and Alicia Baumgard is all postponed because the Queen died, bro. You know what I mean? I've seen people hating on the Queen. I've seen people in boxing hating on the fucking Queen. But look, at the end of the day, she was a woman who paid her respects. So pay your fucking respects to my Queen, bro. At the end of the day, she did a lot for my country. She was a great diplomat. She did a lot around the world. I'm just letting you know that boxing's on hold because our Queen passed away. So God bless the Queen, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to Queen Elizabeth. But before we keep it moving now, I'm just going to say this. Big fights are in the horizon. Big fights are in the horizon right now. We got Errol the Truth Spence Jr. versus Terence Crawford. And then we've got Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. Negotiation for that fight. And then you've got Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua for one of the biggest fights. You know what I'm saying? Shame about the fights being cancelled. I was excited about them. So was I, Stephen. Very professional women. What does he say? Very professional women. She did take her job seriously. Hey, look, man, let me tell you this. I know a lot of people are pissed off about the weekend. Yo, Bruce goes. Hey, Bruce, my brother. What's happening to Bruce? What's happening to Stephen? What's happening to Hayes? You know what I mean? Bruce goes. Everybody go and subscribe to Bruce, one of the older men in the boxing business across the pond. But yo, smash that like button if you're coming through to the building now. And we're going to debate. We're going to talk about Terence Crawford and Errol Spence first. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. Now, these are the three fights which are being now discussed. Three of the biggest fights in boxing are now what people are waiting on. What fight do you not think happens out of the three fights I just told you? Let me ask you that question first. Whoever's in the building, let's just pop it on this one. Yo, Real Boxing TV, we're going to cook in a minute, bro. Stay in the live, we're going to cook. I'm going to send the link in a bit. But what fight do you think Errol Spence, Crawford, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, which fight do you think does not happen? Simple question. Which fight do you think will not take place out of the 3 fights I just gave you. So tell me, Errol Spence, Terence Crawford, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. Which fight does not happen? That's the first question. What fight do you think we're not going to get it? I'm going to tell you what I think. I think Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia ain't going to happen. I think Gervonta Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is the fight that will not happen out of the 3 fights. I think we got more chance. Terence Crawford, Errol Spence is already on the way. Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua looks like it's going to happen. But Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia is blowing smoke. That fight ain't going to happen, people. I say Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is not going to happen. With a Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, that's all talk. That's all talk. It's all smoke. That fight ain't going to happen, man, because those promoters, they're not going to let it happen. Mayweather and Oscar De La Hoya ain't going to reach a deal for Tank Davis. Ryan Garcia is out of the mix. You got more chance for Anthony Joshua stepping it up to fight the Gypsy King than watching Tank Davis and Ryan. Tank Davis and Ryan is clout chasing. You heard what I said. Smash the fucking like button. Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is clout chasing, bro. And that's right, what Hayes said. Hayes, the attachment, says Mayweather is way too fucking greedy to make that fight. He's not going to compromise on nothing. You see, I don't think Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is going to happen for 2-3 years. I don't think Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is happening at all. How about that? That fight is too complicated. That fight might never happen. They might just clout chase each other. Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis might just clout chase each other, bro. But what do you think about our boy, Nate Diaz? Nate Diaz came out yesterday in UFC. And Nate Diaz, we all watched UFC yesterday because we never had much boxing. And Nate Diaz won his fight against Tony Ferguson. Any UFC guys over here? Nate Diaz, the man from California. You know what I'm saying? Nate Diaz takes all the smoke. And Nate Diaz said that he's coming over to boxing. Nate Diaz said he's coming over to boxing, bro. What do you think about that? Clout is a what? Is a hell of a drug. Yes, some rando in the motherfucking building. Big shout out to some rando. Abe says, Spence versus Crawford debate is the title. What's new? That is what's new, bro. Because if the fight happens, we got to speak about Errol Spence. Terence Crawford is going to happen. Terence Crawford, Errol Spence is going to happen. And I've got one winner in the fight. I've got a winner in that fight. Versus Terence Crawford, Errol Spence. I'm going to let you know who I think is going to win that fight. But hit that like button. Hit that like button as you're coming into the building right now. Now, the fight that's not going to happen, which is clout chasing, if you ask me, it's just a pure talk. This fight will not happen for a couple of years. This fight will not happen for a couple of years, bro. I'm telling you now. This fight will not happen for a couple of years. Hey, listen, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, you better forget about that. That fight ain't happening for shit. The fight that's going to happen is Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford. Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford is going to be in the mix. And that's going to be a big fucking fight. Whether it's late, it don't matter. That's one of the biggest fights in boxing once that fight gets announced. Yeah, Abe. I watched Nate Diaz do his thing, bro. Hey, Nate Diaz is a legend. Nate Diaz always comes out. And Nate Diaz wanted to smoke with Khamzat Chimaev. And Khamzat could not make fucking weight. And Nate Diaz called him a rookie. Nate Diaz came in for the number one fighter, the Boogeyman. But the Boogeyman could not make weight. And Nate Diaz said that Khamzat Chimaev can fuck himself. He's a rookie. He did not make weight. So the next opponent they got, Nate Diaz, Abe, was Tony Ferguson, bro. And Nate did his thing. Nate did his thing, man. Nate was in the 1-2s. Nate was winning the early rounds. And then Nate started getting hit to the leg. And once Nate's leg was getting fucked up, he was slowing down. Nate Diaz started slowing down when his leg got fucked up. Tony Ferguson was fucking up Nate Diaz's leg. You get me? But yeah, man, I'm going to keep it 100. Nate Diaz did his thing, bro. And Nate Diaz said, Abe, that he wants to come over and cross over to boxing. Nate Diaz said that he's coming over to cross over for boxing, bro. But do you really think that Nate Diaz can come into boxing? Because the only man I can see Nate Diaz coming into boxing for is Jake Paul. The man that Nate Diaz is coming into boxing for is Jake Paul. Yo, Hayes the Attachment says he can bang. Diaz can come into boxing. Hey, listen, Nate Diaz used to train with Andre Ward. Nate Diaz used to train with Andre Ward, and Nick Diaz, his brother, used to train with Andre Ward. They used to box with Andre Ward years ago. And that's a fact. Nate Diaz said he's coming to take over in boxing. Do you really believe him? Hey, yo, my friends and my people, brothers and sisters across the pond, do you believe Nate Diaz could fight a world champion at 168? Do you really believe that Nate Diaz, the man from California, could fight a champion at 160? Is Nate Diaz going to have the skills to be able to be in there with a boxer? I don't think so. I don't think he can fight a champion. I think he can definitely beat these guys like Jake Paul. Nate Diaz will probably beat these guys like Jake Paul. Hey, Jeff in the building. My brethren Jeff says, Diaz brothers collide, made it in boxing, but I don't think they would have been stars. Why you don't think that Nate Diaz would have been a star? I'll tell you why. Because when a man loses in boxing, you can't lose over 10 times in boxing and still be relevant. In the UFC, you can lose 20, 50 times and still be relevant. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Queen Elizabeth. Rest in peace to the Queen of England. And now we have a king. A king is here. Prince Charles the King. But rest in peace to my second mother, they call her, the Queen of England. Yeah, man. Sad times. But you know, she made it to 96 years old, bro. She made it to 96 years old. Ain't none of us are probably going to reach to 76 years old. So respect to the Queen, bro. Respect to my Queen. Yo, give me a second. I'll be back. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got fights bubbling in now. And we know that next week is a big week. We got Tyson Fury now negotiating for Anthony Joshua. We got Tyson Fury negotiating with Anthony Joshua. Then we got Tank Davis behind the scenes negotiating with Ryan Garcia. And then we have the biggest fight that's meant to be announced. It's been too long. It's been too quiet. It's been too quiet. Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, that's the next fight. That has to be announced. It should be getting announced anytime soon. That fight's for the undisputed title. Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford for all the fucking marbles. John McSmith in the building. El Yepson in the building. El Yepson says the average lifespan is 70 something. Salute to you, John. Yo, John, the Queen lived to 96 years old. The Queen of England was still very strong till the 96th birthday. We lost the Queen and now we got a king. But what about Bob Arum, bro? Bob Arum is over 90 years old himself. Check out Bob Arum, bro. Look at Bob Arum. Hey, look, if any of us 96, just like some rando said, if you reverse 96 and you turn it around to 69, even 69 years old is a good fucking age. Even 69 years old, it's a good age. You know what I'm saying? That's a good age. If you ask me. Hey, Jeff says, if Usyk has an injury, then what's the problem with Fury fighting AJ first? Let the man heal up and get past AJ, then fight Usyk after. But, you know, Usyk said that he wants to fight. Usyk said that he wants to fight, bro. So now Usyk is not ready for the fight. He said, nah, man, he needs more time. Tyson Fury wants the smoke. He wants Usyk, he wants AJ, he wants anybody right now. Tyson, the Gypsy King, will beat all of these guys, if you ask me. Tyson, the Gypsy King, can beat all these guys. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Usyk needs more time. Was he really injured? I don't know. After the fight, he didn't say he was injured. Usyk never said he was injured after the fight. He said he's ready for all the smoke. You know what I mean? So Usyk now needs more time. Tyson Fury said, fuck Usyk. Tyson Fury said, fuck Usyk. I ain't waiting for Usyk. Let him go to Ukraine and let him do what the fuck he wants. I'm going to take anybody right now. I ain't here waiting for Usyk. Who the fuck does Usyk think he is? That's what Tyson Fury's saying. In Tyson Fury's mind, he's the baddest man. And if anybody wants it, they can get it. You know what I'm saying? If anybody wants it, they can get it, bro. And that's what Tyson Fury's saying. You get me? Yo, who watched the YouTubers yesterday? Anybody watch the YouTube fights? Did anybody watch the YouTube fights yesterday? I only watched the main event. What's his name? Anderson Gibb versus Austin McBroom. What's his name? Austin McBrown? Austin McBroom. Did you watch that fight? It was a YouTube fight. I'll tell you what, though. It was their first professional fight. And there were 6 knockdowns in the YouTubers fight. There were 6 knockdowns in that fight. Addison Gibb knocked out Austin McBroom. He knocked him out. He knocked him down 5 times. And he also got knocked down early on in that fight. So nobody watched the YouTubers, yeah? All right. I watch everything. I watch whatever combat sports I can fucking watch. You know what I'm saying? I'm a combat sports fan. I'm a big boxing fan, and I'm a little bit of an MMA fan. And I also watch these guys who are getting in the ring and risking themselves and training like these YouTubers. You got to give these YouTubers a little bit of respect, man. You know what I'm saying? But look, let's keep it moving, man. We got big fights in the horizon right now, right? We got some big fights which are in the back end. The Tank Davis, the Ryan Garcia, the Tyson Fury, the Anthony Joshua. But one of the biggest ones are across the pond. And that's Errol the Truth Spence Jr. versus Terence Crawford. You get me? Errol the Truth Spence Jr. versus Terence Crawford. And let me tell you, if anybody wants to debate, I'm going to send the link. And this is my straightforward talk. You want to hear it? Errol Spence beats Terence Crawford if that fight gets made. That's my opinion. Errol the Truth Spence Jr. will beat Crawford if that fight gets made. We can debate it. I got my views on that fight. And I say Errol Spence is going to beat Crawford. Now, I know a lot of people ain't going to agree with me. But I got the truth beating Terence Crawford. Now, let me tell you. At the end of the day, Crawford's a live dog in the fight. But Crawford's the older man at the end of his career. Errol Spence is the younger man, and he's got 2 and 3 inches on Terence Crawford. In size, in reach, in youth, Errol Spence is the guy who's the bigger man, got the size, he's got the reach, and he's got the youth on Terence Crawford. You got to remember this. Terence Crawford's best days is coming up from 135, 140 to 147. The man who's an all-round fighter at 147, who's the most established fighter at 147, is Errol Spence. Errol Spence is the most gifted fighter at 147. I ain't saying Terence Crawford ain't that guy. Terence Crawford is that guy. But he will lose to Errol Spence. Errol Spence, in my views, will edge this fight or will hurt Terence Crawford in this fight. And I know that Terence Crawford got the southpaw, the orthodox. He can move both ways. He's got ability. I know all that shit, bro. But he doesn't have a gas tank and he doesn't have a motor. He just does not have a motor. There's nobody who throws more punches in the welterweight division than Errol the Truth Spence Jr. Errol Spence is a harder puncher than Terence Crawford at 147. He has a knockout ratio higher than Terence Crawford. Now, I know that people are going to say, well, wait there. You can go look at the stats. Errol Spence been fighting at 147 all his life. Terence Crawford been knocking out the guys who he been fighting. And to be fair with you, lately, Crawford's been knocking out those guys who he's been fighting. Now, there's going to be a debate both ways. Now, we can see that Terence Crawford is a man that starts late in the fight and likes to exceed in the fight later on in that fight. We know Errol Spence comes all guns blazing from the beginning of the fight. So at the end of the day, it's whose game plan is going to work for who. And the reason why I'm edging it to Errol Spence, and hear me out, just give me a chance. Yo, Tip Bayless, what's happening, bro? Errol Spence will be the man who's going to be winning those rounds early on in that fight. Errol Spence is going to lead off of that jab. And even if Terence Crawford goes southpaw, Errol Spence knows how to deal with southpaws. Errol Spence knows how to deal with southpaws, man. And Errol Spence knows how to deal with an orthodox fighter. Both styles will not give a massive problem to Errol Spence. Errol Spence has beaten any style, any number one, number two fighter for the last 5-7 years. Errol Spence has been beating them for the last 5 years. Any number one, number two fighter. Terence Crawford been beating the guys after that. The number 5, the number 7, the number 9s, the number 6. Terence Crawford hasn't fought the elite guys at 147. Even when Terence Crawford fought Sean Porter, it was 3.5 years, over 3 years after Errol Spence. Errol Spence will start first. Errol Spence will also be the guy who's going to be dictating in the ring. He's going to be the man setting that pace. And what Terence Crawford's going to do is use his skills to try and counterpunch Errol and try and see if he can make any opportunities. See, when Errol Spence is throwing a lot of punches, that's going to open opportunities for Terence Crawford. When Errol Spence is going to be throwing multiple punches to the head, to the body, because Errol's got the biggest output out of all of these motherfuckers. Errol Spence got the biggest output out of all these guys. And we all know Terence Crawford is a late starter. Terence Crawford doesn't like getting to be the guy who's letting off all his punches in the first 4 or 5 rounds. Yo, T-Pop in the building. Crawfish. You're funny, bro. Hey, Thomas says, I don't think Spence will be as aggressive since it's risky versus Crawford. Hey, that's a good point. But what other way do you know that Errol Spence will fight? There ain't another way that we know that Errol Spence will fight, bruv. Hey, Toma, thanks for coming in the chat. We value everybody's opinion. Now smash that like button, Toma. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like button. But I will say this. Can you imagine going into the 7th, 8th round in this fight? Can you imagine after the 7th or 8th round, Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford, this fight, in the 7th or 8th round, I got Errol Spence winning 4 or 5 rounds, and I'm only giving Terence Crawford 2 rounds. When it gets to the 9th round, I got Errol Spence winning by 3 rounds, clear. Errol Spence will be the guy who's winning in that fight. I don't see Terence Crawford outboxing Errol Spence. But what can happen, you know that Terence Crawford likes to get a fighter a little bit tired. Terence Crawford likes to get fighters complacent so he can download his data, and then he likes to set up some traps. See, Terence Crawford's very good at a chess player. And later on in the fight, Terence Crawford going to try and create his opportunities. I've never seen Terence Crawford really get tired. I ain't even seen Crawford get tired, bro. I ain't seen Errol Spence ever get tired. So when we're talking about stamina issues, I ain't seen both of these guys hardly ever get tired. I ain't seen no stamina problems, neither with Crawford or with Spence. And what we got to recognize is that if Errol Spence is winning in that fight, now I'm going to ask everybody a simple fucking question, mate. It's a simple question. Terence Crawford going to try and stop Errol Spence, yeah? In the 10th and 11th and 12th round. Where Terence Crawford is losing in a fight like he does lose, He was losing in some fights, like he was losing. Some people had him losing against Porter. The problem here is if he can't, comes into the 9th round, the 10th round, and gets desperate and thinks that he's going to be setting up traps to hurt Errol Spence, to stop Errol Spence, that could be the biggest mistake for Terence Crawford. That could be just one of the biggest fucking mistakes here for Terence Bud Crawford. If Terence Bud Crawford leaves it too late and he hasn't set the pace and he's losing in that fight, I can't see how Crawford's going to get desperate. What's he going to do? Stop Errol Spence? I don't see no Crawford stopping Errol Spence. Yeah, with those counter punches. Yeah, we know that Terence Crawford will look for traps. But let's keep it real. Ain't nobody going to stop Errol Spence. Not at 147. So if Terence Crawford's losing and he wants to win those last 3 rounds, and even then he can't win the fight, Bud has to stop Spence. I can't see how Bud is going to stop Spence. I just can't see how he's going to stop Spence. Now, you can stop a lot of guys, but I ain't seen no man stopping the truth. I don't see how Terence Crawford will be the man to stop Errol Spence, because that's what he'd be looking for. And he might get desperate and then he will lose. Because don't you think, and this is a very simple thing, but don't you think that Errol Spence is a good boxer all round with a granite chin? And don't you think that Errol Spence ain't going to get stopped? Are you telling me that you don't believe Errol Spence has got that much ability that even when he's winning, he will know how to defense up, he will know how to avoid getting knocked out by Terence Crawford? Don't you think Errol Spence is that clever and that smart? Don't you think that Errol Spence ain't going to use that jab to be in Terence Crawford's face? One of the best jabs in the world of welterweight division. Are you telling me that your boxing IQ and your head can't see how Errol Spence will be in that fight and in the last few rounds, he'll be able to weather the storm? Can't you see that, bro? Don't you people see that? See, let me just keep it real. If Terence Crawford thinks he's going to stop Errol Spence, then he's got another thing coming. Because I don't believe anybody stops the truth. Ain't nobody stopping the truth, Errol Spence Jr. Ain't nobody stopping him. Big shout out to the late bloomers. Yo, my brethren, Tip Bayless, Mr. Punch Drunk Boxing in the motherfucking building. Halim, my brethren. Yes, Halim. What's happening? Hey, Halim, I don't see how Terence Crawford. People say Terence Crawford's going to stop Errol Spence. I've been watching boxing all my life. Ain't nobody stopping the truth. Ain't nobody stopping Errol Spence. And I'll put money on that. I'll put money on that. Whether Terence Crawford wins, Errol Spence wins. I will put money on that. Nobody ain't stopping Errol Spence. Hawker Mustang, shout out to you. Ain't nobody going to stop Errol Spence. I will put my money where my mouth is. If you think Terence Crawford is going to stop Errol, I'll put my money on that. I'll put my money on that. Ain't nobody stopping Errol Spence. Let's start with that one. Ain't nobody even dropped. Yeah, listen, I'm just keeping it 100, bro. Ain't no capping over here. Ain't no hating over here. I'm telling you what I think is going to play out. And Terence Crawford might have stopped Jeff Horn. Terence Crawford might have stopped a washed up Amir Khan. Terence Crawford might have stopped the damaged Kell Brook. Terence Crawford might have stopped a fucking Sean Porter that's ready to be retired. But Terence Crawford ain't stopping Errol Spence. Get that through your fucking thick head. Terence Crawford ain't stopping Errol Spence, bro. I'm just letting you know. And if anybody disagrees with me, yo, passionate puncher in the building. Hawker Mustang says Errol Spence is tougher than a crash test dummy. Tell these motherfuckers, bro. These people out here on the Terence Crawford fanboys. These people, hey, look, let me just tell you guys something, bro. Those Terence Crawford fanboys, which are saying that they're going to stop Errol Spence, I want that money. Bring your fucking money over here to Rapstar. Bring your fucking money to Rapstar. I'll take your fucking dollars. Yeah? I'll put my pounds up. I'll put the Queen's head up. I'll put the Queen's money up. Bring your fucking dollars. And I'll bet you your money that the Terence Crawford fans, all they say is that they're going to stop Errol Spence. So just on that bet alone, on that particular topic, I say nobody stops Errol Spence. Terence Crawford ain't stopping no Errol Spence. Ain't going to happen. Some rando says, I got Crawford stopping Spence, to be honest. But yo, let's put that money up. Let's put that money up. Is anybody confident? There's not one Terence Crawford fanboy. There ain't even one Terence Crawford fan in the fucking building who's got balls to bet against Errol Spence. They're scared of Errol Spence. I'm telling you now, ain't not one Terence Crawford fanboy yapping and yapping on the YouTube. But if you want to put your money up, you're scared to put your money up to say that he stops Errol Spence. You get me? You guys don't want to put your money up. You're all capping out there for Terence Crawford, bro. All the Terence Crawford fanboys are capping. They say that he's going to stop Errol Spence. So put your money up. Put your fucking money up with Rapstar, bro. Put your money up if you think Terence Crawford stops Errol Spence. Because it ain't going to happen. I've got my money to say that Errol Spence does not get stopped. And everybody else is just capping. The Terence fanboys, they're not even real. They don't even fucking believe what they're saying about that. But yo, smash that like button, bro. Smash that fucking like button. So yeah, we can talk about that for a minute. Who saw the Conor Benn versus Chris Eubanks face-off? Yeah, let's talk about this for a moment, bro. Hey, listen, I'm going to keep it real. Chris Eubank was doing a bit of winding up, though, innit? Come on, man. Chris Eubank, he was trying to wind up the younger Conor Benn. Chris Eubank said, man, look, he said, I don't take you serious like I would take the other guys serious. He was really trying to get to Conor Benn. He said, look, man, at the end of the day, I'm only going to be 60% in the fight. He said, that's enough for me to beat you. And then he said, I don't believe the hype behind Conor Benn. And he was, trying to wind up Conor Benn, bro. He was trying to wind up Conor Benn. But, he said that it's going to be a miracle. Chris Eubank Jr. said it's going to be a God's miracle. Chris Eubank Jr. said to Conor Benn, it's going to be God's miracle if you think you're coming to my weight class to beat Me. You're crazy. Chris Eubanks said it's going to be a God's miracle if Conor Benn can beat Chris Eubanks. What do you think? Now, Conor Benn told Chris Eubanks that you're an overachieved fighter. You get me? All right. Halim says he was rap star. 4 weeks for Billy Joe. What? 4 weeks for Billy Joe? 8 for Canelo. Without English boxing, the sport would suck. Tell him. Yo, General in the building. What's happening to the one mighty General in the building, bro? Eubank Jr. got more power than Ben, and that's a fact. This is a big risk for Conor Benn. You know, Conor Benn said that Eubank Jr. is just an overachieved fighter. He's an overachieved fighter. But let's not forget, Chris Eubanks, have we ever seen Chris Eubank get knocked down? Have you even seen Chris Eubank do the stinky leg? I've never seen Chris Eubanks take a knockdown, an 8 count. You know what I mean? He's been in there with bigger punches. I think Chris Eubank punches harder. Chris Eubank is a harder puncher than Conor Benn at 157. I've got to favor the power of the bigger man. At this point, who's got the better skills? Conor Benn? Because Conor Benn's going to need punch placement. Let me tell you guys something. Halim, Hawker, Mustang, General. Conor Benn's going to need to get his punches off, but he's going to have to be punch placement. You know, Conor Benn's going to have to see Chris Eubank throws wild punches, and Chris Eubank isn't the most precise puncher. Smash that like button. Chris Eubank is not the most precise puncher. Yeah, so Chris Eubank is not the most precise puncher. Conor Benn has to get in there with some uppercuts, close the distance. When Chris Eubank misses, Conor Benn has to counter. And Conor Benn has to get his punches off. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, when it comes to who's going to throw more punches, who's going to have more output, who's going to have working off the jab. Listen, Conor Benn's in a situation where he's the B-side. Chris Eubank's got the size, the reach, the power. And Chris Eubank's just an all-round bigger guy. So is Conor Benn going to be the faster puncher? He's supposed to be. Conor Benn is supposed to be the faster puncher, bro. Conor Benn is very fast, says Halim. He's going to have to be fast, bro. He's going to have to be fast. And Conor Benn's going to have to start landing with those shots early. Because let me tell you something, bro. Chris Eubanks, he's always got a gas tank. I've never seen Chris Eubank even tired. So for me, hey, look, at the end of the day, like I said to you, Conor Benn and his team, they believe they can accomplish this. And John says Ben ain't as tough as his daddy. Ben ain't as tough as Nigel Benn, says John McSmith. Hey, Nigel Benn was a killer. Hawker Mustang says, I'm not even into the Ben versus Eubank fight. I guess because they are real big in you. I guess because they are not big in the USA. I don't know about that, bro. We're into world boxing, though. Jeff says the Dark Destroyer was a nutcase in the ring. Hey, yeah, the Dark Destroyer was a madman. If you couldn't knock out the Dark Destroyer, he will fuck you up. He only needed one punch. Nigel Benn was like Deontay Wilder. He only needed one punch. Nigel Benn had a one-punch knockout power. You get me? Is faster puncher wins the fight? Maybe. You get me? What do you mean real rap on your queen, bro? You better respect our queen, bro. You better put some respect on the Queen Elizabeth. All right, mate? Served 70 years of power in England. The most powerful woman in the fucking world. And when you see the Queen's money, remember something. The Queen's money is the most powerful money in the whole entire world. So put some respect on our Queen. Yeah? Respect the Queen of England. Rest in peace to the Queen of England, bro. Who is in Connor weight? Connor's at 147. Must fans that like saying Canelo is not big in UK? Mustang, just like the fans say Canelo is not big in UK, bro. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury are much bigger in England than Canelo Alvarez. You get me? But yo, let's keep it moving. The Queen's money comes from looting. So now fuck you, John McSmith, you cunt. Put some respect on the Queen, John. All right, mate? You know what I'm saying? You can't. You fucking hater. You better watch out, you know. The Queen's got people working for her all over the world. You know what I'm saying? The Queen had people working for her all over the world. Plonker. Halim has Connor really fought anyone top level. Hey, Chris Eubanks got a better resume than Conor Benn. Chris Eubanks fought top people better than Conor Benn has. You get me? Chris Eubank has got a better resume. Chris Eubank's been in with better fighters than Conor Benn has. Hit that like button, bro. Even for the haters, hit that like button. So I've got another question for you guys. If Conor Benn gets knocked out by Chris Eubanks, is that the end of his career, do you think? If Conor Benn gets a broken eye socket, could that be the end of Conor Benn's career? When Conor Benn had big things to do at the welterweight division. Conor Benn had big things to do at the welterweight division. He's a massive name, and he's one of the biggest names in the welterweight division in boxing. Yo, Anthony Manzono, MOB. I'm saying this again. I feel that both Conor and Chris are living off their father's legacy without creating their own and trying to create their own footprint in the sport. Hey, as Anthony Monzono, has he got any truth to his statement that Conor Benn and Chris Eubanks are living off their dad's legacy? I mean, to be fair with you, right? Don't you think, even if you're living off your dad's legacy, don't you see that Conor Ben has improved? Can't you see that Conor Ben has been knocking out these fighters? He hasn't just about getting through. To be a boxer and be ranked in the top 10, doesn't that mean that you haven't done your own homework, that you've done something? Let's have that debate. Hasn't Conor Ben proved that he's a boxer? If his dad was not here and his dad wasn't who his dad was, wouldn't Conor Ben still be a boxer that you'd be interested in watching? Punch Drunk says no. Tip Baylor says no. Even Chris Eubanks. Chris Eubank fought the tournament. Chris Eubank beat James DeGale, the gold medalist, even though James DeGale was at the end. Chris Eubank won an IBO title. It wasn't the world title that you recognize, but Chris Eubank got himself ranked in the top 10. So ain't both of these guys real boxers, or are they really living off their dad's legacy? You know what I'm saying? These guys, even if their dads are not fighting in the fucking ring, the name, yes, the name gave both of them a good red carpet in the boxing business. Yes, the Ben name and the Eubank name, they hold a lot of weight. The Ben and Eubank name is big in boxing. Whether you like it or not, Ben and Eubank were multi-million-dollar fighters and multi-million-pound fighters in the 90s. They were the biggest attraction in the 90s. You get me? So the Ben and Eubank name always held weight. But these two had to carry that on their shoulders. So they've been proving themselves. Neither one of these guys is showing that they're a fucking guy who can't box. Both of these guys have proved that they can fight. So are they living off the legacy of their dad? I don't believe it. I believe they've done enough to, you can say now that Conor Ben and Chris Eubanks are real boxers ranked all over the world. You get me? At the end of the day, right, Conor Ben has to do what Conor Ben has to do now. His name already got himself into the attraction of boxing. But what he's been doing has took him to another level. He's been keeping his name alive and he's outgrowing that shadow that he just came in here for a name and money. He wants that smoke. And Conor Ben believes he can be champion. So you got to give it to Conor Ben. He ain't living off Nigel Ben's name. Yeah, the Ben name gave him an opportunity, but he proved to himself and to you that he belongs in boxing. Yo, big shout out to my brethren, Eliza. Tip Baylor says they still got to make a name on their way up. Yo, hit that like button. Smash that like button, bro. Hey, listen, John McSmith, you idiot. Conor Ben fucking made it in the top 10 of the rankings, in the sanctioning bodies. And at one time, I don't know about right now, but Chris Eubank was in the top 10. Chris Eubank came to America to fight Jamal Charlo when he beat Kobarov. So what are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? Both of these fighters, even though they came with their dad's name, have made it into the top 10. That's right, bro. Smash that fucking like button. You know? You know, yeah, the father's going to give you an opportunity, but it's what you do with it. It's like Chavez Sr. gave Chavez Jr. an opportunity. It's true. Big fathers who left their names behind, it's up to the son. Corey Sanders, oh, what's his name? Sanders. Corey Spinks. What am I talking about? Corey Spinks. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, your dad can't be the legacy man who's left a legacy. It's more pressure on you to go and prove that you belong there. Your dad could be the boxer who left a sport with as a legend, but you going in there as his son, there's pressure on you. Are you the real deal? Have you got the DNA? And do you belong? Do you belong is the question, bro. And Conor Benn and Chris Eubanks showed that they belong. You get me? Conor Benn and Chris Eubanks showed that they both belong in boxing. So there's no point hating on them and saying, oh, rap star is because of their dad. No, it's not. Now it's about them. It's about them. It's not just about their dad. But you know, at the end of the day, you got to prove yourself because the eyes are on you. The eyes are on you, bro. Can you imagine Roy Jones Jr.'s son? Can you imagine the pressure if Roy Jones Jr.'s son comes into boxing? Just think about that for a moment. Can you imagine your dad being James Toney? Your dad. Now we know Evander Holyfield's son is a boxer. So there's eyes on Evander Holyfield's son. Yeah, the fight got sold out in minutes. Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank got sold out in minutes. You get me? Yeah, I know that, bro. But can you imagine Roy Jones Jr.'s son? He ain't never going to get a chance. Roy Jones Jr., if he has a son who fights in boxing, bro, that's too much pressure. Can a son take the pressure? You know, it's all right to say you want to fight under your dad's legacy. Can you take the pressure? Now we got these three young guys across the pond. What's his name? Vargas' sons. You got three young sons, isn't he, Vargas? Vargas got three sons, man, coming up in boxing. Anybody know about Vargas' sons, which are on the other side of the pond? They're just coming up in boxing right now. You know anything about Vargas' sons? I've been watching them. You know, when you got your father who is somebody in boxing, bro, it's a major, major torch to carry. Of course it is. El Feroz, all right, is he the one to look out for? Some rando. El Feroz Vargas. Fernando Vargas' son, El Feroz. Is he the real deal, yeah? I've seen these boys knocking out everyone, bro. Hey, listen, Fernando Vargas' sons, bro. I might have to interview one of you guys if you want to ever come over here, bro. You know what I mean? We used to watch your dad from England. Fernando Vargas was ferocious. The middle one is the most dangerous. These boys are dangerous, says Tip Bayliss. Okay, that's the original. Haven't seen any of his sons fight yet. Okay, I would like to time in on the subject. All right, bro, for sure, for sure. But you know what I've noticed, yeah? Boxing fans never give these guys whose fathers were legends, yeah? You always shit on their sons. It's like their sons have to do so much more than their fathers did. Do you think you're fair when you are judging a guy which is coming as a legend's son? Don't you think as a fan that you're a critic because of their father? You know what I mean? Let's keep it real. The first thing I hear, yeah, before I get my brother Punch Drunk Boxing in the building, is that, man, they're trying to live off their son's legacy, their dad's legacy. And to be fair with you, when do they actually define that they're not living off that legacy? Because when they put on those gloves and go in the ring and risk their life, are they actually living off their dad's legacy, or they're living off their own hard work and their dedication? Let's bring my brethren Punch in the building. Punch, are these guys who are coming off their fathers, not just Conor Benn and Chris and everyone else whose father's a legend, are they living off their dad's legacies, bro? That's what these chats telling me.
Rapstar Boxing Knowledge, the voice of the UK, London, bruv.
Yes, hey Punch, listen, man. I haven't spoke to you for a while. We lost our queen, bro. She died, 96 years old. Some people been hating on the queen, Punch. And what they got to recognize is they've never had a queen who's led the country. Listen, forget them not had a queen. They haven't even had a queen in their own house. Their wife treats them like a bitch. Yeah, these men who are saying this about my queen, Punch, watch my statement. You know their wife treats them men like a bitch today.
True,
Our
man.
queen took care of us, Punch.
They don't know how to appreciate the queen.
Tell them, Punch. Why they hating on my queen, bro?
Because they be dating. The only shit they know in their life is fucking scoochies. That's what you call it. That's what a skank and a hoochie, a scoochie. That's what it is. They're built off scoochies. They built off 40-year-old grandmothers. They don't know what a queen is. Their wife don't even know how to cook. They can't even see themselves as royalty. They don't know what royalty is. Yeah. But anyway, Rapstar. Well, I wanted to chime in on this subject because, fatherhood is prominent in the sport of boxing. And I think that people like to use this living off the father's name to shame the fighter and discredit Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. or any other person in the athletic field. Let's keep it real. Most of us, we're all living off of our fathers. We are built living off our fathers. Our bloodstreams is our father's blood. We carry our father's last name. Now, people should not compare fighters to the normal human being in this sense. Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. are not living off their father's name. They're actually fighting off their father's name. They're risking their lives. They could also die because of their father's name. That's the difference between fighters and the people that's watching them fight. They could die living, quote unquote, living or fighting off their father's name. So you got to give respect to guys like Campbell Hatton. You got to give respect to Floyd Mayweather Jr. I know I never heard nobody saying that Floyd Mayweather is living off Mayweather's name. Let's not forget that Mayweather Sr. got locked up to fight, to take care of his family, to hustle for his family, to give him the opportunity so Floyd Mayweather could flourish and keep the Mayweather name. Everybody does their part. Legacy continues. And I got to say this. For people that say that this guy is living off his father's name in a way trying to shame him or not credit him, anybody that could live or fight for their father's legacy, you got to commend those fathers to have a legacy that your children could live off from generations and generations to come. That's what you call a true father that worked hard for his last name so his offspring could live and fight for his last name. That's something that should not be discredited. That's something that should not be disrespected or shame of doing. Both of these guys are happy to fight for their father's name and keep on going with the legacy because the sons that they have also has the same last name as them. This is something that commend. This is something in our community should be pumped up. And fathers, everybody in the chat, everybody that's not on the chat or in the comment section should create a legacy for your sons to live and fight for. So shout out.
And let
to
me
Conor
ask you
Ben and
this,
Chris
Punch.
Eubank.
Let me say this as a man. Any real man would want their son to be better than him. True or false?
Facts.
And let me tell you this as well. Nigel Benn wants Conor Ben to be better than him if he can. Chris Eubank Sr. would want his son to be better. Now, whether they can or not is another thing. But as a man, they would want their sons better for their sons. It's true, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Right?
You know, I think...
Listen, Punch, no matter what legacy you leave behind, you want your son or your daughter to have better than you did. Am I right or wrong in your heart?
Facts. Facts. You love your...
So when people always downplay fathers and sons and all that, bro, fathers want best for their sons.
You know what it is? You know what it is, Rap Star? And people may take this as disrespect, and it's unfortunate, but I think people that say that, their father was probably never in their life, or they just never loved their father, or their father never loved them, because I hear that a lot. I hear that, oh, people are living off their father. You're supposed to live off your father. If your father did his thing and did what he was supposed to do, this is the reason why you live off your father. This is why there is a legacy. That means that the father did his thing to create a legacy for you to live or fight for. Mike Tyson, let me add this. Mike Tyson's daughter played tennis. Some people may say that, oh, you know, the doors is going to be open. Oh, she had it easy. Oh, she's going to have it easy because she's Mike Tyson's daughter and she's going to live off of her father's name. No, he fought for it. He fought for his family to live off his name and keep his name alive. So when it comes to fighters, these guys are fighting for it. And Conor Ben and Chris Eubank Jr., if they was living off their father's name, they wouldn't be fighting. If they was living off, they would sit their asses and collect their father's paycheck. The difference is they're willing to fight to keep their legacy, to enhance their legacy, and the possibility of doing that is still the same risk that their fathers took in the ring. They wanted to die to keep their fucking father's name alive, baby. Don't ever say that they living off their motherfucking father's name. It's your fault that your father ain't do shit for your fucking life, bitches. Your father was a beta male.
Man, that went deep, bro. That went deep. But as a father, I'm going to ask this. As a father, if you were the father of these fighters now, Conor Ben and Chris Eubank, and Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank, what would you want for your son? Let me tell you what you would want. Before any victory, you would want in your heart, because you know how hard the sport is. And you know that these guys fought people and they nearly died. They nearly killed people. They fucking put people in stretchers. The first thing they're going to ask for, Punch, is please give my son health, and win or lose, I want him to be safe after the fight. Do you think Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank are slightly nervous because they know their DNA and they know what their sons are about?
I think both of these guys, just like a lot of fighters, even Mike Tyson explained that he was nervous. I think there is a nerve going inside the ring. I think just there is pressure, but looking at Conor Ben and looking at Chris Eubank Jr., I think that the Bens want this more than Chris Eubank Jr.
Why you say the Bens want it more? Why do the Bens want it more than the Eubanks?
Because in the interview, Chris Eubank Jr. said, the question was, yeah, and he said, oh, wait for it so it can make more money. You understand? So do the Chris Eubank Jr.'s, I'm talking about the father and the son, you know, put him to the gut. Of course, Chris Eubank Jr. wanted to fight now, right? But his father was telling him, nah, don't take it now. Wait for the fight to get big. Ben, they want it. They want it now. Ben is risking it. Ben is risking his momentum. Ben is risking it, and also his father is happy to be on this corner, where with Chris Eubank Jr., he's like, well, I don't know if my father going to be in the corner. I just feel that the Bens want this more. They taking the bigger risk. They say the guy that's moving up is daring to be great. He's daring to be great. Right now, Conor Ben, ladies and gentlemen, listen up. Right now, Conor Ben is taking the most risk of any fighter in boxing right now. He's taking the most risk of any fighter in boxing today. So I'm saying he wants it more than Chris Eubank Jr.
Wow. I gotta say this though, Punch, and I want everybody to remember this. Chris Eubank just lost his brother in Saudi Arabia, and you know, they're very hurt by that, and his father has been hurt since the day he lost his son, Harlem Eubank. Harlem Eubank was a boxer. He just started coming up, Punch. Nobody talks about that kid who just died. That's his brother. And I'm telling you now, Chris Eubank Sr., maybe he's got a little bit of a detachment going on, but he said that my dad hasn't come to tell me we're going to be doing this. But only last week, he said that Chris Eubank Sr. said to his son, I'm going to be on your corner. My thing is, Punch, the Eubanks, they're very, very different, man. They're killers in their own right. The Eubanks have got that killer mentality, bro.
No. I'm not saying that.
I've got to say this to you, that at the end of the day, you know that Eubank is a very, very proud father. One thing about Senior, he's very proud. Am I right or wrong? He's
you're
proud.
No, you're right. The only thing is, the question was, what I say. I mean, I don't know if it was a question, but I think that the Benz wanted more than Eubank. I'm not saying that he's not a monster in this fight. I'm not saying that they're not hungry. I'm just feel by what they're giving us, the information with interviews and knowing how this fight took place, that they wanted more. I think it means to them more, just a little more than Eubank. You know what I'm saying? I think already that Eubank Jr. is already building an excuse if he loses. He's saying that he's coming in at 60%. He's not.
But Punch, let me tell you this right now, and I don't know if you want to believe this or not. I believe Chris Eubank Sr. is more confident in his son to do the job than Nigel Benn is. I'm telling you, Nigel Benn's emotional here. I can see it inside of him. I think he's a little tiny bit worried for his son going up to prove this. Because if anybody's trying to prove it, it's Conor Benn. And you know, with Chris Eubank Sr., let me tell you what he did. And Halim will tell you this. Halim just put it in the chat. You know, when Chris Eubanks was coming up and he was beating up this guy really badly, you know what his dad told him? His dad goes, man, stop punching him to the head like that, bro. You're going to kill this guy. He said he knows what his son is about. He told his own son, stop punching Nick Blackwell to the head because his head's bruising up badly. Leave him. You know what happened? The truth happened. And the end of that fight, Nick Blackwell went into a coma. Chris Eubank Sr. said, I know what my son's about. I had to limit my son. I think Chris Eubank Sr. is more confident in this fight than Nigel Benn. I'm talking about the fathers. I think Nigel Benn must be a little bit worried for his son. What do you think?
I don't think he's worried. I think he's worried for Chris Eubank Jr. that he'll probably do the same thing to him. That's what it is. He ain't worried. You know what I'm saying? He's not worried. I'm telling you, I feel like that's my opinion. That's what the energy I get. I think they want this. They want this more. And his father's going to be in his corner, willing to do everything to prepare his son. And the thing is, what I like about Conor Benn is true what he's saying. He didn't have his father holding his hand. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to be out. He wanted to go through this journey by himself. So for anybody to say he's living off his father, everybody know Conor Benn's journey, and it wasn't him piggybacking off his father. He didn't want his father to hold his hand. He wanted to prove to his dad that I could walk on my own. I could walk on my own. You could join me in my journey if you please.
Yo, Pancho, I'm losing you.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Come closer to the mic.
Now there's a death spot in this section. But what I'm saying is, what's the last part that you heard?
That which father do you think is more concerned in the fight? Which father do you think is more nervous in the fight?
I think both fathers is nervous, bro. You know why? Because just like it's saying, it's their father's legacy. Everybody's legacy is intact. Their father's legacy is intact. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Eubank Jr., like he said, he's saying he doesn't want to give the Ben that win. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Conor Ben is fighting for more than just the name. He's fighting for himself and he's fighting for the name. I just feel like Conor Ben got something more to prove. He's going to be in a disadvantage. Chris Eubank Jr. got all the advantages. And forget 150 catch weight, because once they rehydrate, Eubank Jr. is going to rehydrate very, very comfortable. Now, if they had a rehydration clause, it'll be different, but he's going to be way bigger than Conor Ben, and he's going to be in a highly disadvantage. I think Conor Ben is taking the most risks, and that tells me at this point in his career that he's a bad motherfucker for taking this risk at this point of his career.
And some people say it's for the money, but he can have this money himself. He's already making millions in every fight.
Everybody is, and that's another cliche thing. Or they can
So
make it for the money, of course.
But do you believe when Conor Ben said that they told him this is your chance to get this fight with the Eubanks? Because if you wait and the Eubanks loses, this fight's finished. And he said, I had to take this fight. He said, I had to take this fight. He said, even though I can fight Jarrett Boot Ennis, he goes, even I can fight Virgil Ortiz for big money. He goes, I can make that money. But he goes,
so
this fight was bigger than, he goes, this fight is bigger than everything.
So who's more nervous? You said the fathers. Why does Chris Eubank Sr. rather want his son to wait? Wait to what? That Conor Ben gets better and gets stronger? and your son gets older? Yeah, right. That's why Chris Eubank Jr. said, let me take this fight now before this animal becomes even a bigger animal. Let me get him now. Yeah. I think his father is more nervous. That as, oh, we get more money later. Nah.
Well, let's keep it facts though, but let's keep it facts. I'm saying right now, the biggest risk and the biggest risk taking is on the Benz. That's the fact. Because Conor Ben's got a big career ahead of him. Chris Eubanks Jr. is at the end of his game. He's made millions already. Chris Eubank Jr. has already made his millions in the Super tournament with James DeGale. He's just in it now to make his last paychecks and just call it. This is a big risk for the Benz. The Benz are going in with a lot of risk here. To me,
so who wants
Conor Ben is taking the biggest risk here now, to me.
So who wants some more? Because this is a voluntary risk. You feel me? This is voluntarily. This is nothing. And man, they was only talking about this for a month, and they made this fight happen. If Conor Ben, remember who called for this fight? Conor Ben called for this fight.
Yeah.
So who wants him more?
I mean, Conor Ben wants it more. Conor Ben's more hungry. He wants it more, but he might want it more. But he's going against a guy who's a bigger man. You got to remember this. He ain't fighting people like this guy. This guy's big. There's weight class for a reason, bro. And you would have to favor the bigger man because he's having a weight cut. But just like Punch said, he's gonna quickly put on weight that night. He'll be coming into the ring maybe 3 pounds lighter than he normally does.
So
for me, I gotta say that Conor Ben's at risk. Conor Ben's at the biggest risk in this fight. But if he comes through it, if he fucking comes through it, Punch, he's making noise. He's making
biggest risk. The biggest risk in boxing right now. It's not even about this fight. And look, we praise fighters that take more risks than others, right? That's why we like what Bam Rodriguez is doing, fighting Cuadras and fighting Rumvasad at this stage of his career. That's why Tio got a lot of credit. That's why Loma got a lot of credit entering the professional level, fighting ranked fighters after ranked fighters. You know what I'm saying? That's why Roberto Duran is held like in top 5 in a lot of pugilist lists, because the risk that he's taken, that he took. Conor Ben is taking a risk, and if he prevails, if he becomes victorious, we won't be talking about just Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz #1 as Conor Ben is going to be the third richest UK fighter. He's going to have the UK on his back. He's going to have the UK on his back. They say that the new king is King Charles. It's going to be King Conor Ben after this fight.
Man, even if he gives a good account of himself, this ain't fucking America, bro. If Conor Ben gives a good account of himself, he's going to get the fans anyway, Punch. Win or lose.
He's bona fide A-side.
You got to remember this, Punch. We're going to respect him for what he's doing anyway. You have to understand this ain't America. Conor Ben's going to get the love, win or lose.
He's bona. Conversation will be Conor Ben, Bud Crawford, Conor Ben, Earl Spence, and guess what? Conor Ben is going to be bringing in the country.
Conor
I don't
Ben
even think
wins.
Boots Ennis got Philadelphia on hold. I don't even think that Boots Ennis got Philadelphia on hold.
But what people got to recognize, if Conor Ben shows up in that fight, win or lose, or even if it's a draw, Conor Ben is going to get the love of the entire United Kingdom, bro. They love this kid. Because this kid is taking risk. And not many fighters are doing what Conor Ben's done. Because when Kell Brook did it, Kell Brook was a much older fighter. And Kell Brook wasn't getting no money. Remember, Punch? He was getting blocked by Amir Khan. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Conor Ben's getting money anyway.
He knows how to promote himself.
He's going to get the love, Punch, just like you. If he puts a good account of himself, you're still going to be a big fan of Conor Ben because you're a true boxing fan.
Of course. I know that.
It doesn't matter if Conor Ben loses one fight and then he comes into the welterweight division and then he knocks out people again and then he comes against Virgil Ortiz in Texas. Are you not going to respect him?
Yo, I'm telling you, he's going to be the A-side in the 150. And he's going to be the A-side at welterweight and 154. And 154, because he beats Chris Eubank Jr. People won't be saying, what about him and Jermell Charlo? Even though I think Jermell Charlo will win, but people will be, this going to be a huge win, bro. Yo, this is going to be huge, man. It's a huge fight, and it's going to be huge for Conor Ben. It's going to be very, very huge. I'm going for Conor Ben on this one. I'm just going for this underdog.
Yeah, Anthony says, Rapstar, do you think the fight with Chris and Conor Ben fight will galvanize the country a little bit in terms of the sports in general after the Queen passed away? Well, it gives a lot of time since the Queen passed away. And then by the time they fight, yeah, there's going to be a king. And then Prince Charles and the king, remember this, the Queen, the king, they're part of us. They love boxing. They you know, whether I won't say they love boxing, but what I mean is these are the sports and everything that's got MBE, and they must love boxing, Punch, because Anthony Joshua, even Prince Nassim Hamed before he went and had the crash, James DeGale, Amir Khan, all the gold medalists and silver medalists, they get called into Buckingham Palace from the Queen. The Queen gives them medals, they give them lifetime, you know, royalty checks. You know, the Queen actually brings in the boxers and gives them MBEs and OBEs like Ricky Hatton. You know, these people have managed to get themselves recognized by the Queen of England. So the Queen pushes boxing, bro. So the King's only going to push boxing now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah? She's the one who's given a lot of people, a lot of Frank Bruno and a lot of people acknowledgement and medals and stuff. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what they get behind the scenes once they get those medals from the Queen. We don't know what they get. They might get checks. There's a lot of things that you get recognized for once the Queen blesses you. And the Queen has blessed many boxers. And let me tell something else, bro. This is on Google. This is facts. Did you know that Snoop Doggy Dogg for 10 years, Snoop Dogg couldn't get into England? Just because her fucking grandchild liked Snoop Dogg. The Queen got Snoop Dogg into England. It was because of the Queen gave Snoop Dogg a pardon. You know what I'm saying? The Queen did a lot of things for these Americans, bro. She did a lot of things. Go read on Google what she did for Snoop. She said, "Let Snoop into England, bro." She goes, "I like Snoop Dogg." You know what I'm
She was
saying?
she did she smoke with Snoop Dogg too?
I don't know about that. I just know that the
The
Queen
Queen was getting
embraced
high
Snoop
with
Dogg.
Snoop.
You know what I'm saying? She embraced the crib from America, bro. Come on, man. Put some respect on Queen Elizabeth, man.
The
I
Queen
know
was getting
people
high
are
with
angry,
Snoop.
Punch. People were angry this weekend. You know, these Twitter wars and these pussies out there calling my queen a witch. Your mum's a witch. No, fuck you. Your woman who treats you like a bitch because you're a beta male these days in America, bro. I've seen how these women treat you, acting like Kim Kardashian in your house. You ain't shit. You lost your rights with women. Yeah? So don't be talking about my queen because you ain't even got a queen. The one that you want to call a queen, she's treating you like a bitch.
You're taking your
So
ass
you
to child
can't even
support.
call your own woman a queen at the moment.
Taking
You
your ass
fucking
to
beta males.
taking your ass to child support. The Queen would never take the husband to child support.
Bro, I've seen people getting angry across the pond, bro. I've seen people saying, "Oh man, we wanted to watch boxing. We wanted to watch boxing." And you know, why should we have to give a fuck? You know why you need to give a fuck? Because she's the queen, motherfuckers. Yeah? The same motherfuckers who said, "I don't want to watch women's boxing." You guys deserve it. Because you came to my channel saying, "Yo, rap star, we're not really too interested in women's boxing." But I bet you were dying this weekend. You wanted to watch that fight, didn't you?
You see how you see how the contradictions. You see how shit comes to play. You see
Come
how
on.
it just takes time. It just takes time. People didn't care about women boxing. Maybe if y'all was appreciating women boxing, that fight would have happened in America. 3 American champions, and Savannah Marshall was the last one to come up in the ranks, and we had and they had to go to UK because the Americans don't support it. But now people want to get mad. Oh, maybe they should have let him fight. Why? Because the Queen. No. Maybe if we was doing our due diligence and supporting, that fight would have happened in America, and we probably would have had the fight here.
I know there's mixed emotions though, because some people they just wanted to watch boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't come from England. They
But I
don't have
thought
the
that,
same.
but I thought that Clarissa Shields, was Antonio Tarver with a wig. I didn't think they wanted to see her. They wanted to see her.
Yeah, but a lot of people like us, we ended up watching the Nate Diaz fight, bro. We ended up watching UFC instead. You know what I'm saying? A lot more people ended up watching the UFC with the Khamzat Chimaev versus that Holland guy, Kevin Holland, and then I watched the Nate Diaz versus Tony Ferguson. Ended up watching that.
Not only that, the YouTube fighters.
Yeah, did you watch the YouTube guy knock the guy down 5 fucking times?
I saw the highlight because after the fight, I did the video with the Nate Diaz. I was watching the UFC as well. But talking about them, yo, YouTube is taking over boxing. Fuck it. Let YouTube take over boxing. You know why? Because these fighters don't want to take over their own sport. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. People are not engaged with these fighters anymore, and these fighters don't want to engage with the people. So fuck them. I love fighters, but they ain't doing due diligence to sustain the eyeballs in boxing. Boxers don't keep boxing alive. YouTube keep boxing alive.
It's true. The YouTube's giving boxing more fucking clout and more entertainment than what boxing is.
Think about it, yo, just think about the recent week. Just think about the last couple weeks. KSI, what we was talking about. Everybody paying the KSI. Everybody paying that card. People paying attention to the YouTube, and then people talking about Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul. There is more news about non-fighters, quote unquote, non-boxers, than boxers themselves. And the networks is like, fuck it, we gonna put our money into this shit.
Yeah. And let me tell you something, Punch. You can fucking say what you want about the YouTubers, but that was their first professional fight. After having 4 or 5 YouTube fights, each fighter became from the Nevada state of boxing, gave them the license to become professionals. They've gone through the test, the training, they've gone through the medical check. That was their first professional fight, bro. So the YouTubers are bringing it more than the boxers in their first professional fight.
Hey, it is what it is. And you know what? They're more entertaining. Yo, sometimes, sometimes, yeah, that's what it is. This is entertainment. You know what I'm saying? That's why, to be honest, as much that people want to criticize Gervonta Tank Davis' resume and Ryan Garcia, one thing that they do is entertain the boxing fans, bro. And this is why, man, I'm on Devin Haney to entertain. You got to bring weight on them undisputed. You got to entertain, bro. It is what it is because everybody is coming to boxing and getting money. Football players, you got artists, you got a bunch of people coming to sport of boxing getting money. Money is a gold mine. What did Nate Diaz say yesterday? Where he's coming? Where he's gonna come to? He's coming to boxing. These boxers are gonna be pushed aside in their own sport. Because they motherfuckers don't know how to promote. They can't talk. They don't fight enough. Buck Crawford, when's the last time Buck Crawford fought? Last year. What's the reason? What's the reason that Buck Crawford ain't fighting?
He's waiting for the Errol Spence fight.
Waiting. And these YouTubers is just calling each other out, go in there and fight. Fuck out of here, man. This is the same. They're in the same business. There is no excuse. That's why I'm saying guys like Nate Diaz and these YouTubers are exposing these fighters and their management. They're exposing it because they're getting the same bunch of money from the networks. If Jake Paul is fighting under Showtime and you got all these PBC fighters fighting under Showtime, there is money to put on these fights. Guess what? Showtime saying, fuck it, we got Jake Paul. He's making these fights happen right away. Well, what are these guys doing? How come Jake Paul could close a deal with Anthony Silva, could close a deal with almost with Rockman, could close a deal with Woodson, but Woodley, and these guys can't close their deal in their own prospective sport. You telling me it's hard to close down the deal with a free agent Bud Crawford and Earl Spence? Get the fuck out of here, man. When there's more money
basically,
to put
what
in
you're
with
saying
Jake
is,
Paul.
You're saying that they're exposing boxing.
Yeah, they are.
They're exposing our sport.
Nate Diaz is 37-year-old. Nate Diaz could call out. Can you imagine Nate Diaz rematching Conor Benn in the boxing ring? Can you imagine the pay-per-view? Oh my God, man. I'm telling you, it's a gold mine. Everybody is jumping on boxing. Boxing is like free trade. Everybody, you got money, you're welcome in boxing. And the networks ain't gonna lose money on boxing no more. They ain't gonna be like, nah. We ain't gonna lose money on this. Fighters are making it harder on themselves because what these fighters do, they fight and disappear. These motherfuckers don't even know how to use a smartphone. They got all the technology to keep their names relevant and sustain the eyeballs, and they don't even want to use their phone.
Yeah. I hear you, brother. But let's talk to the brother here. What's happening, Max? How you feeling?
Here. What up,
Max?
Max, what you saying, Max?
First of all, let me send my condolences. R.I.P. to the Queen. You feel me?
Yeah, respect, even if you don't mean it from your heart. At least you're saying it.
Nah. I mean respect. I ain't BSing.
Yeah. Respect, though. Respect. But, you know, I understand people who don't understand about the Queen. They don't live under the monarchy. They want to have respect for the woman, or the lady that we have, you know?
Yeah. I ain't realized,
man, what are you saying about this, man? About the YouTubers and how boxing nowadays is just not, how the fighters are not making the fights. They're taking a long time, a lot of talk. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia is not going to happen, bro. That's just talk. Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia ain't going to happen. I say that's a lot of back and forth, and then it might happen again after a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
Errol Spence? When did Errol Spence and Terence Crawford they started going at each other once? How long ago was that when
Two,
Errol Spence had his red hoodie
two,
and
two,
Terence Crawford and him 2 years ago?
2018. That's 4 years, bro.
4 fucking years ago that these two have been going back and forth, and even now we ain't really got the fight. We heard that the fight might be happening now, that there's a
Yeah.
few little things left over. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, do you think these other people, the YouTubers and the Nate Diaz's and the people which want to come to boxing, they're gonna kind of like have their own lane because boxers are making it slow? What do you think about that, Max?
I mean, I think it's entertainment. I don't really consider it like really boxing. You know what I mean? I think it's more entertainment. I think it's like let's say the real boxing is Division 1. You know what I mean? And that other type of boxing is like a Division 2. Like, ain't nothing wrong with it. People want to go over there and get their money, but I mean, it's not something that I take serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
you
know,
might not
Max.
take it serious.
I don't know, Max. I understand that, but think about it. They're sanctioning these fights. When they
Yeah,
sanctioning these fights, as much as we don't want to take it serious, boxing is
yeah,
taking it serious because they're sanctioning these fights. Let's not forget, yo, Floyd Mayweather became 50-0, tying a historic record with Rocky Marciano, fighting a guy that never fought in the boxing arena, Conor McGregor. They sanctioned that fight as a real fight.
yeah.
As much as we want to pretend that it's not real, this is a circus and all that stuff, yo, boxing is taking these serious. Let's not forget that the WBC came out and was about to rank Jake Paul in their rankings.
Oh nah, for real?
Yeah,
That's wild. That's wild.
they was ranking Jake Paul. So get this, yo, it's serious. And it's taking off. We don't want to believe it. We feel, this is out of the, this is very unconventional. We never thought that boxing was gonna head like that, but they was ranking Jake Paul if he was gonna fight Rockman, bro.
Wow. Yeah. But look, here's the thing. Like, I consider you a boxing purist. Would you consider yourself a boxing purist?
Yeah,
Okay, so I just can't see boxing experts or the boxing analysts really take these type of fights serious. Like I said, there's nothing like Jake Paul has the potential to really become a professional boxer, but it's not going to be at the hands of an Anderson Silva, Ben Askren. That's all entertainment. Now, if he was to find Rockman and then from there keep going, then I think he gets more credibility. But we still, at this point, haven't seen him fight an actual professional boxer. So that's why I say, like, I get it. Like, it's great for entertainment, and people will buy it because people want to see the dude get beat up. That's just the reality of it. But I mean, in the meantime, while we wait for the fights that we really want, I guess that's what we'll have to take for now. These, kind of like circus show fights, in a way. You know what I mean? It's pure entertainment.
So it's just entertainment. It's not real boxing. But what are you gonna do if Jake Paul ended up beating Hassim Ratman Jr., who was
I,
12-1, 12-1, and then Jake Paul after that is ranked in the governing body? Then you
but
gotta
I think
recognize.
I think that Jake Paul is fighting quality opponents. I think he's fighting better opponents than the elite fighters fought in the beginning of their career. You know what I'm saying? Woodley,
Mm,
Woodley is a better fighter than who Kell Brook was fighting in the beginning of his career. For example, he's better. Anthony Anderson Silva for me is a better quality opponent than the quote unquote tomato cans or quote unquote bums or low. You know what I'm saying? That elite fighters was fighting in the beginning of their career that had 4 wins and 56 losses, 7 wins, 68 losses, shit like that. Look at almost everybody's resume in the beginning of their career. So I think that Jake
mm,
Paul is fighting the same or probably more experienced fighters, not boxers, but he's fighting elite fighters in the MMA world. He's fighting actually legend. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta give him credit. I gotta give him credit.
And now Jake Paul's fighting the guy who beat Chavez Jr.
What happened?
Jake Paul's fighting the guy who beat Chavez Jr., bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I understand that. Like this Anderson Silva fight, that's going to be actually an entertaining and interesting one. But I mean, I hear what Punch says, and don't get it twisted. I have a lot of respect for Punch, but I mean, a lot of the people that we look up to now, as far as like some of our favorite boxers, don't forget they were in the amateurs. They had a lot of fights under the belts, even in amateurs. And as a matter of fact, some of them fought each other or sparred each other in the amateurs. So I mean, I'm not bought. I'm not sold, better said, on the whole Jake Paul as a professional boxer. Not till he fights someone who has dedicated their whole life to the art of boxing, not the wrestling game, not the MMA game, just boxing. You know what I mean? We talk about Ben Askren. Ben Askren was a wrestler. Tyron Woodley, his wrestling where it was at too. He wasn't an exciting fighter either at the MMA level. Nate Diaz, now I'm thinking Nate Diaz might fade Jake Paul. The only reason that will be an interesting fight, not because of skill set, because freaking Nate Diaz has that like WWF type attitude, like F you, you know what I mean? Like we love him because of that, because he had his persona and he's a badass. Do I think he'll last more than 5 rounds with Jake Paul? No. Did you see him last night in the UFC match? He was taking breaks during the fight. His gas tank is not the same anymore. So that's just real. That's again, this
So
is
that
this is
means
my
you already
opinion.
know that Jake Paul can box. Now you know that Jake Paul also is somebody who understands boxing a bit.
Yeah, he's getting there, but I'm not sold completely on him. You know what I mean?
Look, if Jake Paul's going for Anderson Silva is the same guy who's been boxing in Mayweather's cards. After UFC, he beat Chavez Jr. I know that they say Chavez Jr. quit, but he lost to Anderson Silva.
Yeah, I understand that,
Smash
but
that like button, bro. And Silva can box. So Jake
we
Paul now, if he beats Silva, and then then Nate Diaz will fight him.
listen. Silva is a great striker. I'm looking at the chat, but remember, we're talking
Yeah,
about over a 40-year-old person. We're not talking a prime Anderson Silva in his prime. Like
yeah.
I get what you're telling me. Like yes, he's a great striker, but man, the age does play a role in it, man. How old is he? He's 47. 47 years old, 3 years away from 50. Man, shout out to Mirage.
Mirage, what's happening?
Hey, what's up?
What up, bro?
Mirage, what do you think? Jake Paul, uh, is he a boxer now? Because
He says
Hassan
Canelo by
Ratman Jr.
knockout.
ducked him.
Canelo by knockout on Triple G on Saturday. That's
Jake
what he
Paul,
gonna say.
nah. Jake
I
Paul,
mean, is Jake Paul now, right? He's going to fight this Anderson Silva, the one who beat Chavez Jr. Now, what I'm saying is this Jake
Chavez
Paul the
Jr.
guy
was a
that
scrub.
Hassan Ratman fucking didn't fight him, right? Would it look bad for boxing if Jake Paul beats a boxer next?
He's not a
look,
boxer though.
he's not fighting a boxer. He's not a boxer
Exactly.
until he fights a boxer. Now, Anderson Silva,
Anderson Silva just beat Chavez Jr. He's got a 2-0 record in
but he's
boxing,
not a boxer. It doesn't matter
but
what.
he
He's
still
not a
beat a
Exactly.
boxer.
boxer.
Nah,
But
nah,
okay,
But,
is
he's,
nah.
but
Chavez
that was a
Jr.
year
a
ago.
boxer? Is
Every
Chavez
year,
Jr. a boxer?
yeah.
So then
Bro.
Anderson Silva beat that boxer, bro.
You could be Julio Cesar Chavez, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
That's a
but come on,
scrub.
man. Chavez Jr. might be a quitter, but he was beating Daniel Jacobs when he quit.
So look,
He was Chavez Jr. also. Did he not beat? He beat quite a lot of guys coming up, but not many names. But he beat that other guy. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Mirage. The one which is used to be Tyson Fury's trainer for a bit. Andy Lee.
look, hang on.
Andy Lee.
I don't know. Hey,
Remember Andy Lee who
I
knocked
only got
out
30 minutes. I don't have time to listen to you fucking going on
Yeah,
and
you
on
gotta fucking listen.
all
You're on my
fucking night.
fucking channel, you can't.
I only got 30 minutes, though. That's why I have to.
Well,
I just
you're
want to.
gonna have to listen to it, bro. I'm telling
Body
you,
bag him. Body
Jake
bag
I've
Paul,
been
him,
listening to you
Mirage.
for like
Jake
3 hours,
Paul,
bro. I almost
Jake
fell asleep,
Paul.
to be honest.
Well, here you go though. Jake Paul is a
Look,
boxer.
yeah, no,
No, he's not.
He has not fought a single boxer, so he's not a serious. He hasn't proved himself as a serious boxer. Just 1 sec.
Go on.
Hold on, he's talking to his girl, man. Hold on.
I can't hear you, bro.
He's talking to his girl.
Hey, can you hear him?
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah.
Look, I don't care who Silva beat. He is not a boxer. He's 47 now. He did look pretty good against Chavez Jr., but that was a year ago.
Yeah.
1 year is a lot when you're like in your late 40s. So he had another fight after that. Maybe a lot of people don't know. He didn't look
Hey,
the
okay,
best.
somebody
He didn't look
said,
the best.
fact check, Anderson been boxing since the 90s.
Yeah, but he's not a boxer. He's not a professional boxer. He's an MMA
So if he's
fighter.
2-0 and he's beaten Chavez Jr., he's not a boxer.
Well, he can box, but he's obviously, by definition, he's not a pro boxer. I mean,
He's a pro boxer.
Okay, he's one who's had 2 fights like 20 years ago, so he's really an MMA fighter who can box.
Yo, and he's
So,
about to be 50, bro.
I reckon he'll be. I mean, Silva's the favorite, but he's pretty old now, so it's not going to prove much if he beats him. He still hasn't fought like an active pro boxer.
Young pro boxer. In his prime boxer. None of those. It's
Yeah, but
always
anyway, I
like
just wanted to.
Yeah,
I wanted to come in. I heard you getting on Errol Spence's dick earlier, Rapstar. That's my problem.
Yeah, come on, let's talk. Yeah, we can go back there, but I just want to finish this conversation.
Finish off, yeah, okay.
I want to finish this. Is Jake Paul now a boxer? Yes or no? I'm gonna go to Max. Is he a boxer? Regardless what boxer he is he a boxer now? Yes or no?
He's not a professional boxer.
He's doing professional boxing though. He's been licensed.
No, he's
Which other boxers, professionals, have been fighting people? Not many of them when they were 3-0, 4-0.
So beating up YouTubers makes you a professional boxer?
Who did Canelo fight in the first 4 fights, bro?
Who
did Errol Spence fight in the first 4 fights?
They fought professional boxers.
Who did Tyson Fury fight in the? Or who
pro
did
boxers.
Deontay Wilder fight in the first 4 fights?
Pro boxers.
Nate Robb.
Yeah, but Anderson Silva is still now a boxer.
Okay, that's the bottom of the barrel level definition of. Okay, that's a boxer. Somebody who's like hasn't boxed pro in like 1 fight in like 20 years or 2 fights, 47. I mean, if that's the standard.
Yeah, but look, which fighters do you know? Let me just talk very simple common sense here, right? What fighters do you know and what fighters have you seen fighting a man who beat Chavez Jr.? Chavez Jr. is a real boxer. Anderson Silva beat him, and he's 2-0 in real boxing. Jake Paul's in his first few fights is fighting the guy who beat Chavez Jr. What other professional elite fighters do you know have fighting guys like Jake Paul has been in the beginning? Name me some. Only there's one guy. That's Lomachenko.
What are you talking about?
You fighting journeymen? Everybody else is fighting journeymen as well when they come up.
Yeah, but he's not even fighting journeymen. He's fighting YouTubers, retired MMA fighters. That's not even journeyman level.
Chavez Jr.
That's an exception to the rule. He was a good MMA fighter. He's still an MMA.
With the pros.
He's still an MMA fighter.
He's a professional fighter. Whether you like it or not,
MMA fighter that beat a pro boxer
is a professional fighter. Mirage, you dumb fuck. Jake Paul is a professional fighter, whether you like it or not.
Can we talk about real boxing and talk about Errol?
Yeah, he's a low tier professional.
Well, he might be low tier, but he's still a professional boxing.
Okay, now what? Do you want to give him a medal? Do you want to give him a medal?
Let's keep it punch drunk. Is Jake Paul a boxer? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Is he a legitimate boxer or a serious boxer?
He's a legitimate. He's just as legitimate boxers as those guys that we praise on the come up.
No.
But they all fight pro boxers. He hasn't fought a pro boxer, so how are they the same?
No, but what I said earlier, he's fighting guys that's just as good or even better than the guys that they fought. That these guys fought in the beginning of their career. Yo, look at Brandon Lee's record, bro. Look at his record.
But who are these good guys that Paul's fighting?
You don't even know these guys. At least we know the guy that he's fighting.
Tyron Woodley is a fucking wrestler.
He's a fighter, though.
Uh-huh.
So what's
Yeah.
the
Ben
difference?
Askren-
So what's
Ben
the
Askren,
difference? What's the
like,
difference?
who can't
What's the
even throw a
difference?
punch to save his life. I mean,
So what's the difference with him fighting Anderson Silva or Woodley than a boxer fighting a guy that's 4 wins and 86 losses?
'cause even those fighters still have a lot of
Come on.
fights. They have
Come on, you could go in
experience.
the ring and beat them. You could go in the ring
They've
and
got
beat them.
they've probably got amateur experience. A lot of them have amateur
Yeah.
experience. We're talking about like literally wrestlers. They're not even like,
Exactly.
I mean,
All I'm saying is,
I don't want to talk Jake Paul.
all I'm saying is that I think that people want to criticize him, or like if he's an elite fighter. No, I'm looking at Jake Paul like if I'm looking at a young fighter coming in and fighting his third pro fight. The same way. Y'all want to compare Jake Paul to say he's a real fighter until, oh shit, he's not fucking Earl, or if he's not Bud Crawford. As a fighter that's young and early in his career, he's fighting the same quality fighters that all the elite fighters has
fuck
fought.
off.
So is Logan Paul a real boxer? He fought Mayweather.
Huh?
Logan Paul, would you consider Logan Paul a real boxer? Because he fought
Now,
Mayweather.
yeah, I consider him a real boxer. Why not?
Oh no.
Why not? Look, okay.
I got respect for you, homie, but I disagree on that one.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Did KSI fought a pro boxer? Yes or no?
I don't follow KSI, so I wouldn't know that one.
But come on.
Yes.
Okay, right? KSI fought a pro boxer.
Yep.
Now, how did he look, that pro boxer?
It don't matter. He's a boxer.
Exactly. But how did he look, though?
It doesn't matter. He's a boxer, though.
How did he look, though?
He's a boxer, though.
Anybody could fucking beat that guy.
Yeah,
Bro.
man, stop ducking the question. Answer it. How did he look? We know he's a boxer.
I
How
didn't,
did he look?
I didn't watch the fight. I don't watch KSI fights.
Oh, come on. So that's what I mean. At least don't comment on something that you didn't even watch.
Well, can we
go watch it. Go watch it right now. Go watch the highlight.
Who is this?
I said the
Introduce
dude's a
yourself.
boxer. The dude's a boxer.
Introduce yourself, brother. Your first time on my panel. Nice having you over here. Thanks for coming to the Rap Star UK
Rap Star,
show.
what's good?
Who is it, brother?
Respect.
Jamil Parker from YSM Sports Media. I'm sitting there listening, right? And
Oh, you're media sports.
YSM Sports. YSM Sports.
Okay, yeah, respect. So how you feeling about this conversation?
I mean, I understand the point that he's trying to make, but at the end of the day, I agree with the other guy when they're not boxers. Regardless of what you may say, he's never been in a ring with a boxer. No matter the boxer's record, that boxer got his record against actual boxers. Dudes that's trained for years to throw a punch. The boxer was, not MMA, not wrestling, not any other. Now, those guys are fighters. With all due respect, they're fighters, but they're not actual boxers. So can we consider him a boxer without actually fighting guys who participate in the martial art of boxing?
Yes, you could call him a boxer because he's participating as he practices and become a pro in boxing.
You had the nerve to compare him to a boxer on the come
Anderson Silva is better than the guy that KSI fought. Yes, Anderson Silva is better than the guy that KSI fought. Yes.
College basketball players do not play against badminton players.
What?
They play against other college basketball players.
Yeah,
So
but
does the NBA? So does who? What's better, a Croatian professional team or Duke?
Doesn't matter.
Oh no! Answer the question.
That Croatian
better team? No. What's better? The Philippines. Hold on. A Philippine professional team that has Manny Pacquiao playing in, or the Duke team? Who's gonna win?
I said, who's gonna win?
Yeah, Manny Pacquiao that he plays professional in the Philippines. He got a team. Who wins? Manny Pacquiao's team, the professional team in the Philippines, or Duke? Who wins?
Duke.
Okay then.
Do they both play basketball?
Yes. Do they both in the boxing ring?
There you go.
Wait. Okay. They both play. Was they in the boxing ring? Yes or no?
That's been Askren box. I answered your question. Answer mine.
All right. They both in the boxing ring. They both fighting. They both boxing.
Askren box. Yes or no?
Yes, they're boxer because they're already sanctioned to fight. You dumb.
Hey, yo,
They're boxers. At that current state in the ring, they're boxers. Whether you like it or not, in that current state, they're boxers. They're boxers. It don't matter what you think. They're boxers.
Like, come
They're
on.
boxers. That's it.
You could sanction anybody, like random person to fight in a ring. That doesn't make them a boxer just because you get.
They're boxers. That's it.
Yeah.
Time out.
Let's
Are
do
they in
this
the ring?
properly.
Is it sanction? Is it sanction? Yes or
I'm
no?
gonna give
Are they
Punch Drunk
legitimate
2
boxers?
minutes.
Are they
Is it
legitimate
sanction
boxers?
as a boxing event? Yes or no?
Oh, that's a bullshit.
Is it
thing.
yes or
gonna
no?
let
Yes or no?
Punch
Yes
That's
or no?
bad faith, Punch.
Yes
That's bad
or
faith.
no? Just
You could
answer,
sanction. You
Mirage.
could get my
Yes
grandma.
or
Hey,
no?
you could get my grandma in
Yes
there and
or
sanction
no?
it.
What
That
the
doesn't
fuck,
make
man?
my
You
grandma a
you
boxer.
felt kindergarten 3 times? Yes or no? Is his fight sanctioned
That's a
by a
very
boxing
technical
commission?
thing. Very technical.
Oh,
and
come
bad
on, man. Y'all
faith.
fucking playing around. Answer the question, yes or no, motherfucker. I'll stay shut.
Yeah,
I'll stay shut. Just say yes or no.
technically, yes. I guess it's
Okay, then. So it's a
match.
boxing event. Both of these guys at that
But
current
they are
state,
not legitimate boxers.
at that current state, they're boxers. That's it.
Okay, so if my grandma wants to fight in a boxing match and she
Yes.
gets
She's a
sanctioned,
boxer at that state. At
and
that,
she
she's
gets
a
in the
boxer.
ring and she can't even throw a punch,
She's
you
a boxer.
classify my grandmother as a boxer.
Then the boxing commission wouldn't sanction it.
Oh my
Read the
God.
sanction. Yo,
You got
put it this
bro.
way. Put it this way. I don't agree with it,
Got
guys.
it.
But read the
Nah,
commission. Yo, it's right. Yo, time out. So y'all can get educated. Go. It's right there on Google. You could Google. Read the Texas Commission. Read the California Commission, and the commission will have to sanction a fight if you have experience. If you could fight versus that other fighter, the commission passes it. So once the commission is wait, this is the facts. It don't matter what we feel. Read the fucking rules of the commission, bro. I do this, bro. I do this.
Yeah.
There's rules to commission a fight.
So what do you do?
Well, I advise fighters and I recontract and I get fighters signed. That's what I do. That's what I do. I advise fighters.
Okay, cool.
Okay then.
Cool.
Okay, but you're talking about boxers like just by name, but they're not a legitimate boxer. So what your standard basically means nothing.
It doesn't matter.
Your standard means nothing.
What we feel.
We're comparing against real boxers, actual people with experience. You're just using a label. So it's different standards. We're using a genuine standard. You're using just a bullshit technicality.
No, it's not bullshit.
He's
it's not
officially
bullshit. We want to call it bullshit.
Because, you got sanctioned.
Bro, Mirage, we want to call it bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit the way that we feel. I don't like what's going on. But boxing is doing this. Boxing is doing this. Boxing is sanctioning the fights. The WBC, the most respected belt federation, was going.
Have any of Jake Paul's
hold
opponents
on.
had
Let me finish. Let me finish, Mirage.
Fights?
Let me finish, Mirage. Because what we're talking about is feelings. When the WBC, the most prestige belt federation, about to rank Jake Paul as a boxer, it's our feelings to say that he's not a boxer. Okay. But if he's ranked as a boxer, who the fuck is your opinion? Who the fuck is my opinion?
Have Jake Paul's opponents had?
All right, let's keep it moving, though. All right, let's keep it moving. Yeah,
we're going with feelings.
Let's go to another brother who's been in the chat and he ain't said nothing yet. Mirage, Clubinator, how you feeling, Clubinator?
What's good? What's good, you people? I agree with Punch, man.
Talk to us. Is Jake Paul gets licensed to fight and he's sanctioned to fight? Is he a real boxer or not?
He's as real of a boxer as that Ugandan Paraguayan deli taco salesman that Devin Haney fought in his second fight in the middle of a taco truck. So like that's the thing. If soccer moms can be signed as pro boxers and get called pro boxers, damn right Jake Paul, who's been looking decent against obviously weak opposition in his fights, he's still a boxer, man. He's Anderson Silva, Nate Robinson, Tyrone Woodley, they're better than half of these people that a lot of these pro boxers you guys love are fighting in their first few fights. They're fighting like John Bone from Ireland, who has like 3,000 losses and he's never even won a fight. And 5
Nate
million
Robinson's
draws.
a basketball player, though.
What happened?
Nate Robinson is a basketball player with no amateur fights or boxing experience.
Yeah, Nate Robinson has no boxing experience, but look at Tyrone Woodley, look at Anderson Silva. They have no boxing experiences. But look at their conditioning. Their conditioning is much better. I challenge you to go look at Yavin Madrin, who Canelo fought to was a mandatory to defend his strap at 168, and compare that to Tyrone Woodley's conditioning, and tell me who had better conditioning as a fighter on that night.
Okay, what about the skill? I said, what about the skill level though? you know, boxing takes years of muscle memory. You
Yeah,
think
but
a boxer,
can I
But
ask
brother,
this
but
question
brother,
though? Can
but
I ask
brother,
this
peep this,
question?
peep this.
You don't
peep
have
this.
to be fighting over 5 years to be called a real boxer. And the
Yo,
other thing we got
all
to
right, all right.
remember, we got a question here. It's not the time you've been boxing, it's that are you participating to box? And are you
okay,
licensed to
his
box?
first,
And are you factually boxing by the commission? That's the truth here. Jake
yo,
Paul
yo,
is a guy who's commissioned and licensed to box.
Is
So
he?
even though
the
he's
real,
fighting the guy who beat Chavez Jr.,
Is Floyd Mayweather?
Anderson
Is Floyd
Silva is an
Mayweather? Is
I don't
MMA
have a,
fighter who's
did
come to
Floyd May-
boxing.
did,
Yeah,
did
but what I'm saying is just like this guy says, punch drunk boxing, rap star boxing. His name is Contacto RD in the chat. We got to get to the chat. Did elite boxers have easy fights in their first 10 fights? I'm going to answer that. Yeah. I
yeah,
looked at some resumes and I don't recognize anybody in some of the resumes that like the best fighters in the world have ever fought in their first 10 fights. Tell me Errol Spence's first 10
but wait,
opponents.
wait, do you have to
Tell me
recognize?
Terence Crawford's.
Wait.
These are
Well, I
fighters.
need to ask you a
These are
question. Do you
fighters
have to?
who are
Do
with
you have to
28
recognize?
losses. They are 28 losses with one win, and they had that win maybe when early on
Okay,
in their career.
how many
Some of
wins
these
did Nate
fighters are
Robinson
just
have?
coming in there to
How many
lose.
wins did Nate Robinson have? How many
But
fights did
we're
Nate
not
Robinson have?
talking just about Nate Robinson. That
No,
guy
no,
Tyron Woodley.
I'm giving you a
If you
point.
look at
How
it
many?
factually,
answer the
Just
Tyron
answer the
Woodley,
question. How many wins did his first two
Tyron
opponents have?
Woodley, and someone like Anderson
They didn't even
Silva.
have any
But let
fights.
me just get
Answer
this
his
off, bro.
question.
Let me get this off,
Go,
and you can get yours off.
go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Tyron Woodley and Anderson Silva are all-round fighters who do boxing anyway. So even if they're your first or second fights or third fights coming up, that's more better opponents than what Canelo Alvarez fought in his first 2-3 fights. Because when you're looking at these opponents, they're 28 losses with 2 defeats. At
Yep.
least Tyron Woodley come to win. He tried his best to fucking win. He might not be a boxer, but who the fuck is fighting any boxers in their first 5 fights?
Yeah.
And this man is going against now the guy who beat Chavez Jr.
Yo,
So even if you don't want to agree, his resume, even right now, is no better, maybe or no, but he's fighting people which are still coming to win. Those people which are Errol Spence, Canelo Alvarez, Terence Crawford, some of the best fighters in the world. Those fighters never came to win. But with Jake Paul, these motherfuckers are coming in there to win. That's a fact. But anyway, go on.
Yeah.
Yo, how did
Go ahead,
Mayweather has 50-0?
I was just about to say that.
How he tied Rocky Marciano's record? By beating who?
He tied Rocky Marciano's record by beating Andre Berto.
Who? No, he tied it by beating McGregor.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He surpassed.
So he beat Rocky
Conor
Marciano.
McGregor.
So he beat Rocky Marciano's
Yes.
record. By
Yes.
beating,
And he beat.
Yes.
No. He got Conor McGregor as his 50th win, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me bring this
And
up.
Conor McGregor went into the boxing. It went into the actual Mayweather's record.
He's just as good as Woodley.
Let me bring this up too, to your point, rap
Hey,
and
listen.
punch. To your
Conor
point-
McGregor ain't even as good as fucking Anderson Silva when it comes to boxing.
To your point, rap. To your point, and punch. Floyd Mayweather, VSM, VSM, whatever your name is. Sorry, man. Do you agree that Floyd Mayweather, from his first fight to his last fight, Floyd Mayweather was a real boxer, right?
Yes.
So, were you aware that in Floyd Mayweather's first 10 fights, and actually his first fight was against a person who had never stepped in the boxing ring? It was actually their debut. And he actually fought 2 other people in his first 10 fights who were just debuting. They weren't boxers. It was their first fight ever in the ring.
It was their
just like Nate Robinson.
Wait, stop. It was their first. Did they have amateur fights or first fight period?
Let me see.
You shooting yourself on the foot on that one. Remember, you bring that amateur is not the same thing.
No,
You're
but
not
you
a
can
pro.
say. Wait.
First you
can
were
say
saying
Floyd-
pro boxer.
Wait. You said a debut was fighting a debut. That happens all the time. But you know that though, right? Debuts fight other debuts all the time.
Are they currently boxers, pro boxers?
No, they're not pro boxers. They're boxers. They're amateur boxers who are turning pro. But you know that.
The argument is that y'all saying that he's not a pro boxer because he hasn't
I said
he hasn't fought
I
pro.
said no. He said the question was when I came in, is he a real boxer? He hasn't faced real boxers yet.
All right,
Now,
that's what I was about to say
Anderson
because
Silva,
he hasn't real fought.
y'all telling Anderson Silva like he's already fought Anderson Silva. He hasn't.
And we're
He's
saying
a
that
fighter
the elite fighters started their career fighting guys
against
that
other
are that
guys who box.
he's fighting guys that's better than the guys that the elite
No,
fighters
you
have
don't
been fighting
know.
in the
You don't
beginning of
know.
their career.
No, Anderson Tyrone Woodley never competed as a boxer in his career, so you don't know what his record would be.
Yeah, but
And
his
I know he's
spirit,
a great
his
fighter.
spirit, and his
His
combat
experience as
sports
a
came to
fighter is
win.
better than the
Tyrone
guy
Woodley came to
the
win.
guys that is 1 win
Come
and
on,
80
y'all.
losses.
Come on, y'all.
Come
Come
on.
on. Do y'all like Punch? You say you negotiate contracts and all that.
Yeah,
You
we
watch
negotiate
grassroots
contracts.
boxing,
We
right?
put fight. You know what we do?
I
We
said you
put fighters there that lay
I
down so
said
you can stack up the resume.
you
These
watch
guys
you
are not
watch
supposed to be
grassroots.
fighting.
You
That's
watch grassroots
the real
boxing,
thing
right?
about boxing.
I'm asking you a question, bro. You watch grassroots boxing, right?
Yeah,
All right, so you've seen guys with bad records
we seen
who
guys
can
with
fight. I
bad
said
records. Not only
who
with
can
bad
fight, right?
records.
I said you seen guys with bad records who can fight, right? The
Let me
dudes that
ask you
get
a
called
question.
1 week
Let me
or
answer it.
1 week notice, 2 weeks notice. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Let me answer the question.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
we seen that, and we also seen guys that's there tailor made for you to get knocked the
True,
fuck out.
true. You get both.
But mostly in the beginning, it's to get knocked the fuck out.
I can't say that. You get
I'm telling you.
There's an assortment of turkeys. There's an assortment of turkeys. I'll be lying to you that said it's not. There's dudes that go in there to lay down, but at the same time, there's dudes that go in there
They're
that
paid to
are
lay
called
down.
on 1 week's notice that they're fighting a dude where they normally fight at 122, but on 1 week's notice they fighting a guy at 140. So then they get their head knocked off because they're the much smaller man. Like there's a bunch of factors. But Rapstar, thanks for having me on, bro. I appreciate you.
Hey, respect, man.
Respect, man.
Respect for coming on. No, but
y'all
look,
fellas
my
have a great
thing
night.
is this though. If you look at the fighters, which fighters are actually taking the hardest fights today? Let's talk about those fighters. Who are actually fighting the toughest competition out there today? Who comes to your mind when we say the fighters taking all the smoke?
Bam Rodriguez.
Errol Spence.
Shakur
Oh, you
Stevenson.
talking about young fighters or current fighters?
All fighters, current fighters. All
Man, there's a
fighters.
lot of
Who's
fighters.
fighting
Ino
everybody?
Uwe, Tyson Fury,
Usyk.
Yeah.
Alexander Usyk, Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Spence, Bam Rodriguez, Teofimo, Lomachenko, Jamal Charlo, Brian Castano,
Chocolatito.
Chocolatito, Estrada. Man, a lot of elite fighters are going
Nonito
in.
Donaire.
Donaire.
Yeah, you just flip it
Donaire.
around. If they fight,
Regardless, look, Punch, win or lose, who's taking the smoke? You know what I mean? Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia took all the smoke at 147.
look, the more that people say that Jake Paul's not a real fighter, that he's I'm telling you, he's gonna surprise more people. I'm telling you. He's been training with the likes of Mayweather Sr. He's been in the TMT gym. He's been trained by world-class fighters. He sparred trained by world-class trainers. Spar with world-class fighters. This is the reason why he's going in there knocking these other fighters out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's unfair, yeah. When you got to remember, even Clubinator, you got to remember the best fighters that you follow. Have a look at their first 4, 5, 7, 10 fights, 15, 14 fights they fought. Have a look at the first half of the fighters that they fought. All the best boxers that you think highly of, have a look at the first 10 fights. 28-3. 17 with 1 win, 16 losses. I mean,
Yeah.
you look at the fighters they fought, and you'll be like, yeah, man, these guys just come to fucking just take their little quick paycheck. You know? At the end of the day, these fighters that these YouTubers are still fighting, Jake Paul, he's fighting guys who are still trying to come to win.
Yo, the thing is, there's a lot of examples where they're exposing boxing. That's why when KSI knocked out the pro boxer. Like, okay, so you want Jake Paul to get in the ring with the same guy that Jake Paul got in the that KSI got in the ring with, and then y'all gonna call him a real boxer? He's gonna knock him the fuck out in the first round. Worse than KSI. Y'all bugging. So, all right, so let's put it like this. Let's put it like this, Rap Star.
Okay, let's say KSI is a boxer now, though, isn't it?
Yep, KSI is a boxer now.
He beat the fuck out of that Mexican boxer. He's a boxer now, isn't he?
So all right, so it's KSI the boxer, and Jake Paul is not.
So
That's the
KSI
question.
is the boxer now. Because he
KSI
beat the fuck out of a boxer. He beat the fuck out of that Mexican dude. And that guy had a record, what, 12-3?
Nah. He had I think it was what, 5-2 or 2-5, something like that. 2-5 or 5-2.
Whatever.
And the end of the day, he's a boxer, right? KSI
Yeah,
beat
so
a pro
KSI is a
boxer,
boxer.
so now he's a pro boxer. So now we got to take KSI serious.
Yeah, there you go. So if
So
Jake
then,
Paul
if Jake, so put it this
up,
way. So hold on, right, Jake. So if Jake Paul fights KSI, that's a real boxing match, right? He's fighting a real boxer now, right, guys?
It's got to be. I mean, it's like you said, Punch. If a person is sanctioned by the commission, they're ready to go. They're given the green light to go in the fight, and they step inside the boxing ring. What are they? What are they if they're not a boxer? Then like these people are coming up with some like type of like gender theories, putting that into boxing, like saying, oh, like a boxer is not someone who steps in the boxing ring. It's someone who feels like who I feel is a boxer. Like they're bringing strange ideologies into boxing, man. It's just weird stuff. Like if somebody steps in, they got the boxing gloves, and they're fighting somebody else who got boxing gloves on, and they're throwing nothing but hands. They're boxers. That's it. Doesn't mean they're the best boxer, but they're boxers. That's just the way it is.
It's not that we like saying what we're saying. It's boxing.
Yeah, it's the truth.
It's not. Yeah, it's not like we're all debating this, but boxing is telling us, shut the fuck up. We're going to sanction this fight. We in the business of boxing, not you, Rap Star, not you, Punch Drunk, not you, Max. None of you in the chat is like that in boxing. We're gonna do what we want to do. Mauricio Suleiman gonna say, I'm going to rank Jake Paul, whether you like it or not. It's my ranking system, is not your ranking system. He's a boxer. Conor McGregor is a boxer. KSI is a boxer. It is what it is, whether we like it or not. That's what the boxing industry is saying. We don't got power over the boxing industry.
Yeah.
And the same 50-0 Mayweather, he became 50-0 with a 1-0 boxer who never fought boxing in his life.
Not 1-0. Debut. That was Conor McGregor's debut.
Oh yeah, sorry, Conor McGregor's debut, and that was classed on Mayweather's record. So the same 50-0 Mayweather got 50-0 because of a fight who's never fought before. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think it's just being a hypocrite, man. People just can't agree that a YouTuber like Jake Paul has been licensed, got a Showtime deal, and now he nearly had a fight with a fighter who would have got him into the rankings of the WBC. If Jake Paul would have got that fight with Hassan Ratman Jr. and beat him, he would have been ranked in the fucking WBC. And then what would you have guys have said? Then what would you have guys have said? Then you would have said, oh my God, Jake Paul now is a name in boxing.
Yeah.
So, you know, you guys have got, I know he's a YouTuber and stuff like that though, but if he had beaten Hassan Ratman Jr., which is 12-1, ain't many fighters doing what he's doing in the sixth fight. So I know people just don't find it easy to understand that Jake Paul's going to fight a boxer like that now. What they don't realize is that he's been training for 2.5 years and he's been doing boxing for 5 years. So now he's put himself in position with all the money he's got, with the best nutritionists, professional people in the game. He's got professional sparring happening all the time. He's elevated his game to the point where he can handle himself in a fight. Now, whether he can compete with any fighter in the top 10 is another story. But Hassan Ratman Jr. was a fighter that he was going to fight. So we don't know if Jake Paul's going to be able to compete. That's a different story. We don't know because he ain't been proven in any way like that. But a top 20 guy, if Jake Paul beats a top 20 guy or top 25 guy, is he exposing boxing then, Punch? If these guys don't agree he's a boxer, if he beats a boxer in the top 25, top 30, has he exposed boxing?
Boxing
That's
is
the question.
already boxing is already exposed. The thing is, people don't want to. They just don't want to keep it real. Boxing is already exposed. It's been exposed. The ranking system, the resumes, it's all exposed. That's why I don't even know why people are saying Jake Paul hasn't fought a real boxer. KSI fought a real boxer. Look how he look. Come on, man. Yeah, they just trying to. They just mad that Jake Paul is winning in this industry.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it
Yeah.
is, because Canelo plays golf in his free time, right? And he participates in some professional golfing tournaments. Do you see these people in the chat going in them golf chats saying, "Oh, but Canelo, he's not a real golfer. He just started when David Bautista went into MMA, people wanted to say, "Oh, he's not an MMA fighter." No, he's an MMA fighter for that first time that he steps in that ring, in that octagon. Is he a good MMA fighter? No, he sucked as an MMA fighter, but he was an MMA
All right,
fighter
let
for
me
that
ask
time he was
Peter
in
a
the ring.
question though. Peter, did you watch the KSI fight when he beat the Mexican guy? Is KSI a fighter now because he because he beat a real boxer? Is KSI a real boxer now? Answer that question then.
Oh,
Go on, carry on.
you're talking about KSI? KSI is a real boxer,
Is
man.
KSI's got to be classed as a real boxer?
He's a real boxer,
He beat
man.
a boxer. He knocked him out. He knocked out a Mexican fucking boxer, bro. Answer the question. Is KSI a fucking boxer? Yes or no?
Yeah.
He got licensed to fight. He beat a boxer. And guess what? He beat a rapper, yeah, in the beginning. He fought 2 people in one day for his professional debut.
You know, yo, Rasta, yo, the boxing.
Come on, Peter. Is KSI a fucking real boxer? Or get yourself on the panel. Okay. KSI is a real boxer. Okay, KSI is a real. Yeah, I want to hear it. Put some respect on KSI. Beat the fuck out of a Mexican guy. Go on. He beat the fuck out of a guy who's a Mexican boxer who's a disgrace. He was a disgrace to Mexican boxers, bro. I'll give him that. He was a disgrace. Yeah, Peter. See?
Come on,
he's
Peter.
a real boxer, isn't he? He's a real boxer, isn't he, KSI? But that Mexican guy ain't that shit on Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley came to win. That Mexican boxer come to take a fucking dive. He made boxing look so bad, and now you're calling KSI a real boxer. That boxer that you're saying that you're giving credit to KSI, who's a real boxer, he's the one who made us boxing look like piece of shit. What did he make our boxing look like? That YouTuber came there and put hands on him, bro. Beat the fuck out of that guy. At least Woodley came to fight Jake Paul. I'll give more respect to the Woodley win to Jake Paul than what that KSI did to that Mexican boxer. That Mexican boxer should be fucking never allowed in Mexico again. It's disgrace to boxing, bro. Yo, big shout out to the NL. Woodley came to lie down too. Okay. Yeah, Evis says salute. MMA guys can't punch. Everyone in boxing knows this. So that boxer came to punch KSI, yeah? Didn't Anderson Silva beat fucking Chavez, the legend, his fucking son? And Jake Paul's fighting him now. Didn't Jake Paul call out Hassan Ratman Jr., who's 12-1? You guys can't take it, can you? You just can't take it. That's the truth. You just can't admit it, that the YouTuber is calling out boxers and he wants to fight boxers. You got to get used to it, bro. Because the boxers ain't doing much. They haven't got a big name.
Is Jake Paul mocking boxing, or is boxing mocking themselves?
Boxing has mocked themselves, and that's why Jake Paul's taking opportunity.
So why people so mad at Jake Paul and people are not mad at the commission, Bell Federation's network? Why Why are they mad at Jake Paul if boxing is letting him in?
Yeah.
It's Showtime that's taking the budget money and giving it to Jake Paul. The budget money that they have for boxing, they is giving it to Jake Paul. How many Showtime fights that Jake Paul already had in the span of 2 years or a year? 3 fights already, or 4? 3,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
2 Willie
Yeah.
fights. The Atkins fight was Triller. The Nate Robinson was Triller, and the last fight, this one is going to be in Showtime. So Jake Paul in Showtime has fought more than Deontay Wilder, Earl Spence, and Keith Thurman at the same collectively. He has fought more in Showtime.
So what it is, boxing has given an opportunity for all these guys. I'm not saying acting like divas, but you know, the pandemic also showed people that they should take opportunities. You know, because not everyone's guaranteed tomorrow anymore. And that's why people now have become a bit fussy because they want the biggest money for the biggest fight, biggest purse, and then they want the, you know, even different kind of opponents for the biggest money because they've got it. So boxing's allowed the YouTubers to come in, because even the YouTubers, yeah, they're making noise because, you know, when this KSI came up for his first professional fight, I don't know any first professional fighter who beat up 2 guys in one day. He beat up 2 opponents. He made it exciting. Yeah. So you guys have allowed these guys to come in there to boxing because we don't have those guys which are taking over the sport. We ain't got guys being consistent. They're taking too long to make fights, bro. Even the TV networks have said, fuck you. They're following fucking KSI and Jake Paul.
Put Rapstar, can you put what T-Pop said? Shout out to T-Pop.
What's T-Pop?
Oh,
What's T-Pop say? This
Jacob.
He said, Jake, a pay-per-view fight, Loma's free. Who you watching? I think he should say which one boxing content creator is gonna go live on. They're gonna go the Jake Paul live. And Jake Paul is gonna bring in more numbers.
See how boxing content creators are.
Let's be real, right? How many people say that Jake Paul is this, Jake Paul that? But once Jake Paul is fighting, people are buying the pay-per-view. Boxing content creators is going to go live.
Yep.
Who you watching? Jake Paul. Okay, let's say this. Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva, Lomachenko versus Jamie or what is it? Jamie or Ortiz.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real.
Who they watching?
This conversation has upset some people which don't want to accept Jake Paul coming into boxing. And even that guy, VSM, whoever he is for the media, whatever, he came over here saying that Jake Paul is not a boxer. I won't accept that. At the end of the day, what you got to remember, though, is just like you heard the facts. That if you don't want to accept it and we don't want to accept it, boxing's accepting it. And if boxing accepts Jake Paul, no matter what you say or what we say matters anymore. Boxing allowed Jake Paul.
We're just a bunch of bitter motherfuckers. When there's a boxing event with boxers, we tell the whole world, and I'm just saying collectively, that ain't a pay-per-view fight. We ain't gonna watch that fight. Gervonta Davis ain't fighting nobody. And people's gonna go live, tune into the live, capitalize off the live, capitalize off donations and shit like that. Jake Paul ain't fighting nobody. Everybody go live. Everybody gonna capitalize off it. Everybody gonna be talking about it. This boxing community is a bunch of bitter beta males, always complain about everything that's going on in boxing. But once the event starts, everybody watching.
Is boxing the biggest hypocrite audience that exists? Are they the biggest hypocrites in the game of
hardcores
boxing.
aren't. The hardcores aren't.
What do you think, Clubinator? Is boxing? Let me tell you something else, Clubinator. Do you think boxing's full of egos, egoistic people, people who don't want to agree when they're right or wrong? When you've seen all these boxing channels, have you noticed even with boxing media, everybody wants to show they know everything better than that person? Do you think boxing's full of egos, egoistic? Um, it doesn't matter if it's the true facts, as long as it makes sense to the narrative. It's just a whole bunch of fucking like Punch said.
Yeah, I've been around. I've been around in the chats for a few years now, watching you, Rapstar, watching Punch, BDA Boxing, Unrivaled Mark. I watch a lot of like channels and stuff, and I've noticed that a lot of people are wishy washy in the boxing. Like one day, even with just the boxing content creators, right? One day, Punch will release a video, and everybody got the knee pads out. Oh yeah, I agree 100%. Punch. Next day, Punch says something they don't agree with. Oh, I'm unsubscribed. You see, this is why I don't fucking fuck with you, Punch. You be fucking around too much. So, and then the next day, Punch uploads another shit. Oh, it's back to the knee pads. It's back to giving Punch the Glug 3000. And it's the same thing with the boxers. It's the same thing with Jake Paul. It's exactly what Punch is saying. Today, they're gonna say, "Oh, I ain't never gonna watch Jake Paul fight." Tomorrow, they're gonna be the first ones to pay $75 to watch that shit. Or they're gonna be begging in the Discord chat for the link. They're gonna please, give me the link to the Jake Paul fight. I'll do anything. I'll even slob on the knob for it. Like these people are sick in the head. You know what I'm saying? They're just talking just to talk. They're like penguins. They're like parakeets. They're just yapping, but they ain't about it. That's the way I see it.
And the truth is, they don't really recognize the blood, sweat, and tears anymore. See, they don't look at boxing anymore, right? There's entertainment for most fans now. Let's keep it a buck. I think with Punch Drunk Boxing, he's not just a hardcore boxing, he's a participant in boxing. He understands the science behind the game, the mental side, the physical side, what it takes to even put on the gloves. The Clubinator, you should know that there's a respect factor for any man getting in the motherfucking ring.
Damn right.
But these days, the fans don't even respect the fact of what boxing really is. Boxing has become personal for people. Boxing has become to some people a race. Boxing has become to some people a narrative. And boxing has become a fanboy in many channels. But the true motherfucking things is, though, people, the realest people in boxing, yeah? If you really look at it, what's the code of boxing? What's the love for the sport? You fans and subscribers, and especially those beta males and their subscribers, are really pushing a movement which has nothing to do with boxing. You guys don't respect boxing. Punch, that's the next one. Do the fans actually respect boxing? Because in my country, we do a lot more. But when I see the YTBC community is coming from more side or your side of the pond, they don't respect the sport like what it is.
Rapstar, people forget. When people always cry about that they want boxing to go what it used to be. We want boxing to go back to it used to be. Do you know that fighters was like part-time fighters, even the good ones back in the days. They used to work. They used to have regular jobs. Go read stories about all these old fighters that used to be in the top of the game. Like guys like even if it's a movie, right? Even if it's a movie, there is more Rocky Balboas and Rocky Run, them club fighters. There's more of those than elite than top elite fighters that just fight for a living. There's more of those Rocky Balboas that you remember he lost. I mean, he won the first fight. Remember, he went to the locker room and the promoter gave him like how much? Like $75 or something like that, $100.
Yeah.
There's more of those in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is Floyd Mayweather. Not everybody is Earl Spence. Nah, man. Nah, not everybody reached that level. It's you got to be special to reach that level.
And let me tell you something about boxing, yeah? And this was going to be my next live, but we're going to do it just now quickly. My next live was going to be that boxers who didn't even reach to the top know that boxing don't give a fuck about them. Thousands of boxers that you see now watching their fights, and you say, yeah, good fight, good fight. The boxers even know after when boxing is done, nobody gives a fuck about them. Yeah? Boxers know that people are not relative anymore when they're not in the ring anymore. And there's majority fighters.
Yo, Peter
Yo.
said that Rocky Balboa's in the Hall of Fame. Facts, and he got a statue in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he does. Sylvester
Yeah.
Stallone's in the Hall of Fame, you cunts. Yeah? For making the best boxing fucking movie in the world. But look, boxers know, yeah, that you don't give a fuck about them afterwards, bro. And that's why boxers have to find their own identity after boxing. And they know in themselves, yeah, that when boxing is done, how they deal with it mentally by not being that guy is first they got to deal with. Secondly, coming from a world and coming to a new world is something else they got to deal with. You know,
Yo, blame.
boxing fans are like the biggest users in the fucking world. We all are. We don't talk about boxers that we used to love before the same way now because they're not relevant. And let's be honest, if we ever saw them, we only want their autograph because they're not relevant like that no more. So boxers feel used as well, Punch. I know boxers, and they've always said to me, fuck the fans.
Yo,
Because
blame.
they realize the fans don't love them after the sport. There's only some fighters who make it to elite that get that love. But the rest of these thousands and thousands of boxers that we're watching, they just get shadowed away, bro, after the sport's done.
Yo, blame it on Floyd Mayweather if people don't like it, because Floyd Mayweather opened the doors. He opened the door to the point to sanction these fights. He could have kept that fight with Conor McGregor as an exhibition. He could have kept that. Remember, at first it was an exhibition, and then they sanctioned the fight. He wanted this fight to be sanctioned to get that 50-0. So blame the own boxer, the most powerful boxer. Blame him for this what's going on in boxing as well.
Yeah, but you know, it is what it is, Punch. The respect of boxing, even for boxers, after the sport is done, the fans don't have that love for them. They're only relevant when they're relevant. You get me? Boxers are only a topic when they're really relevant. Who gives a fuck about these fighters that you used to watch? Like this guy said, they used to watch Lucas Matisse. We used to love watching Lucas Matisse. But when Lucas Matisse got knocked the fuck out and it was over for Lucas Matisse because he never reached the top, you don't give a fuck about Lucas Matisse. He knows you don't give a fuck about him. He probably under some depression and shit like that, having to find himself and then come back to terms that he ain't relevant anymore. All these other fighters, thousands of them, bro. You know what I'm saying? So they're only relevant when they're fighting, bro.
Facts.
At
And
the
they
end of the day,
catching
it's
on.
only certain fighters will get the love.
Who lets them down? The hardcore boxer fans. The hardcore, fuck, let the casuals abandon them, but the hardcores abandon them. Like, it's all
That's
cool.
not cool.
It's all cool to say, oh, I'm just a fan. I only give a fuck about the fight. Nah, I'm not that type of fan. If I'm a hardcore, I give a fuck about the fighters. As much as I care about the fight, as much as I care about the fight, I don't want a fighter to get fucking raped when it comes to purses. If we all say that Bud Crawford or Earl Spence is the primary fight in boxing, that they should get paid the most that they ever got paid. And if Bud Crawford is seeking the highest pay and Earl Spence is seeking that, then give it time. I'd rather them wait than get fucked in the ass. Fuck that.
Yeah, because the game is over after that, bro. And let me tell you something about the football players in England. The football players have these kind of like the difference in other sports. Yeah, they offer them, you know, like sports psychologists, counseling. They offer them all these things, and it's all paid for by the FIFA and by the Premier League, right? They pay for these. You call it soccer players. We call them football players, right? And our football players, they have a fraternity to go to. They've got places to go to after playing football. With boxers, they don't have none of this. Any mental treatment, medical treatment, anything that they need help with, or anything that they have problems with, boxing doesn't provide them nothing. You get me? The only way they can get provided is if they reach out to themselves. So most of the time, when they have issues, if they know they got to pay for it, they're not going to pay for it. So what I'm saying is with boxing, yeah, boxing's a tough fucking game, bro. I know boxers who suffer from depression punch, and these ain't even, some of them made it professional, but some of them are mainly amateurs, because after the amateurs, they took some time out and they never did anything else, and they were the best in amateurs. I know boxers who've gone through a lot of depression because you can reach your highest and then you reach your lowest. You know what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you a question, because everybody was making fun of Paul Spandafora for going up to Floyd Mayweather and asking him for an exhibition. Who deserved more of an exhibition with Floyd Mayweather? Logan Paul, Conor McGregor, or Paul Spandafora?
Paul Spandafora.
Who deserved that payday more than
Paul
who deserved it more?
Paul Spandafora.
And guess what? The hardcore boxing, a lot of people was doing.
They don't want to watch
fun
that.
Of Paul Spandafora. Nah, they was making fun
Yeah.
of Paul Spandafora for asking Floyd Mayweather for exhibition. Go to the comment section, fight hype and all that. They was making fun. They were saying that he's desperate and saying all this shit. He's a boxer. He's an ex-world champion. And he got laughed at. Matter of fact, he just ain't get laughed at. The bodyguards just pushed him away like he ain't shit. Floyd Mayweather paid more attention to the YouTube and Conor McGregor than Paul Spandafora, that even helped him prepare for a fight when he sparred him. But when he see Paul Spandafora, he was in shit, garbage. Get the fuck out and the bodyguard just shoved him away.
That's what I'm saying. Boxers sometimes get treated like shit if they didn't make it as well, some of them. You know what I mean? It's an egotistic sport. It's a fucking egotistic sport, bro. Even boxers have got too much ego, pride. Camps have got too much ego and pride. Fans have got too much ego and pride. It runs off that kind of a wavelength, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
What do you think, Club and Nader? There's not many good people in boxing, is there really, if you look at it when you with life after boxing.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you guys are saying, because there's a lot of snakes in boxing. That's why I could see where Tio's coming from. A lot of people just say, "Oh, Tio's crazy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just delusional." But what Tio is saying makes a lot of sense if you listen to what he's saying. Is that, you know, there's a lot of these people in the upper end of boxing, and just all throughout boxing, the fans everywhere, that they just don't give a shit about you. They don't believe in you. They don't care about you. And there's a lot of snakes. And Tio said after the loss to Kambosos, that he realized, you know, the true colors of a lot of people in the boxing world and life just in general, but a lot in the boxing world. And yeah, I could see it, man. I could see what you guys are saying.
You know, boxing's fucked up. You know, when you lose, even boxing treats you like, go fuck yourself. We'll talk to you later. And I can prove this to you. Not just with Tio. Nanito Donaire came on the channel, not mine, on Punch's channel, and told me himself that rap, when I won, when I was winning, I used to get hundreds of phone calls. He goes, recently I just lost. He goes, I only got 3 phone calls.
Yep.
He goes, trust me, man. He goes, boxing will teach you so much that there's no real people in this game. They only want to know you when you're winning. Boxing is such a hypocritical sport, bro. They treat you like a fucking... I'll tell you what, it's a warrior sport, but they treat people like a bitch. And he said out of those 3 people that phoned me, he told me this, that Punch was one of them. Punch was one of them, innit, Punch?
Yo, respect.
Yeah. He told me he told me that he like, yo, he answered a call. He said when he answered a call the same day, like, what was it? An hour after the Inoue fight, he's like, I'm picking up the phone. You know, you're the only one that called me at that time.
Wow. That's crazy. That just goes to show you. And even the fandom, even the fandom, I noticed after that fight, leading up to that fight, everybody's saying, "Oh, look at Donaire. He just stopped Ubali." Like, even in his last fight, the fight before that, he stopped. Who was it? Gaballo. He was a top 10 dude. So he stopped a champion and a top 10 bantamweight in his last two fights leading up to the Inoue fight. Everybody's saying, "Yo, Donaire's legit. Look at him. Like, he's one of the greatest of all time. We're watching greatness here. He might beat Inoue. This is a 50-50 fight." We see what happens in the fight. After that, all the fans talking about, "Oh, Donaire, he was old. He was shot to bits. He was trash. He was washed up. This and that." Like, you wasn't saying that just before the fight. Now, all of a sudden that he lost, he's trash. You just throw him to the wayside like he's some like leftovers. It's
I
ridiculous.
give you another one. In the Stewart Hotel, the night before Teofimo Lopez and George Cambosa.
Yeah.
They rented the conference room for after the fight for people to come back, celebrate if he wins and stuff like that, right? That night, a lot of people was in the bar, that restaurant bar in the hotel, right? "Oh, you're gonna be here tomorrow. You're gonna be here tomorrow. Yeah, we might have pizzas and all that stuff and stuff like that, right?" Yeah. It was packed. The hotel, the lobby, the restaurant was packed. I stood there like 3 o'clock in the morning chilling, right? The day before the fight. When he lost, and I went back to the hotel, 95% of the people wasn't there.
Damn.
95% of the people that was rocking with Tio when he was potentially winning and were about to win, they went home after the fight.
Damn. That's cold, man. It's a fucking cold world, bro. Like, and it can hurt, especially when you see other boxers getting celebrated. Like, I remember Canelo when he won. Obviously, I wasn't there, but I saw like the post fight. Canelo still had a party, and everything after the loss to Bivol. Like, he still had that support, that net of support there with him. So, like, imagine Tio, like, just all that was stripped. You feel isolated after that. And boxing is a tough sport. You're taking blows to the head. So, like, all these things affect you mentally, spiritually, physically. People don't realize that, and then they just go straight to YouTube and make fun of people like Tio, Anthony Joshua when they lash out after the fight. Which, yeah, I get why you do that, but at the same time, you gotta understand there's mental aspects to this shit. Like, there's a reason why they feel the way they feel, and this shit is real. This shit is real, man. You gotta show love to your fighters.
Let's go to my brethren across the pond. What's happening, D Calico?
What's going on, fam?
Yo.
Yeah, man. Peace to you, man. But yo, D Calico, what do you think about this? Mike Tyson said this once, something similar. When he was top of the world, everybody wants to know you. When you lose, you become a fucking dog, like a piece of shit. Some boxers have experience. When you lose, nobody wants to know you. I mean, boxing is such a crucial sport. That's why winning matters a lot. And mentally,
seems like all sports, man.
What
I ain't
do you
gonna
think about all that? And even the fans, I'm going to come to this before you answer. The fans, especially in these days, the fans treat you like, you ain't nobody when you lose. And they, it's like when you lose, it's a big thing. You know what I'm saying? What are you saying about that?
Yeah, man. Like, you either in the light or in the darkness as far as the public's eye. You know what I mean? And I forget which movie that was, but it was like, you say, if I leave the game, is the fans still gonna love me, man? Like, hell no, the fans ain't gonna love your ass no more. It's just, that's the way it is. It's ugly, man. That's why you got these people never want to walk away from the broadcast booth or, some form of sport. Like, they want to stay in that limelight because we done forgot about their ass, man. It's just that easy. Like, look how many boxers there is. There's thousands of boxers.
But also I want to say this though. Just as much as fans forget about them, I know there's times, and I ain't gonna say the names now because I'm gonna write a fucking book about this shit. Fighters also forget about the people that was sticking by them when they was losing, when they did lose, and when they won again, they forgot about those that stuck by them while they lost.
And I'm gonna say they doing the forgetting during their career. We forget them after their career. You know what I'm saying? So really, they getting karma. You know what I mean? They getting what they just deserve. Like we supposed to forget about you if you did your, you know, the people that was really down for you in your humble beginnings. If you did them wrong, then the fans we should do your ass wrong. That should be your karma. But you know, that's not every fighter, and every fighter is getting snubbed. If they don't put you in the Hall of Fame, we might never talk about you again. You know, look how many Hall of Famers we don't know. You feel me?
Yeah,
It's sad.
I understand the fighter as well because, you know, sometimes they see new faces when they're on top, when they already made it. And in this business, you figure out that you can't trust nobody. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, yeah.
sometimes even
Boxing.
your own people switch on you. You got money, then people wanna, you know, you can't even trust your own family. You can't even trust your own wife. Look at Tio, what he said about his wife. You can't even trust his own wife. You can't trust nobody.
Yep.
I know a fighter that his dad fucked him over on his contract too. His own
Dang.
father fucked him over.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of them getting fucked right now, but you know,
Oh, a lot
I'm
of them
sure.
without
Yeah,
Vaseline.
yeah, yeah. I mean, some of them putting their own Vaseline on it. They're like, "Come on, daddy," you know.
Yeah.
You know, they and
Yeah.
it's not really wrong when it's your family, when your blood, but you know, it's just crazy, man. Like I ain't gonna lie, that's probably the best way to go about it. If somebody gonna Don King your ass, I mean, it should be your dad because at one point you wasn't paying a penny and your dad was forking, you know, paying every dollar, every bill that it took to get you
Look at the interview I
professional.
had with Mickey Bay when he said that when his check came back after his fight, they took 80% away from his check.
Damn, that's
Yeah.
everything to a motherfucker. Like you think you got 20% to go spend and have fun and buy some cars and nope, that's all you got to live off of.
Mickey Bay should have read the contract.
Yes, Peter. How you doing, Peter?
Hey, Peter.
You know, Sugar Ray Robinson, uh, they tried to pull that with him too, but he'd sit in the dressing room and go, I ain't even going out there if y'all don't get it right with me right now. There was a
Yeah.
couple times he did that. You know, I mean, these fighters, there's not going to be a boxing union, so you can give up on that. And time is a wicked whip. It'll work on a guy. Spedafora, you mentioned Spedafora, great fighter. It gave us a lot of great fights. You know, but you know how people are, and you know how time is. It just erases things. You know, out of sight, out of mind. That's just the way it is. It's not any different for any profession. You know, I mean, the Queen of England just tipped over, and what's going to happen? They'll have a 10-day funeral for her, and then time will go on, and time will go on, and slowly but surely, you know, it'll be a picture on
But
the
that's the
wall.
difference, Peter. Peter, she dead. She gonna die. I mean, she died. These boxers are some of them are still alive.
Well, it's the same thing. Doesn't matter. I mean, how you know you can be alive and still, if you're not in the limelight, if the media isn't talking about you, you're done. You know, you might as well start mowing the lawn.
Yep, your career is dead.
Yeah.
Literally.
Their
Seriously.
career may be dead, but their knowledge and to elevate a newcomer or to be an ambassador to boxing is not dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
they gotta get out there and do it. Be like, we're not gonna elevate them to that status. They have to elevate themselves. Just
And
like
it's
they before they become a
highly
boxer.
unlikely they're going to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But why?
Man, not a boxer.
Why?
Man,
Let's you know, we all boxer fans. Why is like that?
because
Like,
boxers been hit upside the head too much, man. You know that.
no, I'm saying like why we're talking about and we agreeing that, you know, they get thrown into the garbage, but it's us that throw in the garbage. Why do we, if we call ourselves hardcore boxing fans, right? Why are we them in the garbage? Because we're the one that's throwing them in the garbage. Why are we doing that?
Actually, it's not the hardcore boxing fans that are throwing them in the garbage.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not the
casual.
guys. It's the hardcore boxing fans remember the great fights, and
Yeah,
but the general population, you know, they don't care.
yeah,
Now I
yeah.
think we love the great fights. We don't throw the great fights. We won't throw Hagler Hearn round one. We won't throw the great fights, but we throw the fighters in the
Bro,
garbage.
hey, bro, what's that fighter that fought Tarver? I remember his name was Johnson. Damn, it's not. It's definitely not Jack Johnson.
It's
I'm just
not
saying,
Glenn Johnson.
Glenn Johnson. See, people don't know fighters like him. You know what I mean? Chad Dawson. I be seeing y'all say a lot of good names. What I'm saying is, like, that's like the last fight I saw because it was in my own city. You feel me? Tarver and Glenn Johnson. Man,
Yeah,
Glenn Johnson was a force to be reckoned with. You know,
Yep.
a lot of people have already forgotten about him. But being that I saw him in person as well as on TV, man, I got a ultra appreciation for that fighter. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
people be throwing some good fighters to the wayside because they never really knew them. It's like the guy just popped up. He's your favorite fighter's opponent. Win or lose, you don't know him. You know?
You
But
know, it's like
I understand. I understand, but no sports. I mean, of course, not they do it to like the regular players that retire. But let's say like the New York Knicks. Just let me just add an example. Like let's say the New York Knicks. The fans would never throw John Starks in the garbage, and he didn't win a chip for us. He's not an all-time great for the NBA or nothing like that. But the Knicks would never throw him in the garbage. You go to the Knicks and they mention John Stark's name, it's a standing ovation.
But what about Charlie Ward? They'll throw him in the trash.
If he's in the Garden, I don't think so.
No, he was in the Garden. You remember Charlie Ward?
Of course, I'm a Knicks fan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just saying those kind of play. Like I don't think like that's another name that people probably just don't know. You know,
there you
when your
go.
name
That's
don't
it.
glitter, if your name don't glitter gold, then yeah, people are gonna forget about you as soon as you retire. As soon as
Even
I
before you retire. I mean, think about these professions, man. These actors, they're hot for 1 year. These musicians, hot for 1 year, or even less than that. And then nobody remembers them, but you remember that tune, but you don't remember. Oh yeah, it was a good tune. Yeah. It was, yeah, okay, okay,
what's his name?
yeah. It goes like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
No, 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 no.
yeah,
I think I think it's I mean we say that people throw we throw in the garbage. I think it's our job to hold them up as much
what's
as we can. I'm not saying that of course they irrelevant at the time, but it's if we're hardcore, it's our job to keep them their name alive as long as possible.
yeah. That's why
So
these
when so
YouTube
when so
channels are
when
great,
so
man.
when a Paul Spendafora walks up to Floyd Mayweather, it shouldn't be a laughing stock on Paul Spendafora. He has the right to say, yo, Floyd, let's work. Let's do an exhibition. You saw that other video with Paul Spendafora and Mayweather Senior. Like you could tell that he was tight. And all these people was in the comment section was saying, "Look at this beggar! Look at this beggar! Why can't he ask Floyd Mayweather for exhibition? Why?
Because people are cruel. That's why.
Logan Paul got it.
Yeah, but people, you got to understand. Logan Paul and his brother were a couple of Disney kids, and they're just. And then they had this big YouTube following, so they're out in the public. Nobody knows Paul Spadafora.
I'm saying, but it's funny that the hardcore boxing fans are the one that used to shame Floyd Mayweather with Paul Spendafora. Oh, Paul Spendafora was the guy that beat him up in sparring. Paul Spendafora, that was the story. If there's any sparring partner that has the story of beating Floyd Mayweather, it's either the Earl Spence that they say that he did his thing versus Floyd and Paul Spendafora for years. So now Paul Spendafora is in the scene. Why are we making fun when he asked for the exhibition? We should all want to be like, oh, we want to know really how this thing could go. You know what I'm saying? But he
Yeah,
became a laughing stock.
that's weird. It's weird,
That's
but
weird.
that's
It's
people.
weird.
It's people. It's people, man. It's the media. It's people. It's who knows. I mean, that's life. That's just our world, bro. you know, it's
Yeah,
unfortunate, but
yeah. The people don't think for themselves.
I
That's
think
really what it
hardcores. I
boils down.
think, to be honest, hardcore. There's not a lot of hardcore. Hardcores are the new casuals.
well, if you don't appreciate boxing, if you don't appreciate those guys, as like before they were saying, is KSI a boxer? Well, if you have a boxing contest and there's two guys in the ring with gloves on, I guess you'd call them boxers. In my opinion, I'd bet 100%. I'd bet the doggone house on it. But a lot of people think, well, they hadn't fought anybody other than MMA fighters or somebody else. Well, yeah, but they're still boxers, So yeah, I mean, and they're out in the public eye. They might not be your favorite boxer. You might have issues because you're a fan of boxing and you've seen some great fights, and these guys, in your opinion, don't live up to the expectation of a boxer. But the fact of the matter is that if you're in the ring and they ring the bell, you're a boxer. If you got boxing gloves on and you're going by the rules of boxing. So, it is what it is. I don't have anything against those guys. Go for it. I'll watch it.
I respect those that get inside the ring more than just talking in YouTube. I gotta give respect for Jake Paul. I gotta give respect to KSI. You gotta respect them. You don't gotta like them, but you gotta respect them.
Man, that
You
shit
know
looks
why?
scripted. That
Even
shit
even
looks scripted, man.
even a guy like Nate Robinson. Yeah, it's a circus, but it's not
It's
really a
scripted.
circus
It's
because
fake.
Jake Paul could have murdered him in the ring.
Man, that shit was fake.
Nah, it wasn't fake.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, it was dirty. It was definitely dirty, anyways. Like that's
Nah, I
not boxing.
think this is what
Like
I think.
boxing, like nobody really likes boxing no more. That's why Devin Haney is hated. Tyson Fury is congratulated.
Nah,
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
this what I think could happen with
I don't
Nate.
think nobody counts the back of the head hits.
No,
Every
I
fight
like
counts.
those guys.
Count
I
how
like
many
both
back of
those
the
guys.
head hits.
I think that people didn't take Jake Paul serious, and I think with the Nate Robinson thing, they found out how serious boxing is. Nate Robinson found out how serious this is. You think it's just the exhibition, but it's really boxing. It's really a very, very dangerous sport, and you can't play this shit. See, this
Mhm.
is why he's not gonna. You think they're gonna let Jake Paul fight another basketball player? Nah, they said no. You got skills. You got too much skills that will
Man, he
put
ain't got
you.
no skills.
He got skills, bro. He don't got elite skills,
Let's
but
be
he got
honest, bro.
enough skills to put him in
No,
the ring
no, let's
versus
be
another
honest,
fighter like Woodley.
bro.
You
Punch,
can't put
punch,
him
man.
up with a non-fighter.
Punch. You got, man. You got at least like 5 times the skills that Jake Paul has. I
I'm not
seen
gonna.
the
I'm not
video,
gonna.
man.
I'm not gonna play myself on.
Bro. That mother, man. He definitely don't got more speed than you. He has no serious technique. Like he can clobber a man. He can clobber
Yep.
somebody. It's
Yep.
clobbering time. Like that's all I think
Yeah.
of when I see him fight. You feel me? But skills, he don't. Nah, he's not technical at all. His
He
best
just learned.
punch.
I think he just learned too late, don't you? I mean, he didn't get into it soon enough. The really good guys, they've learned when they were 5. I mean, they've been boxing a long time.
Yo, look at this, y'all. Y'all forget who's
He's a fighter.
Deontay Wilder. Y'all forget that he started boxing at what age? 20,
He's
21,
he's a
and
fighter
became.
too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Oh, he's a puncher. He's a puncher. Let's just be
he,
honest.
he's a
You know,
he
fighter.
comes to fight.
he's a fighter puncher.
He's gonna make a fight out of it, man.
He brought the bronze medal in the boxing Olympics. He's a
But
boxer, bro.
my boy ain't no boxer. I'm not gonna really like. He's a fighter and he's a puncher.
He's a boxer.
Now he is a boxer. But I'm saying like skills wise, he's low on the totem pole of boxing skills. You feel me? As far as like anybody can look good training, I'm talking about in the ring, demonstrate this shit under extreme situations with the best of the best. A lot of people can't do it.
I think to tell you about the skills part, Deontay Wilder. I think he's got a pretty good jab. He just don't.
Don't
He
use it
just
enough.
doesn't seem to keep it up.
Yep.
I
But
think he got one of the best one of the most powerful right hands in the history of boxing.
Yeah, he's a puncher. He's the puncher. Like,
Yeah,
bro,
he's a boxer puncher.
plus he'll fight. He likes
fighter
to
puncher.
fight.
He's a boxer. You got to give him credit.
He's a puncher
boxer.
fighter. Hey, I made that up for him. I never heard that before. But he's a fighter puncher.
Yeah, he is. He likes to fight. He'll go to the dirt with you, man. That's what I like about him, you know?
Yeah. Hey, if he 5 feet away from you and he punch you, you going to bed. You know? For real. Like if you up close, you stand a chance. But if he get you at that perfect distance, man, 4, it's like a golf swing, man. You done.
George Foreman said it himself in his own documentary. He said he never learned how to box.
And he boxed better than Deontay. Let's be honest. But his defense, Foreman just didn't have good defense when he got older.
I don't know.
Foreman was a killer, man. He would have beat anybody. He would have beat Mike Tyson, man.
Yeah, George Foreman was really good.
I think he would have beat anybody on the streets and anybody in boxing. You know, Muhammad Ali just, he escaped. You know.
Yeah, I'm thinking that hardcore fight fans, the guys that watch your fights, like I watch as many fights as I can because I just like watching boxing, I like watching footwork and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of fight fans are opinionated, and because, like somebody will say, well, this is what he does in his defense. And the other one will say, well, this is what he does in offense. And then it gets into the accolades where, well, he did this in this fight and he did that in that fight. And then he's had this many rounds. And, it just goes on and back and forth like that. We all have our favorite fighters. But the fact of the matter is that we all like to watch boxing,
Yep.
Nobody, I'd rather watch boxing than football or baseball or basketball,
I ain't gonna lie, I can watch what they call a boring boxing match, but I can't watch and by boring I mean some no names.
So what do you think about this though? I want to say this.
Baseball
you guys can hear me now? Yeah, I'm back. You guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Now watch this, yeah. A lot of fans say to me, Rap Star, I might not be the same fan as you, but I don't pay for boxing, but I'm still a fan. Are you a real fan if you don't pay for it and you always stream it? I'm gonna ask Punch. Punch, those fans say, we're fans, we don't pay for it.
What do you mean by say the question again?
Like, there's a lot of fans say that we're still boxing fans, but we won't pay for it.
I understand they're a consumer as well. You know what I'm saying? They don't gotta pay for it. But
are they still real boxing fans, hardcore fans? The ones which say they don't pay for it?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Some people don't got the money to pay for it and want to pay for it.
Now, if they choose not to pay for it, they're still fans, though, aren't they? They're just limited fans.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's getting to the point where I would like fellow boxing fans to pay for it, but it's getting to the point where, look at the what was the last pay-per-view fight in boxing?
Javante Raleigh?
No. The last pay-per-view fight was Joshua Usyk, right? Joshua Usyk. The highlights came in 1 minute before, right after the fight ended. Why pay for something that you keeping up and you're gonna see the highlights a minute after? It's already on Instagram Reels, it's on Twitter, it's everywhere. It's becoming to the point. It's almost like having cable.
Yeah, in your pocket. Yeah.
It's pay-per-view. Pay-per-view price himself out of the market. Let's face it. A guy just about have to have a second job to afford all the fights that you want to watch.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. It was the Andy Ruiz and Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, that's why I said it was Ruiz and Ortiz, and that wasn't even a pay-per-view fight. And Wilder Helenius is going to be a pay-per-view fight too, and that isn't a pay-per-view fight, in my opinion.
It was all the highlights was already out. PBC. You go to PBC and Instagram, and they're already putting the highlights a minute before. Everybody putting the highlights. Why pay for something? I think
Hey,
they're doing a horrible job. I think the NFL does a good job. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Well,
during the
they're
season.
free TV. They're
No, no,
free
no.
Hey,
But I know,
TV.
no. I'm saying with the highlight, like ESPN can't play the highlight reels like that. They
there's not
put
enough
pictures up.
fights. They're not they're
That's
not they're not showcasing enough fights. Hey, but
when
hey, if I could just add in,
when cable came along and isolated boxing, it is isolated it more and more and more and
more
more
and
till
more.
you don't even get it on television anymore. You have to pay. You have to have a cable subscription to get it.
So my
But it
question
used
is
to
this,
be
yeah.
in my
I
day when I was a kid.
yeah.
Everything I watched. I watched. Geez, I don't even want to talk about it because it just bummed me out. But I watched Sonny Liston knock out Floyd Patterson. Bummed me out, you know. But I
Yeah.
was just a kid, you know. So, but all that stuff was on free TV. The Mongoose fought
Hagler and Hearns was on a
Muhammad
Monday.
Ali back in those days. You know, and you could get it. It was in black and white, but all you'd have to do is, you know, walk out in the living room, sit down on a rocking chair, and watch a fight. Now,
Hagler and Hearns was on a Monday. CBS.
yeah, they don't do that anymore. So of course they've isolated boxing to the point to where it's like what number 13 on the most watched sports thing. It's the only sport you have to pay to watch now. It's crazy.
Hey,
I
bro.
mean, at the end of the day, it's like this, though, isn't it? Nowadays, people like, especially I spoke to my uncle once, and he said to me, you know, pay-per-view fights, and it's true, pay-per-view fights were the biggest fight for the biggest prize and the biggest name.
Right.
He goes, fights which people wanted to unify, the fights where, you know, a fighter everybody wanted to watch fight that guy. He goes, that was a pay-per-view fight. And what they understood was a pay-per-view fight, like a Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson, or, you know, one of the big names fighting a big name. But today you got these fighters fighting pay-per-view without fighting for titles. So you got people now, the pay-per-view now is not even for the biggest prize. It's a pay-per-view fight. Take it or leave it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like you can't have it both ways. If you don't want to pay, I understand you don't want to pay, right? You don't enjoy paying for these kind of fights where you don't think they're the biggest fights. But then you also can't moan and say we want the best fights. See, as a fan, if you're not willing to pay and support boxing, you can't have a right to say to boxing, well, we want this guy to fight the best because you don't want to pay anyway. So you can't be a hypocrite either. Sometimes, I mean, yeah, you want to pay for the best versus the best only, but you got to support boxing sometimes for what it is. So I just think these days we got a subjected about the hardcore fans. Yes, there's hardcore fans, but some hardcore fans just choose not to pay because of principle. I've had this debate with my mate. It's principle. He told me, listen, I ain't paying for Andy Ruiz and that fight, Cristiano Ariola. He goes, I'm not paying for Tank Davis versus Mario Barrios, right? He goes, these fights are not appealing to me. I'm a hardcore fan just as much as you, Rapstar, but I'm not paying for these fights because I'm going to save my money. To even though I got money, I'm going to choose and pick and choose what's worthy of a pay-per-view. So fans have this own kind of principle. What is a pay-per-view? Do you agree with that, Peter? There's a
Here's the
principle
deal.
in a fan.
I don't think I'm too old, you know. I'm an old guy. And so I was used to seeing Salvador Sanchez on free TV. I was used to seeing all kinds of great fights on free TV. And in my opinion, boxing and the networks isolated boxing to the point to where a lot of these fights that we would be seeing today would be on free TV. And I think the overinflated purses for the fighters through this pay-per-view deal has screwed up a lot of guys that would have normally fought each other that aren't going to fight each other today unless they get, you know, $5 million or $10 million. And, you know, somebody has to pay that. And the networks aren't going to crack wide open for that anymore because they found out that people will go ahead and pay-per-view. But, you know, pay-per-view is starting to take a hit. That's
What do you
that's
think
my
about it,
whole
D
issue with
Calico?
boxing.
Have they watered down the pay-per-view now, like Peter said, D Calico? Have they watered down pay-per-view where fans are now like, fuck that. You guys are charging for these
Yeah.
fights, we're not paying it. Some fans have principles. Chris Ariella and Andy Ruiz ain't a pay-per-view in their mind.
Yeah,
You
most
know,
definitely.
Tank Davis, Mario Barrios ain't a pay-per-view in their mind. Certain
See,
fights, what pay-per-view have been charged for, people are like, fuck that. We might be hardcore fans, but we're not paying it. What you got to say about that, D Calico?
yeah, like basically, if they think they're gonna, if they're trying to catch more fish, you know, it's an old fishing saying, like basically you got to charm the water. They don't even charm the water anymore.
No.
Like there's no fights. You feel me? Like there should be something free. You know what I mean? Give us something. Like show us a boxer that's gonna be great. Show him at a youth, in his youth. Not as a teenager, or nothing, but show him before he get 10 wins. Like, introduce us to these people. But no, we have to just hear about Jerron Ennis after he almost got 30 wins. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
who the hell?
What do you think about this comment that Al Heyman's pay-per-views are not like overcharged, but they're like swindling the fans, cheating them a little bit? Do you agree with that?
Only if you bought all of them. But that's why
I
we
don't
be
agree with
choosing.
it.
That's why we be choosing. Because if we choose the ones we truly like, then heck nah, like it's right on time. The price is perfect.
I
The
don't
price is
Like
agree.
this
right.
guy says, Thurman and Barrios pay-per-view. That should never have been a pay-per-view. A lot of fans complained about Thurman and Barrios.
Yeah, it was the
Mario
fighter
Barrios.
forcing the
They
paper.
said the guy who got knocked out by Tank. You want us to pay for pay-per-view? I see a lot of fans in America complaining about this shit, bro.
Hey, rap. I just wanted to add this real quick before I know y'all finna kill it, right? But I had wanted to say a second ago. But the thing about boxing compared to any other sport, what really makes boxing the best sport in the world is boxing literally makes every city like the Super Bowl is in your city. When
Yep.
it's a real good match, like it's crazy how boxing bring people together. Like, football do it, but it's only for a few. Isn't and I ain't gonna lie, don't do it like it used to. So it's really falling off too. Like anything you watching by yourself is not the one. Like, bro, I've never watched a Mayweather fight by myself. Bro, it's always an event. You
Yep.
feel me? And I'm talking about that's how all the good fights work. Even the Mike Tyson fight. You think you come to hang out with the fellas, you only gonna be here for 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like I ain't even eat. I only ate 2 wings, man. You remember Mike Tyson and knocked him out. But the thing about boxing, bro, everybody that I'm talking about, like people make money off of these fights. It's so lucrative for everybody. Like if you order the fight and cook a little wing, or just tell people they can bring their own bottle, people coming.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Boxing is lucrative, man. Like if you're in a football city, you can benefit from the football team. But if you're outside of those cities, you're not going to benefit from those teams. Boxing spreads the love around the world.
The
All
problem,
right, well,
the problem is when
Punch, yeah, go on.
the problem is that we all collectively act like we're in the boardroom. Most people say pay-per-view is dead. Who said it's dead for the fighters' purses? Who knows the
It's dead.
percentage?
It's dead. That's why we're not getting the fights that we want to get, is because these networks are not gonna give these purses, inflated purses, like they've been getting. In fact, I think that was the issue with Spence and Crawford. Yeah, they just wanted too damn much. Come on, Showtime ain't gonna crack wide open and pay that much money. They know what's going to sell and what isn't going to sell.
No, this is what it is. The pay-per-view model today, especially what we're saying today, when people want to mention, let's say Thurman Barrios, Chris Ariola versus Andy Ruiz, is not to break a record. It's not to be so. They know it's not going to sell 1 million. They know it's not going to do 500,000. But it's how these fighters get paid. If Thurman or Barrios, right? Let's say Thurman. People don't know what's on the contract. Maybe the pay-per-view numbers, his back end pay-per-view numbers is 90% and 10% for Mario Barrios. They don't know that. They don't know what's breaking even, especially here today. So let's say, for example, I know, and I'm not going to mention a name, I know if a particular fighter right now hits 150,000 pay-per-view buys, the whole world of boxing going to be like, do you know that he getting that, selling that much gives him 1.2 million more on his purse? So it's working for the fighter. If we keep on seeing pay-per-view and people are saying pay-per-view is dead or pay-per-view is this, why are they still putting a pay-per-view? That means it's putting money in their pocket. We don't know the ceiling of this particular pay-per-view.
Absolutely right, but hardcore fight fans aren't buying pay-per-view anymore.
No, but that's what it is. They're not paying for the fight. But PBC, for example, is not relying on the entire boxing community to pay for this event. They're relying on the fan base of that particular fighter. So they're not looking for people to buy Keith Thurman and Mario Barrios because it's a great fight. They're counting on Keith Thurman's fan base to buy it. It's like an artist. They're relying, if Jay-Z is performing and they're going to put him in Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden is not relying on the music fans. They're relying on Jay-Z's fans.
Right.
So Andy Ruiz, they're relying on Andy Ruiz fans to buy it. They're relying on Earl Spence fans to buy it. They're relying on who else's pay-per-view? You know what I'm saying? They're relying on those fan bases. They don't give a fuck if you don't like Keith Thurman and you're a fan of Lomachenko. You understand?
Yeah, well, I understand completely. But what's your point?
What I'm saying is people are looking at the pay-per-view model a whole different way. We're looking at the pay-per-view model like, oh, man, it's dead. They're not selling like Floyd Mayweather. No, they're not relying on the boxing fans. They're relying on that particular boxing, that particular fighter's fan.
Well, I understand that Floyd Mayweather was an isolated incident. Okay, that's never going to happen again. I mean, I realize that they look at the fighter and how many fans that they have and who's going to tune in. But there's a lot of guys who are fans of those guys that aren't going to tune in. What they're going to do is they're going to stream it because there's probably 50 or 60 sites out there that'll stream that fight, and they'll stream the undercard too. You know, a lot of boxers, that hardcore fight fans that like boxing, that actually want to see the young guys coming up, that want to see those 4-round fights, want to see those 6-round fights, they'll go in and they'll stream them. It's getting to the point now to where even the streaming sites aren't even streaming the undercards. That's how pathetic it's getting.
Now put it this way. Let's say Khan said in the comment box, he said, Glazier shits on it, right? Glazier himself said that pay-per-view was dead. Glazier tells the numbers they are peanuts. Yes, but what Rick Glazier has to answer is, how much is that fighter getting paid with the pay-per-view, and how much was he going to get paid if it wasn't a pay-per-view event? That's the point.
You know, it's another thing.
How much did Andy Ruiz get paid for Luis Ortiz to make a pay-per-view? So whether he makes 200K pay-per-view buys or 180K, 100K, is how much that Andy Ruiz made just by cracking 100K. That's the point.
Well, this might sound a little cold-blooded, okay? And if it does, you know, don't take offense. But I'm a pragmatic individual, and if you're in that profession, you need to go ahead and actually be able to read your contract and negotiate your situation. True. What they make, what those guys make, not my problem. Okay, I mean, I love boxing and I love the boxers, and I hate it when they end up broke. I don't like it either. But let's face it, a fool and his money are soon parted. Okay, it's not. Yeah, nobody's going to come and rescue you, and nobody's going to come and rescue me. You know, capping for these guys who chose that profession, they chose it. That's their deal. So
I agree with you, but then
their finances and how they get paid The Muhammad Ali act, they get 80% of the pay-per-view.
I
You
agree.
know,
I agree with you, Pete. But then who are we to devalue them and say that it's not worth pay-per-view? If we
well,
don't
because
care about the money and we don't care about their purses, then why do we care when we say it's not a pay-per-view event? That they're
we like
not
to
worth
watch
this type of
boxing.
money.
It's,
Why do we say well, Bud Crawford and Earl Spence is asking for too much? If we didn't care, we shouldn't even be talking about why they asking for too much.
I never said they were. I heard they
No,
were
I'm saying
asking for too much.
collectively. I'm saying
Yeah,
the boxing fan collectively. I'm
yeah.
saying if
I
if
never. You know, whatever
there's
they can
fight.
get, they can get. That's what I say. Whatever those guys can get, they can get. More power to them. You know, that is my contention right there. I rest on that case. But whatever those guys can get is fine with me. You know, if they can get more, great. If they get less, you know, you should have read the fine print. But the fact of the matter is it's their profession. They chose that road, and now, since we are all fight fans, we're going to watch a fight. You know, I really can't sit there and lay awake at night worrying about what these guys make. You know,
Yo, Khan, man, I tell you, Khan, don't listen to that bullshit. He got a vendetta with PBC, and he's gonna shit on it on by any means necessary. And since he's a boxing insider, and people gonna just believe everything he says. Not everything he says is the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Not everything he says is the Bible. That's why he jumped off the fucking panel when another person might know something that he know, or something that he think that I don't know. That's why he jumped off the motherfucking panel. There is money in pay-per-view for the fighters.
yeah, but it's starting to dwindle. It's going down.
If look, it's starting to dwindle, but guess what? The fighters are getting paid. Javante
Well,
Tank
yeah,
Davis
yeah.
is getting paid.
Agreed. They're getting paid. How long it's going to last, I don't know, but we'll see.
Hey,
You
Jake
know,
Paul is getting paid.
yeah. Okay, Jake Paul's getting paid.
Jake
I
Paul
guess
is
he's
getting
doing pretty
paid.
good. Yep.
These guys are getting paid. Guys that couldn't do pay-per-view, they wouldn't even put them in the pay-per-view back then. These guys are doing pay-per-view, and they relying on their fan base to buy. They're not relying on the whole boxing industry.
No, that's true.
That's
They
why.
don't have to.
Why you think when people say, oh, and there's a lot of hardcore boxing fans that say it. Oh, Javante Tank Davis ain't fighting this. He ain't fighting Elise, and then he goes to Atlanta and sells out Atlanta. And people are like, why? I mean, he was just fighting. How? What? The hardcore boxing fans, they stay stuck. The ones that think that they talk boxing all day and they be like, how the fuck is this guy selling? He ain't fighting nobody. You know why? Because Javante Tank Davis fans don't give a fuck who Mario Barrios is. They don't give a fuck if he's holding they don't give a fuck if Javante Tank Davis is holding the regular belt. They're going to pay and see their favorite fighter perform.
Yeah.
You know what I think we got to recognize here, though? Fans ultimately don't give a fuck what the fighters earn, right?
It's
They
true.
just want to see the fights.
There you go.
And the fans don't
No,
have
they
any
give a fuck
compassion
about the fighter.
towards any fighter's money, what happens to life after boxing, whether they have mental illnesses, whether they have problems. They just want to see warriors fight warriors.
Yep.
They don't give a fuck about their anything else.
That's
They don't give a fuck,
I
Punch,
disagree
and that's
with
just the
you.
way it is because you're training fighters. You're in boxing. I've been around the bad side of boxing. We maybe have a different sympathetic thing about it, but we even sometimes say boxing needs to fucking toughen up.
I know.
Sometimes
I
we realize
respectfully
that
disagree.
boxers are also a bit lost.
I
You've seen how
respectfully,
difficult boxers are.
Hey,
I
it's the
respectfully
same thing as a
disagree
rap
with your
game.
first statement.
Fans don't give a fuck.
It's just like the rap game. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about them rappers. And
No.
goddamn, them rappers dying like goddamn, dropping like flies. But they doing it to entertain the people. It's sick. You feel me? So boxers getting treated like rappers. They don't care if you die in the ring. I swear they'll still forget your name. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. The boxer just died recently. Come on, man.
Yeah, boxers getting treated like actors. You know, I mean, these actors, man, they have a great sitcom and they have a great run or a great drama show, and then what happens to them? End up in the jailhouse.
because the
Nobody cares.
hardcore because the
Nobody cares.
hardcores because the hardcores are treating them. It's us. We throw them in the garbage.
No, we don't.
Nah,
Yes,
No,
we
we
we don't.
love.
do.
I love every last one of them. I swear to you.
Man, I'm telling you, man, we throw them in the garbage.
I
We
thought,
don't.
No, we don't.
Yo,
There's no way.
yo, Nate Diaz and Jorge Masvidal are
not the
just
greats.
consistent losers, really, in their own profession. And guess what? They go on pay-per-view, and the fans love them. They love them to
So,
death.
yeah, but that doesn't. So they have an audience.
Exactly.
You know.
So they have. They're gonna. Yo, Nate Diaz is gonna go and fight. They're gonna pay regardless.
Yeah, well,
Bro, that's
a
why
couple
for
of 10
every
years from now, a couple of 10 years from now, maybe 20, when Nick's sitting in a wheelchair with a blanket over him, looking out a window, drooling, nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care.
He's 28 wins, 13 losses. You put that record on a fighter, man, they won't even fucking pay attention to this fighter.
He's also got $7 million worth of asset. If he can't live on that, I don't know.
But what I'm saying is a whole different type of fan base. We're blaming this on the boxing industry, the fucking cheap ass fucking fans. Also,
Oh no, watch this. For every WWF, you need a WCW, a ECW. You know what I'm saying? You need those different, federations to make that one, probably better for the people, because they probably were acting, stingy with the people. And then, okay, don't worry about it. I'll start my own.
Hey, what you got to say about what Tyco TV saying? We don't put them in the garbage. Their own fucking handlers put them in the garbage.
man, we
It's
put them
their
on
own
the garbage,
handlers
bro.
and the
We throw them in
boxing
the garbage.
federation that put them in the garbage. What you
We
got to say
throw them
about
in the
that?
garbage, bro.
I'm saying, but what about their handlers? Do they do it too?
Who? After
course
they
they do.
after they lose couple fights, but
If they
somebody
lose-
else will pick
yeah.
them up.
Man, as soon as they lose, they done with them. Like man, like look at my boy. Damn, I love
We
him
throw
too.
them in the
The
garbage.
Spanish fighter,
We
man.
don't want to take accountability, but we throw them in the garbage, bro. What did Dana White say yesterday? That we was refunding the fight, and not one ticket was refunded by a last replacement. Not one ticket. You know why? Because the hardcore UFC fans support Nate Diaz.
Yeah, for one, they respect their warriors. Like we don't even respect people who get a loss as a warrior. He's still a warrior, man. We should be respecting our warriors. That's what
JJ gets respected. She'll go pay-per-view. Ronda Rousey was big. You know what we do to our women fighters? We throw them in the garbage.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. Ronda Rousey was a megastar. They
Women
treated her like
everything.
a queen in the UFC. We treat our women fighters like garbage.
The only women that we give that we show a little bit of love to, like, is the women in the Olympics. It seems like we forget about all these great women athletes. You know what I mean? For real.
Well, it's
Come
not
on,
like you
think
see him
about
every
it,
day
bro.
either.
Remember
Amanda-
Cheryl Cooper?
It's not
Amanda
like you see
Serrano
him
is
every
seven
day either.
division world
You're sitting there
champion,
telling
bro.
me, "Oh, we throw them in the garbage." Well, they're not in the public eye. How are you supposed to throw somebody in the garbage that you don't even see half the time? No, I'd say 99.9% of the time you don't see these people.
Nope. If it
You know,
wasn't for
so
social media,
how are we supposed to keep track
if it wasn't for
individually of
social
each and
media.
every one of them so that we don't throw them in the garbage? Come on.
Now we see them. Clarissa Shields be with Floyd Mayweather all fucking year.
bro, if it weren't for social media, we wouldn't see nobody.
Yeah, but
Yep,
everybody is
yep,
in social
that's
media.
right.
Social
Yeah.
media is the TV now.
Yeah, but that's the only reason that you can say we see them.
All right, but I'm saying this the only we see social media more
But
than
it's
TV.
not what we want to see. We don't give a damn about him driving, what kind of car they got. We don't give a fuck about none of that. We want to see them when they grind it, like turn the camera on when you're in the gym. They don't do that. They do it. They used to do it when they were small fries. Now they think we want to be into their love life and shit. We don't care about none of that.
Nah, I don't
But
care
it's
about
still
it
out
either.
there though. It's still out there, bro.
Yeah, that's social media. We want boxing media.
People don't watch TV. Everything is on social media. Every boxing content creators get their information on social media about a fighter.
I know. That's just like saying if I bring knowledge to social media, I'm like, bro, I'm like I'm going against the grain. So when y'all do that and stick to just, boxing like you are ESPN, then that's not even normal. But it's still beautiful because somebody got to do it. That's not what social media wants you doing. Social media wants you goddamn world star. They want you posting all that kind of shit. But go
Social
against the
media
grain.
back then used to be like a fad or something, but now social media, it is life now. Your phone is your life. Your apps is your life. That's what it is. Your bank account is in an app. Social media is in an app. The Zone is in an app. ESPN is in an app. Twitter, social media. That's where you get your news. It is what it is. Can't fight it. We can't fight it. That's the world today.
It's true, you can't live without your phone anymore. You can't live without your phone anymore, bro. It has too much information. There's things that you need. You got your contacts. It's a constant, you know what I mean? It's a constant communication.
Put it this way, not even
I
forget
do
about the
business
phone.
off my
Let
phone,
me
bro.
give you rap star. Let me give you a old school. Let me give you a 2004 phone. No iPhone, no smartphone. Let me give you the regular phone that you got to flip over. You still feel like you lost in the world. It's not even about the phone. You need a smartphone now. You would trade your own TV for a phone. If they say, have your TV or phone, you'd be like, nah, give me my phone. Fuck the TV. It is what it is, man. It
Yeah,
is what it is.
the only reason I have a phone punch is to access my Bitcoin account. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a phone. But that's the only reason I get it. So yeah,
Uber
there's that.
Eats is on your phone. Everything is your phone. Your phone is your life. If you walk out the door without your phone, you think like you almost lost your life.
Well, I can't open the
And
garage
you know
door
how
without my
worried
phone.
people get when they lose their phone? Oh my God. It's over, bro.
Yo, you will go
Over.
halfway to work without your phone, and you go back and you get your phone, and you rather be late.
That's true.
I can't
And if
open
you
the.
and you cheating on your spouse, oh Lord,
Uh-oh.
you gonna catch a heart attack.
She grabs your phone.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know,
Rap
man.
star.
It happened to me a long time ago with my girlfriend.
It's funny, man.
I was chatting
Hey,
to another
hey,
woman
rap
at the
star.
time. I shouldn't have even entertained the conversation.
It's
Hey,
I
funny as hell.
entertained the conversation, Peter. And I didn't even fuck the other girl.
I
And
know.
I had to listen to it. I never got no sex from my girlfriend for 2 weeks. I wanted to leave her too. And she saw my phone. She went, oh, okay. And then I
hey,
didn't know
rap
what was
star.
going on the next day. I was asleep.
Hey, rap star.
Yeah.
Hey, rap.
Yeah.
Hey, cause you on the other side of the pond, so I
Yeah.
definitely got to ask you, what's going on? What's going on over there in that part of the world right now?
What do you mean? We're all just waiting to mourn. We're mourning to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
The Queen
yeah,
Queen Elizabeth, bro. We're
yes,
just
sir.
mourning. We're gonna wait for the funeral, and it's gonna be a huge funeral. Maybe
Yes, sir.
presidents, ambassadors, and diplomats, and
Oh yeah,
political
it's gonna be
people, and
worldwide.
celebrities, and
It's
all
gonna be the
kinds
big.
of.
It's gonna be the biggest shit you ever seen in your life, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be the biggest funeral that anyone's ever seen. It's probably gonna be on the TV worldwide anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be.
But we got a man's world now. It's the king. The king's
Yep.
here
Yeah,
now.
rap
The
star. I
king.
wanted to ask you, in your opinion, do the British people have the same kind of confidence in the king as they had in the queen?
No.
Look, I don't know right now because the queen is the one before all of our time where everything's been going and England's been in power and the queen has really protected the British. And she's been a diplomat with the Germans after the World War II. She was the one who made, more peace ties. She's had great relationships with America. You know what I mean? So the Queen really was a symbol and a very powerful woman, respected around the world.
And
Now with the
and
king,
Canada and New Zealand and
yeah, and the
Australia.
Canadian Prime Minister or President, he was crying. He said, "Man, I can't tell you, she was one of my favorite people I've ever met." And remember this, the Queen has also embraced so many boxers in England, gave them medals and gave all these boxers
Yeah.
royalty treatment. You know, she's given Frank Bruno, Ricky Hatton, even Nassim Hamid, Lennox Lewis, all these people have been embraced by the Queen. So having a king now, yeah, there's a bit of nervous energy because, you know, women were very comfortable having the Queen anyway.
Yep.
Now you got a man who's the king. Of course, there's a little bit of nervous energy, but you know he's going to do the right thing by his mother. You
Yeah,
know,
I
so
was
the
just,
country
I was
feels
just,
the
did they
country feels
change,
very. Go on.
did they change the currency yet and put the king's face on
Well,
it?
you know, it's all about the Queen's head. It's been before all of our time.
Yeah.
Anytime you say in England, mate, if you got the Queen's head, that's all we're interested in. The Queen's head, which is the Queen's heads and all the money.
Yeah.
Now, if the money ends up wanting to change and it becomes the king's money and it's going to be Prince Charles, well, then it's going to be Prince Charles, going to be the king's money.
Well, he's not the prince. He's the
King
king
Charles.
I
now.
mean, yeah, it's going to be the King Charles. Sorry, he
Yeah.
was Prince Charles. Now he's going to be the king. So, yeah, it's probably going to turn to him as the
Yeah.
currency.
I was just
But
wondering what the mindset was of the British people over there since, the
but you
Queen
know what
was,
it is? We got to remember this. He's a pretty old man. He's
yeah.
not coming into power like the Queen did in her 20s and had 70 years in power. This is a man in his 70s.
Yeah.
We know that he's
72.
going to be around, but it's his son. One of his is the older son. His son will become
Yep.
the
Will be
ultimate
king.
king.
Yep.
He will be the ultimate king at the end because he'll have a longevity, I believe. You know?
Yeah, around
Yep.
about maybe 50. Yep.
So there's going to be a king for the rest of our time
Yeah,
that
I
I
time.
know
Yeah,
that
that's
there's
real.
going to be king. It's
What do
just
you
going to be
feel
a
about
king now.
what do you feel about Harry? Do you feel like he did the wrong thing by leaving the his family or whatever what happened? Harry is the one that went to war and left and married the
Yeah,
the
Meghan
American
Markle.
chick.
Yeah, Meghan Markle.
So
Meghan
Harry's the
Markle.
one who
He,
married
he
the
saved he saved her life. He
American
saved her
black
life
girl,
by
right?
doing that.
She was half black, half white. Yeah.
Yep.
How does
So
English people feel about him today?
I don't think English people really cared, but the people which are really into the monarchy and the Queen did finally say that Harry wasn't part of the crew. Like she won't involve him and his wife in the whole. I think something happened where Harry ended up not being part of the monarchy that way, right? Because Harry married out of caste. Now I
Yeah.
don't know if that's still a big thing in the Queen's perspective now, right? It was not that big of a thing that they made out of it, really. But Harry made his own decision.
Yep.
And Harry fell in love with a woman that he wanted to marry. So
He's a
if Harry
sellout.
wanted to do
No,
what he
no,
wanted
no.
to do, I think people respected him for it as well. You got to remember that Harry got a lot of respect for being somebody who wanted to do what he wanted to do.
Ah, boo! I don't respect.
No, I'm telling you though, innit? You got to remember this, that we living in 2022. A lot of people thought, yeah, man, Harry's doing what he's got to do, right? But the
Man.
Queen, you don't really cross the Queen, right? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, the Queen is the monarchy. She's the power. So I don't know if that was a big disrespect in their terms. I'm not sure.
No,
Oh,
I'm
you know,
really-
love, man, love oversees all boundaries, man. You know, that's just the way it is.
That's
So
what
if
it
he
was.
loved
You
her,
know, the biggest
then he
thing that
married
I
her.
Romeo
remember
and
though,
Juliet.
Peter, let me tell you the
You
biggest
gonna
thing that I
choose
want
pussy
everybody
over
to know on this chat
royalty?
right now. No, I
You
want you
gonna
to know
choose?
this, Punch.
You gonna choose
I want you
pussy
to know this right now,
over
Punch.
kingdom? Ah,
Punch.
fuck
I
Man,
want
they
you to
gonna,
know
man, they
this,
gonna
Punch.
erase her ass off Earth, bro.
What did Punch just say? I was over talking him. What you
No,
say?
no, no,
He
no.
say he gonna
He's
choose
saying money
pussy.
over love.
He gonna
That's
nah
what
nah nah. I
Punch
said
said.
he gonna choose pussy over
No, you making
kingdom.
it seem mundane. We saying love. We said
You know
love.
they say
We're
love is
talking
blind,
love,
innit?
man.
You know they say love
He
is
loved her,
blind, D
man.
Calico.
He loves
Love
her.
is
Yeah, yeah,
blind.
yeah. Bro, for one, look, he lost his mom.
I just
Like
want
this.
to come to this. I want to come to this. Look, you know what? We had a lovely princess, man. She was Lady Diana. When I was a little kid,
Yes,
A
sir.
lot of people embraced themselves to Lady Diana. Lady Diana in England was such a soft, compassionate woman. She was more of a woman which was out there, and also a woman which was out there with different races and went to countries like Africa and really embraced so many different cultures. And she was a very loving lady. Lady Diana was such a great woman in the way that she portrayed herself. But behind closed doors, she was a miserable woman. She couldn't live under the Queen's monarchy. She couldn't live under this Buckingham Palace. She said there was hundreds of rooms, and it was like, it was something that she wasn't adapting to at some point. And for her to have that divorce with Prince Charles, which is the king today, it's a major thing. It was a major thing for a woman like that to take, because D. Calico and Punch and Peter, that woman was part of England at that point. She was embraced by England.
Yeah, I agree with Danny Medina. Harry is a beta male.
Hey,
You think
bro.
Harry's a beta male?
Hey,
He fell in love, man. He fell in love, you know.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah, but
Harry not crazy.
You know the way that I know that his mum, she ended up falling in love with a Muslim,
an Egyptian.
guy.
An Egyptian.
It was an Egyptian, a very powerful Egyptian.
Yep.
And apparently, she
Hey,
never
let me
made
tell
it.
you.
She ended up having a huge car crash, and him and the multi-billionaire Egyptian, which was the Harrods sons, owner's son, he was the son of Harrods. He and Lady Diana ended up dead in that car crash.
Hey, check it out. I'll tell you something. Back when I was a kid, nobody wanted to talk about it, right? I mean, nobody wanted to talk about it. But you see, my grandparents, my granddad was from Luxembourg, Germany. They didn't like Jews. Okay, the whole Brewer family. They didn't. No. What happened? My grandpa Guido married my grandma, who was a Hohenstein from I think she was a German Jew. And man,
Punch's got everyone hating on Harry, bro. Everybody's hating on
Harry's
Harry on the
okay.
chat.
Love, man.
Right.
It's love. It's love. You can't.
He came from a great woman. You feel me?
Yeah, it's love, bro. Love happens, and when it happens,
fuck that love shit, man. You got a kingdom to run. You got a kingdom. Fuck a pussy, man. Get that shit anywhere, man. And being a king or being a prince, I get all the pussy in the fucking world.
He's still that dude. He's still that dude.
Nah. Fuck that Megan chick, man. Throw in the garbage right now.
Harry. No, bro. He's still the duke.
No, Megan looked fucking. Let me tell you something. Harry's woman, she looks fit.
Man, Harry's fuck that. You know how many fit people in the fucking world?
Harry's girlfriend is one of the
Ain't none of them in the castle.
But Punch, I'll tell you this right now.
He should be like
Harry's
Eddie Murphy and coming.
I don't care what you say about that, but
he should be like Eddie Murphy and coming to America and have like 5 bitches wiping his dick off.
Hell yeah.
He's supposed to be. He's supposed to be like Hakeem and coming to America and have 5 bitches wiping his dick off every morning.
Punch, he loves her, man. He loves her. It's his gal. He loves her.
Why you hating? Because he ain't get a white girl, Punch?
Nah, man. It's just he ain't supposed to be. He's a prince.
No, I'm saying, bro. That's what, bro. I'm telling you, the only
he's a prince.
Bro, the only reason he got in trouble is because of her color. She's too dark.
Nah, man. I didn't care if he's married to the palest woman alive.
Prince William coming soon.
No, bro. If he would have had a woman that fits the billing and the queen's eyes, then he would have been all right.
Man, if I was Charles, I mean, I'm mad, bruv. I'm mad.
Man, I'll tell you what, when a man falls in love,
get that bitch out of our palace.
That's just the way it is.
Hey, bro, hey, watch this. Hey, Punch. The queen told Harry or Meghan Markle and them that their kids cannot get a royal title, but that their kids possibly could, saying that if the kids go get a little more light skin, then the kids maybe.
Come on, fam.
But your kids,
I'm
no.
a prince
your kids,
of England. I'm a prince. The fuck I'm doing with this skinny bitch? If I was Charles, I'm your daddy. I'm your father. Get this bitch out of our palace right now, bro.
Her dad is a big fat white ass.
Come on,
He's a
bro.
fucking hamburger eating cunt.
Come on, bro. Come on, fam. Get this bitch out of our palace, fam.
That same shit's been going on for centuries. I mean, same exact thing.
Harry, you've been a very naughty boy. Marrying at the cost.
Get this
I'm gonna
bloody,
get you,
get this
Harry.
bloody transvestite out of a fucking palace. You got a palace to run, bro.
Harry, you are coming out the monarchy, and I'm gonna send your ass straight back from where Meghan came from. Get the fuck out of my palace.
Punch.
Get the fuck out of the palace, Harry. You get your fucking Louis Vuitton suitcase and get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of palace, Harry.
Listen to this, Harry. Give me my fucking.
I'm so disappointed in you.
Give me my fucking MBEs back and give me those plane crafts back. Go fucking fly on fucking British Airways fucking what's it called, first class. Get the fuck out of here. Listen. I heard Harry's still a billionaire. Harry's still gonna be a billionaire, D Calico. No matter what it is. Even if Harry is not involved in the whole thing, even a little bit, Harry's a billionaire. Harry don't give a fuck. Harry is a billionaire, man. He don't give a fuck.
Bro, he got a certain.
If I was Charles, if I was King Charles, and he comes, Daddy, I'm just in love, and man, I want to see what kind of pussy is this that got my son like this. I'll fuck the shit out of Megan in my son's face. Fuck that bitch.
Shit.
The only bummer that would be about being royalty is you would never get any privacy. You know,
if I was King Charles, I'd tell the ushers, bring me Megan right now and fuck that bitch in front of my son. So he will never have to look at her.
You fucking mad. Stop talking like that, bro. You crazy motherfucker.
I'm king.
Punch has gone crazy, bro.
Well, I mean, that'd be a bummer to be, Harry, because every time he goes to the grocery store, every time he makes an appearance, you got somebody watching you, and it's like, God, that just drives me crazy, man. There's something to be said about solitude, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. But
I couldn't deal with it.
Huh?
No, I enjoy my privacy. You know what I mean?
Well, you definitely couldn't be a royal, man. But Harry is.
What would you do, Rapstar?
Unfair.
What would you do if you are, you know what I'm saying, you building your sons to rule the kingdom, to rule, and then your son said, I want to be out of the family because I fell in love with this woman.
It happens sometimes.
Fuck it, what you mean it happens? Bro.
It does happen, bro.
It don't happen, bro. When in what
It
country?
does
happen.
What ruler?
I'm saying you've always heard where a man marries out of caste, out of culture, because no matter how much of a
come on, man.
You know, at the end of the day, look, Harry took his journey, Punch. Harry
we're not talking about regular man. We're talking bloody. We're talking about royalty, bro.
Harry was happy to give up his status.
What a beta. You gotta fuck that. See, that's what happens when, you know what I'm saying, you got everything in front of you, everything built for you. You just
no, Punch, man. I think you fell into realize the skullduggery that had to, that they had to do with his mom passing. Like that's hanging over his head if it's true or not. And bro, you got to know it was enough hate to make, somebody else do it. If somebody that powerful mad at you, guess what? Bitch, I'm mad at you. Not saying me personally, but that's how people is. You know what I'm saying? If it's something it's like saying, when I saw Michael Vick go down, I'm like, damn, if that was my family, I guess I'd be in jail right now because that's my family. I wouldn't have let Michael Vick go down. You know what I'm saying? So if the king is mad at your ass or the prince or whatever, then goddamn it, something gonna happen to you. And shit happened. And bitch, that's his mama.
What do you mean, Stephen, Meghan is evil? Stephen says Meghan is evil. How the fuck is Meghan evil, Stephen?
Meghan is evil, man.
How the fuck is Meghan? Oh, what you're saying is Meghan shouldn't have pushed Harry.
He would have said the same thing about
Money gave him a bad attitude. Money gave him a bad attitude.
Yo, bro.
Megan's evil, yeah? So Megan's an evil bitch. Is that what you're saying? Megan's an evil bitch, yeah?
Bruv, bro.
Well, I don't
A
think
real
so.
woman, a
That's
real
not her
woman.
fault, bro.
Look
That
at that
he
rap
liked
star.
her that much.
Rap star.
Yeah.
A real woman in that position wouldn't even have a conversation of him not wanting to be with the family. She would be like, no,
Punch.
Harry. A real woman in his position would have kept him from doing what he was doing.
Bro.
She's a devil, bro. She's
Punch.
the devil.
Punch, do you realize, hey, Punch, do you realize that you would not be allowed in the bloodline? Like, you are Meghan Markle. You too damn dark, brother. They would have did this. Bro, you would have been the guy that was with Diana, the Egyptian. They would have got rid of you, bro. They would have got rid of your ass.
I'll tell her to just have me on the side.
Bro, they would have got rid of you.
No, I would have said to have me on the side.
You're not listening. They don't play no games.
No, you know, Punch is right. You know that a lot of British people did feel like Meghan was evil because as a woman, she should have backed off. You know, knowing what Harry has to go through and what Harry's position was. And he could have been the second king in line, the king.
She's selfish, bro.
So she took advantage of him. She took advantage of him.
As a woman, Punch is on point. A lot of women said that Meghan was fucking wrong to even push him to be with her.
She's dead selfish.
So why would Punch try to holler at the princess? You'd be selfish for that, Punch.
Nah,
because you too damn dark. You too dark.
Look, I gotta understand the position. She gotta understand that it's bigger than her fucking pussy.
So you gonna be her eunuch. You just gonna eat her out. You ain't gonna never touch. You ain't gonna never poke her. You gonna be her boy toy.
Why not?
But I'm saying you never gonna poke. You just gonna have to be a eunuch, man.
So what?
All right, have fun.
I'll have fun with Meghan on the side, but I'm the king, man. I want 6 bitches washing my dick in every morning. What the fuck are Meghan gonna do? She can't even cook, bitch.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe he felt love, bro. He felt love.
Man, fuck love. Ain't no such thing as that bullshit.
Man. Hey, you know, he went where he went and she went with him.
He got everything. He got everything in the world but a woman. You can't. Come on, man. What are you supposed to do?
That's some soft. That's some beta shit. A guy in
his
position.
Everything. No, we got a woman before anything.
Even Abraham had a kid with his slave. What the fuck is this guy talking about Meghan as one woman? Ain't no king in his position with one woman. That's a lie. Not even Louis Farrakhan. He got a bunch of women on the side. Elijah Muhammad.
You keeping it real? You keeping it real?
Even basketball players have 2 wifeys and shit like that. Get the fuck, Meghan. Come on, she don't even got booty. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man, that's the point. He might got others. It's just the fact that she knows that you could end up having babies from her. They could take on, like she. That's why the queen let it be known.
Meghan,
the queen don't care. The queen didn't care that she wouldn't. She's saying your children can never have a royal title.
You know why Queen Elizabeth said, "Fuck that, get out the fucking family"? You know why? Because if he would have kept in that family, she would have took the whole kingdom on child support.
That's funny.
Good Punch.
Shit, you're funny, fucker, Punch. Oh shit, man.
Nah, man, fuck that chick, man. I'll go fuck, man. If I was his best, if I was Harry's best friend, I'll slap him up. Like, wake the fuck up.
Matter of fact, rap.
Hey, if Harry gets divorced, yeah, it'll be really bad, wouldn't it, Punch?
Oh, that'd be bad.
That'd be fucked up. If Harry gets divorced and he didn't listen to the Queen, that'd be fucked up, wouldn't it, Punch?
Yeah, it's gonna haunt him. If that's
the
case.
Yeah, but nobody'd be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Everybody gets divorced nowadays. It's
She ain't never gonna divorce that man.
Like Diana divorced Charles. So
yeah, but Charles had an affair.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any difference. See, they can make up any kind of story. We're only going by what we heard out of the media about this Meghan gal. I mean, what was
Fuck that
written,
whore.
it may not even be the truth. For all we
He's
know,
a
he's still
whore.
with her. You know, he's still with
He's a
her.
whore. She should know her place.
Jeez.
Hey, look at Joker tells me something. Look at this. Meghan is an agent of change. She is the part of the movement to hijack influence over political system in the United Kingdom. Bro, if you guys keep carrying on, bro, I'm getting sick of Meghan.
They want to keep it white too bad, man.
Man, you guys keep carrying on, man. I'm getting sick of Meghan right now. Yeah, Meghan came and changed the British monarchy system, bro. She took our second king away. Is what Punch is right, you know. A lot of people are pissed off about that too. It's right.
She took Mufasa away. Not Mufasa, Scar. Scar. She took Scar. She took Scar. She took Scar away.
Simba. It's
How
Simba.
about look. What happened if Mufasa dies?
Shit.
Then
No.
Scar, where's Scar?
No, Simba. She took Simba.
No.
She took the prince.
Mufasa is Charles.
Scar is not neither one of them.
Scar is king.
Hey, listen,
and I love and
I want to know something though, Punch. Wait there. There's
Scar
about
was the
100
best.
people want to speak about Meghan.
Scar
Wait.
better.
There's 100 people want to speak about
songs
Meghan.
better too.
Hey, Punch. 100 people want to speak about Meghan now, yeah? Right? But smash the fucking like button if you want to speak about Meghan, bro. You know what I mean?
Real.
You guys need to smash this like button, bro. Otherwise, I'm going to shut it down and you can dream about Meghan.
Yeah.
As far as I'm fucking concerned.
Scarface, not Scarface.
If I don't get 10 more likes, man.
Yo, rap star Scar and the Lion King was for the unwanted people, the hyenas, the scavengers. He was for the poor. If Scar was the king, he'll be putting the people from the ghetto in position. That's why I like Scar.
Yeah, well, Harry was a different character, bro.
Harry, man, please. Harry is wit. Harry's beta.
Hey, whoever that joke on point, man.
In the way. You gonna
joke
think
on
you
point.
yo.
Joker ain't joking.
See, I don't think we really. Yo, you gonna let one smelly pussy get in the way of your crown, bro?
Come on, guys, smash that like button, man. How many likes we got in the building right now?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like Oprah didn't deserve to get no damn interview, but I ain't gonna lie. Like them people scared, man. They trying to do what Diana would have done. Diana would have put out a distress signal on the largest market if she could have. Shit, she just that was before social media and all of this.
Hey, Meghan, listening right now, you selfish whore. Leave that man alone.
I can't say that, Punch.
Huh?
You can't call the woman that.
Yeah, not for no reason.
Go fuck around with the Queen's family like that. There's so many other men you could hang. Don't
you calling her the queen?
You selfish bastard.
Like what make one? You know what I'm saying? Like which one did the vilest shit? I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, Bacon and Eggs, they're taking the piss, bro. Only got 40 likes. See that? 40 fucking likes. They're taking the piss, Bacon and Eggs. Go on, Punch, or whoever was talking.
That's just my message to Meghan. Go fucking get the fuck out of here, man. You know your place. You be like, honey, you got to get back in position because I don't want to be in the middle of the kingdom, and because the kingdom might need you. You don't know. Charles is 72 years old.
Do you think everybody's going to look at Meghan?
What about your brother?
Charles 72, he done. Damn.
Hey,
that's
Punch,
what I'm saying.
Hey, let me ask you guys this question.
Hold on, Rapstar.
Everybody's going to look at Meghan in the funeral a bit funny?
Hold on, Rapstar. He's 72 years old. Charles is 72 years old. His older brother, God forbid, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people is dying real young. Imagine, God forbid, he gets cancer or something like that. And now
it don't go to the brother.
The kingdom is in ambiguity, and fucking Harry piping this fucking smelly ass pussy and shit like that. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out the fucking way. We got a fucking kingdom to run here.
Now Prince Andrew gonna be the next one. The other brother. Or William. What's his name? William?
Prince William.
Yeah, Prince William is the one in line, unless Harry come back and get accepted by his dad. Like, so he's trying to
look at Donald Trump's kids. All of them are still within the family. They wouldn't even change their last name. Ivana, whatever his daughter's name, won't even change her last name because she know how powerful it is to be a Trump And then when he leaves, guess who's running his empire? His kids. And look what Harry does. Fucking beta.
Nah, now if Diana was here, he would have stayed, because he said that it didn't matter that they took his mother's titles. He said that when he becomes king, he said this as a little kid. He said, when I become king, my mother will be queen. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he's gonna give her titles back. You know what I mean?
She's dead, bro.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think the royal family is pretty much a figurehead right now when it comes to the government of England.
That's it.
They don't call the shots, and Elizabeth really never got in the way of any of the prime ministers. She pretty much agreed with all of them, so they could pull any kind of crap that they wanted to, and yeah, she pretty much went along with it. That's why they really love her in some of these countries, and then they really don't like her in some of these countries.
Look. I'm gonna tell you like this. Look. Whether people want to agree or disagree, this is what I'm saying. The most richest, for the most part, all these companies that we see is run by family corporation, family business. The Yankees is a family business. Steinbrenner dies, Hank and Hal take over. You feel me? The Knicks, James Dolan, his son, right? His son takes over of an empire. Trump too. This is not even about royalty. It's about understand. Look at Hilton, right? If Hilton dies, the daddy, guess who runs the Hilton? Paris Hilton. That's when his father got put on.
She's a
like,
holdover. Paris Hilton be fucking every rapper in the world.
Yeah. But guess what? That shit stopped because she understood after having her fun, the position that she's in if her father dies. She gotta know the business. She gotta understand. You're running an empire. You cannot fuck around. You look, earlier you started the show talking about legacy, right? And the two fighters is gonna go in there to keep the name alive. It's about legacy. The family, the kingdom needs Harry, and he's being selfish. He's being selfish to what his family has built and what it stands for, and not only being selfish.
No, you're right about that.
Hold on.
At the end of the day,
And not only
but you know why people want that angry about him?
Not only being selfish to his family, he's being selfish for the English people, for the UK.
No, you're right about that, Punch.
Man, you supporting racism, brother. I ain't lying to you, man. Like, you dark as hell too, Punch, man. But bro, you supporting racism is what you're saying. Like, I ain't gonna let that's that Spanish culture.
How you go from that? How you go from everything I said?
That's what it is.
Racist,
bro. No. You jumped over the racism and found a reason to agree with the racists.
What are you talking about?
The royal family isn't that they don't have that much influence in government. I'm telling you. In fact, they don't even have that much influence in banking. They're pretty much
how you
a
go
figurehead.
from everything I said to race. What the fuck race has to do with this shit,
bro? We talking about the crown. We talking about the only reason a person like her would be vile. Ain't nothing. She ain't no whore and all that stuff. It's just the fact that she's too damn dark skinned for them to be mixing with.
Yo, come on.
She don't even look that dark skinned to me.
My brother,
I'm just
black
saying,
man, you gotta
that's too damn dark for the queen's taste.
We're talking about kingdom. We're talking about the legacy, and you come around and saying racism.
The same.
What the hell you talking
that's that
about?
Spanish culture. A lot of Spanish, man, bro. I done seen Spanish people, like, I know Spanish people, all of them really got dark grandmas, but I done seen a lot of them, like, I done seen ones cuss the other one out because they be real with it. When I tell them, I know we all, you know what I'm saying, we all come from Moors or Morenos. We all come from Morenos, right? But people don't like to admit that. And if they real light skin, I done seen them cuss the other one out. Hey, don't ever be talking no shit like that. Why the fuck is you, like, they don't even want to hear you associating yourself with your true goddamn culture if it's in you. They want you to deny that shit, keep going wider and wider and wider.
What are you talking about? We're talking about the potential
crown
king of England. What are you talking about?
Yes, and they trying to protect.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, they trying to protect their race. They don't want that shit being tainted, is what I'm saying. They don't want no black in their blood, bro. That's what I'm saying.
They just want their son.
Yeah, he's right about that, Punch. They don't want.
Come on, man. You know that. He man, he's Spanish. He
But
see a lot of
the
that.
chat think that D Calico, they don't understand why he's going on like that.
Yo, y'all bringing race for no goddamn reason.
Oh, well, I understand what it is, but it is what it is. Okay. I mean, it happened. She's there. There's no changing it. And if he divorces her, he divorces
Look,
her.
at
And if
the
he
end of the
doesn't, he
day, though,
doesn't.
even the
I don't
Queen,
care.
yeah. I mean, to be honest, even the Queen, yeah, she must have looked down at Meghan, innit? Because she knew that Meghan came into the family, right, D Calico? And she must have had their own ways of life and culture through the United Kingdom, from the British roots, from her father. So maybe she didn't, think much of her as a woman, being marrying her grandchild.
Royalty,
You know,
look. Can I ask you a question? Because I really don't know this information. But if you say what I think I'm thinking, let me see. Rap star, how did Charles and Diana got together?
through families of knowing each other's family.
Royalty
Yeah,
and royalty together.
Royalty knowing another
Diana was
royalty
from
family.
a family of nobility.
Yeah, it
Yep.
was a family
Lady
of
Spencer.
nobility and royalty. It's like a
Yeah.
lineage, just like
Yeah.
Okay,
what
then.
Jay
There's only
Sante, just like
The
Jay
same
Santangelo
thing
said.
go for
It's
Meghan
a
Markle.
lineage. It's
Same
a
thing go for
lineage.
Meghan Markle. She's just too
Yeah.
damn dark, is what I'm telling you. Like she's related to a duke. Like she's in there. She's just too damn dark. That's the problem. She's not a commoner.
I never thought it was a problem. You know, I just thought everybody was making a big stink over nothing. You know, that's what it looked like to me. Plus, the royal family. Come on, let's face the facts. They're not. They're really not. You know, I mean, it's not like the prime minister or the British.
If she was real
They don't
royalty,
go. They don't go to the royal family to
D.
ask permission to wage war with anybody. They don't make any decisions in government. They just sit there as a figurehead. That's all they're there for. You know,
if she was about royalty, then she would have never let Harry do what he did.
she is royalty. Meghan is royalty right
But I'm
now.
saying that if she knew about royalty and know her place as a fucking woman, as a potential queen, she would know her role as a queen.
Hey,
Well, she's not going to be a
bro,
queen.
you can't become a king or queen. Like, bro, the as a matter of
She
fact,
gotta know her
rap star.
place.
Hey, rap star, what's the guy's name that was married to Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth?
Oh,
The Duke.
Edward.
The Duke.
Yeah, Duke Edward. You see that? He was never the king. Like, you can't just
No.
marry. You can't marry the king or queen and become a king or queen. It don't work like that, brother. So like the queen can marry you, but you're not the king. You'll never be the king. You literally had to already been in that lineage, in line to be a king.
And
Then
who's
you can get
Williams wife?
that, huh?
The oldest son.
What about it?
Who's his wife?
Who's his
Well,
wife?
he done had a couple wives, man. You know, he got in trouble with Epstein. He got in that Epstein situation, so he ain't got no power no more.
You're talking about Andrew. That was a cousin.
Andrew. Yeah, okay, Andrew. Yeah, he in trouble.
He's out there flying around getting that young leg.
Yeah, he ousted. They don't fuck with him.
Who, the oldest son?
No, and what, it was Andrew?
We're talking about Andrew. That's different. That's maybe a cousin or
Who's
something.
Charles' oldest son? Harry's brother.
William.
Prince William.
Okay, Prince William. So who's Prince William married to?
Kate, and that what's her name?
No, nobody. He used to be with Fergie, and now
No, he's talking about Prince Charles.
Prince William, man.
Yeah,
Prince William,
married.
the first, the guy that's gonna be up next to be king.
he's not up next.
Yes, Charles is king.
After Charles, he is.
Oh yeah, because Charles, because of Harry ain't being there. But
Harry is the second. Harry is the young one.
Yeah, Harry's younger. William's next.
Oh, so you talking about Harry's brother? I'm thinking you talking about Charles' brother.
No. I'm talking about.
I don't know what his gal's name is.
Yeah.
What's William's gal's name? Rap star, you're from there.
Yeah. She's an actress. Yeah. Kate something.
Kate Middleton.
Oh, she ain't bad looking.
Yeah. She be dressing like a Princess Diana on purpose.
Yeah.
Yep. Like she literally wear the same outfits.
Well, you know why? Because she knows her
Because she's gonna be the
place.
next princess.
Yeah, because she knows her place.
She know
That's
that.
my point.
Bro,
My
she's
point.
Lady
Look, look, look.
Spencer. Bro,
You
she's the
know,
Lady Spencer right now.
you know what? You
She
know
got
what?
elevated.
But you know what? Because she knows her place as a woman, as a princess. Megan
Bro.
wants to be a fucking king.
You know, let
in
me
her
tell
mind,
you this. They
look,
have,
look,
can I
in
just
her
give you a
mind,
fact
Megan
check?
wants
Punch.
to be in her
Punch, let me
mind.
give
She
you
wants
a fact check.
in
They
her
have
mind.
the king has just named his son and his wife Kate the Prince and Princess of Wales. They're the Prince and Princesses of England now.
Yes.
Wow.
But guess what?
That's what the king has done for them.
But look, Kate knows her place. She handles herself like a princess. She knows her place. Megan is trying to.
No.
Megan is
fits the billing.
Megan is supporting. She needs to shut the fuck up, know her place, and wear the same dress that my mama wears.
Hey, bro, that was the dumbest shit. Hey, bro, if Queen Elizabeth was alive, she would have destroyed Charles for thinking that. Like even thinking about giving, making her a princess. You're gonna make her a princess. Guess what? If something happened to William, then she is the new Queen of England. Nigga.
I tell you this.
Well, let me just tell you something about Prince
Queen
Andrew.
Elizabeth would have invited me to the
Prince
damn
Andrew
palace for
is
saying what I'm
Prince
saying.
Charles's brother. Prince Andrew is the king's brother. He was the one that had conspiracy with Epstein.
Yeah.
And Prince Andrew paid millions and never needed to go to court.
Well, yeah. That's because, it's a big club and we're not in it.
Yeah. Read what Joker said. Put it up.
Yeah, big club. We're not in it.
What do you say?
He said, Kays is white and falls in line with the expectations of tradition. I like the last part. She just stays in line with the tradition.
Racism, bro. That's just like anytime I see somebody like anytime you see a company, it's established since 1892. I'd be like racist. You feel me?
That's not racist.
Bro, I don't give a damn if it's Hershey's. Hey, if Hershey's be like Hershey's since 1860, racist.
It's not racist, man.
Of course it is.
Look. I'm gonna say like this.
Bro, its foundation is racism.
Look, I'm gonna say like this. Not blending in or wanting to be part of another culture is not racist. Yo, put it this way. My grandmother and my mother used to be like, yo, be careful with those Puerto Rican girls. They crazy. And then when you get in problems with them, they bring in their whole family to fight you and stuff like that. Be careful with those Puerto Rican girls. Be careful with those Puerto Rican girls. Guess what? My baby mama's Puerto Rican and Cuban. That bitch was trying to take me to fucking court and all that shit. And you know what my mama told me? I told you since you were small, don't fuck with the Puerto Rican girls. They're crazy. We're the same people.
Bro, that's the same thing about astrology. That's like saying a Leo. Don't fuck with a Leo, a Scorpio. Don't fuck with a Scorpio.
Look.
Not the same thing, bro.
There's certain family that love their
certain
culture
Scorpios.
and rather make. Let's say my grandmother, right? My wife is Swedish, right? And my grandmother be like, your wife is so nice. Damn, I wish she know how to speak Spanish so she could understand me, because my grandmother is like a comedian, right? So when she's making everybody laugh, but my wife don't understand her, and she be like, man, I wish that I could understand your wife and we could have a talk. It's some things about culture. People just want to feel comfortable. People just like their own culture sometimes. You know, when you date outside of the culture, some people just don't want to learn other cultures. That's what it is. It's not racist. It's that people just rather mingle with their own culture, with their own people, with their own tribes. That doesn't mean you're racist.
Bro, what is the own kind when most people are mixed, man? Most people are mixed people.
No, they are, but it's almost like this.
Spanish culture, like come on, man. Like the Taino, like the Puerto Rican come from the Taino, the African
But let me give
and
you an
the
example.
conquistador.
Let me give you an example, D. Let's say I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say the Grammys and the Oscars, right? The African Americans will be like, "Oh man, they don't nominate us. Man, they don't have it. Man, it's racist. They don't put us in this. They don't put us in that." You don't hear the Asians talking shit. The Asians be like, "Fuck it. We have our own shit." I'm
But
not
what do you
here
think about this
I-
though, D Calico? He's telling the truth. For hundreds of years, if you get married in the royal family, Kate has to have, there's expectations of these women to represent the world like this. So Megan wanted to do her own thing, just like what Darren says. Megan didn't want to dress like Kate. She didn't want to represent the country like that. So do you think there's any fairness to that? That sometimes it takes a woman to adapt to that kind of culture, then she gets accepted. What do you think about that?
Man, of course, if that's the case, but none of that was even thought. Like I never heard those thoughts until, time after. So maybe, she did do it, but in the beginning, like nobody wasn't saying that. So maybe she was being an angel in the beginning, and
Megan is this newfound power trip bitches, man. I like traditional women. I like
well,
women that know
I
their
ain't no,
place.
bro.
I
Hey,
know
hey,
that. I
hey,
love women
hey,
that know
rap
their
star,
place, that know
rap
how to
star,
treat a king, that know how to
hey,
treat a
rap
man,
star,
that know their place as a woman.
hey,
We're not
hey, rap
equal,
star,
bitch.
bro. He is
We
arguing
are
with.
not
Hey,
equal.
hey, hey, hey,
You
bro,
gotta
he's
fall
taking
in
his
line with your
social
bitch.
media arguments to the next level is what he's doing. Because I ain't gonna lie, it's the people that make you feel that way. Like on social media, the way women felt so empowered and was like really tripping on men because of Meghan Markle, it made you want to hate. But I still resisted the hate because I see the women are just acting crazy. I've never seen Meghan acting crazy. It's just the regular bitches. You know what I'm saying?
Megan
These
is a
bitches,
regular bitch.
yeah, it's them acting all power trippy and shit. I be like, what the hell?
No,
You ain't Meghan
Megan
Markle,
is Megan is a regular bitch compared to to Prince
to
Harry.
Kate Middleton,
To the royals.
to Kate Middleton. She right there with Kate Middleton.
Man, she better know her place, man. Right
I
now.
think
See,
she's right there with Kate Middleton.
I want Harry to
Yeah,
invite me to the palace or to his house. I told Megan to herself, bitch,
and
know your fucking place.
Kate ain't bad, but she right there with Kate, man. Come on now, don't play. Neither one of them are bad. Like,
Come
be
on,
honest
man.
with you, they the finest
Yeah,
queens
but the
we ever
Kate follows the
seen.
monarchy.
They ain't had
Kate
no good
follows the
looking women.
monarchy.
The whole world is getting bait in this because of what's going like this. That's an example. No. I want these kings to put these women in their place.
Man, bro,
What do you
man.
think of this guy's message, Punch? Darren says,
No.
I think
We getting out of hand right now. Men are turning too soft. It's time to put these women back in the place. Put them back in the motherfucking kitchen. Clean that shit. Hey, tell the nanny to get the fuck out of my house. It's time for you to raise our children. The fuck you doing, bitch?
That's a good point. Damn good point.
Hey, you act like King Charles, man. That's who you act like. I ain't
That's what
lying.
a king is. That's what a
Nigga.
king. That's a real king.
Hey, well, he ain't never done that as a king. As a prince, he was a wild motherfucker like you, though. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see what he is as a king. If he's
you got
more
everybody
reserved.
laughing at him. You got everybody laughing at him.
He might
Punch
be
got a
more
point.
reserved as a king.
Punch has a point, man. All these uppity ass women and all this, I am woman and all that crap, man. It's getting really old,
All that shit saying, "Oh, I love my partner." Get the fuck out of here. That Will Smith shit. I love my partner. That what partner was what came about. That was gay couple shit. Partner was
Yep.
gay couple. That's my partner. Now you calling your wife your partner. Now you calling your husband a partner. Get the hell out of here, woman. Get in the motherfucking kitchen. Clean the fucking shit. And when I come home, I want my hot plate there. I want it first in the kids because I'm the king. I'm the head of the household. The way that Jesus Christ, God pretended. It's God first. Then comes the man. Then comes the woman, and then comes the children. Woman, know your place.
I agree.
Hey,
Call
I
me a
mean,
chauvinist. I don't care.
God and
But
men, men and women, woman
nah,
over children.
that ain't chauvinistic. He's just he boasting it. So boasting is chauvinistic, but what he's saying is 1,000. That's why he's screaming, because he knows it's the gospel. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking. I'm gonna just say amen, goddamn it. Because boy, you definitely telling the God on the truth. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
There
But
you
it's
yeah.
kind of
go.
boastful. Calm down, brother.
Nah. I think it need. things need to be explained the way that thing we trying to sugarcoat shit. Even when people trying to say, hey, tradition is good, the man, the head of the house, and people are trying to sugarcoat. No, it's time for the man to stand the fuck up and tell these women, hey, yo, this is what it is, woman. Get the fuck out of here. You can't overpower. You don't even got the testosterone to handle what the fuck I'm telling you. You better go back into that kitchen. You better take care of the kids.
Bro.
Take out the fucking nanny. It's time for you to put it at work like a real woman and like a real mother.
Hey, Rapstar, you need to put up the sign. Do not try this at home. Because, like, he's telling the truth, but do not do it like that. Because that's gorilla pimping, man. You cannot be gorilla. If you gorilla pimping in 2022, you're in trouble, man. I'm telling you. What I'm saying is, I'm going to just say, like my grandma always told me, she said, always, and I know you really a smooth dude. You just, you know what I'm saying? You're getting it off right now. You're getting off your chair. What I'm really saying, like my grandma always said, always have a little finesse. And I know that's how you really operate, brother. I know you operate with mad finesse. You feel me? So that's just the way more men gotta be. But you do got you know, you got your head screwed on right. You know what the hell a man deserve and how a woman should be treated. All that good stuff.
That's true.
No, look. I'll be real. Like, yo, I could give you an experience. I give you my a real experience. Let's say my father-in-law, and one time we talking, and he's like, you know, in Sweden, you know, we're very like a 50-50 type of culture. Like we treat women the same as men, and everything is 50-50. We do the dishes together. We do this together. I said, well, that ain't my culture, bro. I said, yeah, but you know, he was talking about how his daughter, and you know what he expects. You know what I told my father-in-law? I said, that's my woman. Your daughter is my woman. Your daughter has my last name. This is the Gomez family household. She's under me. Whoa. No. She left the nest. We become one. I'm the head of the household here. Straight up. Y'all don't believe me? Hey, y'all, I'll tell my wife
Hey, listen, I agree. I agree with you,
and
man.
she'll tell you the same shit.
No, it's God honest truth. Like I'm like that too. I'm an alpha male without even thinking about it. You know what I'm saying?
And
like
I ain't say like disrespectful like that. I just let it be known.
I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert until goddamn somebody make me become an extrovert.
Yeah, until they push you in a corner.
Then they be like, God damn. You know?
That shit gone far enough. You know? We're gonna draw the damn line.
Now,
Mr. Hyde.
Now, if you just got a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying, and you don't know if y'all gonna make it or not. But my wife is my wife. Our children, it's my household, it's my kingdom. It's not your kingdom no more. Your girl is not your little girl, is not your daughter is not yours. She's mine.
I ain't gonna lie, I never want to hear that shit. But it's like that though.
I got a daughter too. And then if she is she gets married, and look, if she gets married and she has kids by her husband and stuff like that, give her away in the wedding or whatever. I just because I'm her father, I just can't walk in her house and because I'm her father, I'm the man. Nah, that's it. Those days are over. Now you could support her as a dad forever, of course, and just like me, I will support my daughter forever. But that's it. That's her man. They became one.
Yeah.
That's just the evolution of you know, our children. It's just it is the cycle of life. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's true, man. I agree.
Yeah, I'm right.
Men just got soft, bro. Men just got soft.
It's a proper order and balance for everything.
And we fucking up the order.
Exactly.
We're disobeying the rule of law, the rule of God.
Yep. Yeah, because what a woman should be mothers, so that means they should be nurturers. Like, and I ain't gonna lie, we all need that nurturing from the divine women. You know what I mean? Even at a grown age, I need, you know what I'm saying? I need to know that my woman would nurture me. God damn it. Of course, my kids, but it's one and the same. They are me. I am them. So, you know what I mean? If you treat one wrong, you're gonna treat the other wrong. You know what I mean? So yeah. The mothers need to be the nurturers, and the dads got to be them protectors. You know, got to be a provider. You know,
If all the men put their foot down and actually say what's really real, if all the men put their foot down, women wouldn't be saying nothing.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna do that. All the men ain't gonna. All the men ain't gonna do that damn shit.
Like, let's say in Saudi Arabia,
that's how come you got 85% of the women, 85% of the divorces are because the woman leaves a man because he's putting his damn foot down.
Look at
you know
Saudi.
What? You know what I say? Go on ahead and go. I'll get back with you. Write me a letter. You know.
Yep.
That's how much I give a shit.
It's in Saudi Arabia. Oh yeah, it's about time they let women drive. If all this time they let them drive, why the fuck you want to drive now, woman? Get in the fucking passenger side. Get in the passenger side. Let me drive. We've been driving all over. What the fuck you fighting to have a license? Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Women can't drive. You know what I'm saying? Like the best drivers that are women, they have lead feet. You know what I'm saying? They got that lead foot. I'm talking about they can drive, but they drive too damn fast.
They go around the corners too damn fast too.
Yeah. Like they go to the store real quick, and I'm talking about real quick. You be like, God damn.
Men got so much beta that dogs got more respect than men. Than straight men, dogs in the street got more respect than men. We piss on the street, we got a ticket. A dog could shit in the street. He all good.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, let me tell you something, hey Peter. You know, my uncle's time, yeah, and even my dad's time, a woman used to walk behind her man.
Oh yeah. There was guys over in Minnesota here that were from Greece.
Hey,
their women walk behind them 14
the woman would
feet.
walk behind her man.
Yeah.
That's just out of respect.
Yep.
You know what it is, Rapstar? That they want men and they still want us to be gentlemen at the same time.
There you go.
In reality, they want a traditional man. When we go on a date, they will want the man to pay. If we want to get married, the women still want the man to be down on his knees to propose to her. We don't say, woman, get down on your knee and propose to me. We don't say that. So in reality, they want to keep the tradition in men. But women, they don't want to be ladies no more. They don't want to be ladies anymore. They don't want to be mothers anymore.
Nope.
They want their cake and eat it too. Bro, no, ain't no running.
All that my body.
When a father has a baby and stuff like that, and they break or she gets pregnant, there's no running away from a father. That's it. We attach. Even if we don't see our children, there's fathers out there that don't even know their children. They got to pay some child support. A father could kill a mother could kill their kid. She could abort it. No consequences. No. The men are getting too soft out here. It's time that we speak up.
Nah, maybe I ain't gonna lie. It's the women. They're getting too damn tough. Like we shouldn't have to be no tougher. We should still be able to be gentlemen. But guess what? They acting too fucking rowdy for us to be gentlemen.
We letting it because it's not that they're acting too tough. It's that we're getting too weak.
Well, if you let them get too damn uppity, too damn uppity, they'll take as much rope as you can give them. You don't want to let them get too damn uppity. You want to catch that shit right away.
Hey, put it like this. Hey, Punch Drunk. Like you done been in the gym. Like you can go in your mind and think of a heavyweight or anybody like the baddest motherfucker in the gym. Dude, you know, look like he go to the gym every day to work out and box and all that. Like nobody wants to fuck with him. No man alive really want to fuck with him. And you know, a woman to call that nigga a bitch or a pussy ass. You know, only a woman would talk low to him. You know, like men, we give each other respect. Like men understand that respect is due to a dog, but women think you gotta earn respect. Respect is due to a dog. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Women just don't give out respect. They're not doing that. You know what I mean? It's sad as fuck, bro. It's sad as fuck.
Yeah. It is sad, man.
It's
It's that
sad, bro.
uppity ass shit that's coming out of the media. You know, that's what it is. Entitlement. They're getting entitlements. You know.
Yo,
I
come
want to
on,
ask
yo.
every
Don't you
man a
think?
question.
Don't you
No, I
think
want to
that
ask a
this?
question, Punch. I'm going to ask a very simple question. In today's world, we become like these men, yeah? And when I say we, I know I'm going to involve myself because I've been through situations in my last marriage. When you're harsh, or let's say you come home and you see your kids being wrong and you want to discipline your children. My dad used to really discipline me. But nowadays, you go and discipline your child in a different way that you want to give them a smack to teach them a lesson so they don't fucking do it again. And your woman will come and say, you can't smack my child. Fuck you. This is the kind of beta male society we live in.
Yep.
That even the schools and the media has supported to say, you know what, you can't discipline your kid. Because if you discipline your kid, guess what? You have to do it in a certain way. So
Bro,
right now, you got to remember this. It's a twisted world we're living in. You can't even discipline your child in the way that you want to discipline your kid. And you're
bro,
sitting there in front of your woman and your woman's looking at you knowing you can't be the man that you want to be. How does that feel?
bro, rap star. 9 out of 10 times, or anybody in the panel, right? Why does the father discipline the child?
Because they love their child. They don't want to see this happening again. They
You
love
know,
their
Because the old
child.
man is the authority in the room.
no,
That's
no,
why.
but why? Why does the child need to be disciplined? You know why? Let's be real. Where the father 9 out of 10 times disciplines the child because the mother couldn't handle him.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
And that's
she
the
will
only
be
time. That's
like,
the only time somebody need a man. Other than that,
yeah,
you
because
know.
when the look,
That's a very good
when
point.
there's a father in the household, it's a natural authority.
Mm-hmm.
You don't
Yep.
have to tell your child, don't do this. When the father is living in the household and the son or the daughter is raised with the father in the household, there is never, oh, just acting wild and disrespecting while the father is there. No, 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 no.
Trying to tell you.
The children disrespects and act out when the father is not there. When he come from work, or when the mother see like I can't handle, he said this and he said that and stuff like that. When the father step inside the house and give that look, the mother understand. Like he don't act like that with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow, you have all this power.
Exactly. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I remember.
Hey, bro.
I
Hey, bro. I
remember my
swear.
mom. My mom used to say, "Your dad be home 5. Your
Exactly.
dad. Your
Hey,
dad coming home 5 o'clock."
hey, Punch.
Exactly.
Hey, Punch. My last situation with my baby mama, right? My other one, my oldest son. God dang, she ended up calling me crying and all this, talking about you know, come get him. And like, I'm just tired of it. Like he's been with me for 17 years. We can go with you. I'm tired. So now that he know I'm on the way, you feel me? Like, to get a lot of straightening and probably bring him with me. You feel me? He acting so right that now she don't want him to go. I think you probably just need to talk to him, and he should stay. Nah, why the fuck you? I just left work. Damn it. You know what I'm saying?
It's like boys in
Now
the
you want
hood.
him to stay. Now you want him to stay because now his dad then came. He act right. That's a little bit of act right. He need a lot of act right. You
It's
know what I'm
like
saying?
boys in the hood. It's like boys in the hood when she dropped off the son to the father.
Yep.
And he act way different. It's like that. That's just natural, bro. I look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
my
Hey,
yo.
for what? Yeah.
I could listen to my kids crying and sometimes whining. Once I be like, "I boom, hey," and they look at me, done. It's like a magic. Like we're magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Yeah.
you ain't
And
got to say
you,
nothing. All you got to do, some people be lazy, but if you get your butt up and go walk in there and check on them, all that noise they're gonna stop as soon as they see you walk in that door. You know what I mean? Man, we love our kids, man. It's love, man. It's all love, for real.
Yeah, because the thing about the old man is he'll give you discipline, but he'll stand by you until the bitter end, and he will.
Man, bro.
Something come down on you, the old man will be standing right there next to you.
Hey, like the Bible say, God chastises those who He loves. Like nobody's gonna be critiquing you if they don't really goddamn give a fuck about you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving you my expertise on how to shoot, dribble, or something, and I don't give a fuck about you. If I ain't give a fuck about you, I wouldn't tell you shit. You know what I mean?
Yo,
Nothing
but
good.
that's why I love boxing, bro, because it shows out of any other sport that father and son bond. That father that you give your son a tool and you still and you're rocking with them, you're still with them. That's why I hate when people say fire the father. I hate that. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, bro.
Yeah, you might be right, man. I mean, boxing was the first sport. It was the first thing that I was introduced to back in. Well, I was born in 1952, so I'm really old. And I got to tell you, the first sport that I ever knew anything about was boxing. Okay, so I didn't know anything about football, anything about basketball, anything like that. It was just boxing. And I think you're right, man. Because my dad liked boxing, my granddad liked boxing, everybody, all of us like boxing. We all watched boxing together when I was a kid. So kind of grew up like that.
Hey, yo, bro, my mom will be like, go to the store, go downstairs to the store. I'll take a good 10 minutes and stuff. Like, be like, give her all the, come on, go to the store. Why you don't go to the store? My father says, yo, go to the store. I'm already downstairs. I'm already in the store.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And let me ask you a question. I don't care if you're proud of it or not, but did you ever get disciplined and get beaten up by your mom or your dad? Not beaten up, but slapped really hard, or really been disciplined where you were like, yeah, man, put hands on me.
Hey, you deserve it too. But guess what?
I did, and I probably deserved it. Yeah, I did deserve it.
I think
I was late. I was coming home late, 12, 11, 13 years old, coming home at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Thinking I could do what I want.
Damn, you was a gangster. Rap
I
star.
think our era, just because their parents also did the same thing to them, that I think that was the only way they learned how to discipline. I think our era, we talk more. You know what I'm saying? The fathers back then didn't have time to be the nurturers. You know what I'm saying? They the one that worked. Most of the mothers was at home. They didn't have time to come down and hug us and do all that.
Hey, listen, Tycho TV used to get beaten up for 1 hour. That was, hey, that's fucking cruel.
Now that's abuse.
Hey,
now that's abuse, damn it.
Hey, Tycho TV's been cruelly beaten up, bro. That's cruelty. If a parent beating up,
that is cruel, man. That's cold blooded.
I used to get beat twice. If it's my mom, and then my father would be like, I'm coming home, and he'll beat me.
I used to get locked up in my room for a couple hours.
Hey, bro, you ever heard of the Chinese water torture? The Chinese water torture is where a little drip of water just keeps beating on you, bro. Eventually it feel like Mike Tyson punching on your forehead. It'll bust through your forehead. Water will break through anything in the world.
Yo, bro, I remember when my dad, spanked me with the, I don't know if y'all know remember the old boxing ropes, jump rope. Not them plastic shits. I'm talking about the
You mean the
real deal? Yeah, that real deal rope. That real rope.
Are you talking about leather rope?
Yeah, the leather rope. The old
brown leather. The brown leather rope.
My father one time hit me with that shit. Just popped me one. Oh my god!
I still remember. That's like a whip.
That's so yeah.
Hey, one time, listen to this. What? This is no kidding.
I even got whipped with the weight belt.
No, them cheap ass jump ropes in the projects hurt worse than that. Them bitches plastic. Yeah.
One time I was in 6th grade, right? And my old daddy had this 1897 Winchester shotgun. It was a pump shotgun, so you could pump it and it'd run like an automatic, right? So I was in 6th grade. I grabbed that gun. Now, up here in Minnesota, I live by the swamps, by the Mississippi River. I took that gun on down into the swamp. And for some reason, I had about, I think it was like 10 or 11 bullets because I had one in my pocket when I came home. I started unloading that shotgun down there in that swamp, just shooting away. I came back and my old dad goes, "Where you been?" So I've been down there shooting that shotgun. He goes, "Put it away. Did you clean it?" "No, I didn't clean it." He says, "Put it away." I put it away. Come out there. He had that belt out. He whipped my ass. I bet he whipped my ass for an hour, man, with that belt for taking that gun without permission, you know?
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, bro, I remember back in the days, every household had a thick ass leather belt probably hanging up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about thick. I'm talking about the kind you clean a razor with. You like, oh, please don't never whoop me with that motherfucker. Hey, boy, think it's a game.
Oh, yeah, he whipped my ass hard, boy. Damn.
Hey, I'm talking about man. My pops used to spank my hand with a hairbrush. You feel me?
Oh,
Yep.
damn.
Yep. Stick your hand back out. Either hey, he always tell me either you're gonna get it on your hand or your ass. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sticking my hands out there getting the motherfuckers toe up, man. Toe up.
I talk to my kids though. I'd rather talk to my kids. I think
I was
for me
horrible.
it works.
I was horrible,
I never needed to spank.
Yeah, but we never got brought up like that. I'm the same as you, Punch. But we got brought up in a different time. When we got fucking went wrong, we got beaten up, bro.
We got our
We got
asses
slapped
kicked.
up,
Yeah.
bro. Hey, listen, I'll tell you a story too. I remember I was about 11 and I was trying to act hard and come home at 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I found some older kids. I said, yeah, man, this is cool, man. I got the older guys they were third grade. I was the first year, they were third years. I said, yeah, man, we can go out. My mum let me get away once. Second time, she told me, I ever catch you again, I'm gonna beat you. I've never took her serious, right? So she goes, you're never gonna do that again. So I sneaked out the window. I went out. I come back. She was waiting for me all night. I didn't know. As she had found a way to attack me. Like, you know, like that guy in UFC who watched UFC yesterday. Kazmak Shamayev, how he grabbed that man. She grabbed me. I was a little guy. She grabbed me up like that. She threw me on the floor like MMA. And I said, what the fuck's my mum doing? My mum ain't done me like this before. Because she always used to love me a lot, right? She goes, I'll sport this motherfucker. She slapped me till my older sister had to come down and say, leave him alone. She slapped me out, bro. And she made blood come out my face. I resented my mum. I got beaten up by my mum. But she did the right thing because I was only a first year. I was trying to act. She was worried about me. She said, this kid is going to go out of my hands. She said, my son's going to end up in prison by the age of 13, 14. She had those worries because I lived in London, and London wasn't the greatest parts at the time where we were growing up.
Yeah.
So my mum beat me, Punch, and she beat me to the point where I didn't took the piss until I got to 13 and she couldn't beat me no more.
The only thing that I agree with, I wrote this shit before a long time ago when I had a website, is that I believe that getting whipped does create this aggressive attitude, and not only aggressive attitude, that sometimes I think that why there's men out there that do beat on their women and stuff like that, it's because they're raised by, if you're not understood, if you're not being understood, you get whooped. So when a man gets in a relationship and let's say he beats his woman up, he's saying something that she's misunderstanding him, she's not getting him, and for that woman to understand him, he put his hands on her. I do think that getting whipped for a lot of people to be understood, or you're not understanding, what you said, I told you not to do it, don't you understand, ding 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 ding. I think it does, for the weak men, it does create that aggressive, violent type of mindset. I think it could happen.
You know the difference
here's the deal.
No,
if you get whipped for no reason,
the difference is my parents, they disciplined me because out of love. then they also felt bad that they disciplined me a couple of times like that. You know what I mean? When I was a
Hey,
young guy,
I
you
got
could
my
see
ass whipped
my parents
for a
had a
good
lot of love
reason.
for me though.
You
Until when I
know?
was young, my dad died when I was a young kid, but my mum had a lot of love for me. She cared too much about me, you know. So,
Now I used to get whipped for the dumbest reasons too,
well,
bro.
that's different though. But everybody has a different reason. Now, if you're getting whipped because your parents have anger issues or your parents have issues of their own, but that's wrong. Because you
Yeah.
shouldn't be getting whipped because they're angry or they're having a bad day. That's a different kind of a discipline. Now you're
It,
taking it to the point where the kid knows you're doing this for the wrong reason.
right.
They're gonna
Right.
resent you. And then if they resent you, they're gonna take it out on people and become something else. Go on,
Yeah.
carry on.
Every time I got an ass whipping, yeah, I knew I screwed up. So I knew I had it coming. I knew I had it coming, and I did it anyway, like a dumb
Bro,
ass. You know?
bro.
No, sometimes I got whooped for because I know I did something bad. But there's certain times and you get disciplined, get whooped by the smallest shit. Like let's say you get hit because they told you to turn off the
Yeah, but
video game.
there's a
No,
fine
it
line from
yeah,
abuse and discipline. There's a fine line between abuse and discipline.
yeah, exactly,
I
exactly.
think both. I think the discipline is also abuse.
Hell no.
No.
I think
No.
if you if you getting hit from with ropes, if you're getting hit with barbed wire, or I mean with iron cords, and you get that's not discipline. That's abuse, bro. The thing is that
Deserted my ass
the
whooping. And
thing
guess
the
what?
thing is
As a
the
child,
thing is that we grew up, you know what I'm saying, and we handle it, and today we still love our parents. But
no.
to beat a kid up, to go get a branch and hit him with a branch and leave marks, that's not discipline. You just said Rapstar just said that his mother used to slap him up and had him all bloodied up. That's not
Hey,
discipline.
hey, I'm black. So guess what? Man, you ain't gonna touch me and leave
It's
a
both.
fingerprint.
It's both.
No,
It's
I'm saying you're
both.
not gonna leave a fingerprint on me. So goddamn, we got our ass whooped. It ain't no lie. Like, another person, you might leave all your evidence if you even grab them. If you grab them by the arm, now you done left your damn fingerprints on there. I'm talking about my black ass done got the switch. I done got whooped with
The
all of that.
switch.
You
The
feel me? And
switch.
ain't got one mark. You know what I mean? But real
How
shit though,
many?
hey Punch. Hey, it might take a couple of days or sometimes it might take a week or whatever. But bro, I used to know I needed that whooping.
You never
Not
they never
needed
they
it.
never they never give you
I
the
knew I
they never
needed that whooping.
they
And I
never
You had it
appreciate it,
coming.
bro. That's
You
that's the
no
had it
reason,
you
bro.
coming.
appreciate it. No, you appreciate it now when you old around that time.
Man,
Shit,
I probably will be a
did you ever
crybaby,
get to
man.
take your clothes off, jump in the shower, and come back out wet and whoop your ass? That ain't discipline.
You can't get in a fight. You can't get in a fight and cry. You'll never get in a fight and cry after your parents whip your ass.
There's some
You know what I
spanks,
mean? You know how
but
some people used to cry and they fight.
there's some spankings, right? There's some discipline, but discipline in that way is abuse. Is the abuse? Is the discipline? It's still abuse. The
Well,
iron core shit.
every time I caught hell, every time I caught that strap, I knew I screwed up. I mean, I knew it. My old man would say to me, "You damn fool! What'd I tell you?" And I'm going to tell you why. And then he'd tell me why, and then he'd whip my ass. I mean,
Mhm.
it was like, "Oh yeah, okay, you were right. You were right. I didn't listen. I didn't listen." That was the whole thing about it. If you don't listen, you're going to get it.
So basically, let's just keep it real. If you're not an intelligent parent and you haven't got the focus to look in your child's eye, to know how you can talk to them, from them to know you can lift your eyelid and understand they won't fuck with you or they'll try and do better next time. Are you saying in today's world, what they did to us before was basically the wrong way of disciplining? Because if you're a good parent, you should be able to sit your child down and talk to them one on one and they understand the respect factor. Do you agree with me?
I think kids are smarter than what they think. Because if you could talk to your kids, then they could have spoken to you too. The thing is that was not the culture. That was not the way we evolved. I think parents today evolved from that. Some of us evolved from that. Because you know why we evolved from that? Because we felt as kids like, man, I ain't gotta get hit for this. When I'm a parent, I ain't gotta hit my kids like this. We learn from that because of what they did, the abuse. So you can't see yourself beating your kids the way that you got beaten up, because that was abuse. That's why you don't beat up your kids today.
Nobody
The parents
beats their
couldn't
kids.
control us. That's what it
People
was.
people don't beat their kids. You get an ass whipping for being a damn dumbass. That's why that's why we always got it. And I wasn't the only one. My brother got it. My sister never got her ass cracked, but I got four other brothers. Every one of them got a kick in the ass with a cold boot. For
But I'm
being a
saying is it that we're with dumbasses, or is it that we're growing? We're gonna make a lot of mistakes.
no, no. These kids nowadays, they need a kick in the ass with a cold boot.
Facts.
But not all
Big
kids
time,
though.
big time,
But not
big
all
time.
kids. Not all kids.
Well, what they're up against, what these people are up against is they go into these schools and you have these groomers in there telling them, well, you can be a guy or you can be a gal. Guess what? All you have to do is put on a dress and put on a little lipstick and you'll look just like a girl and you might even think you're a gal. In fact, you probably are a gal. The next thing you know, they're sitting there worried about climate change or their transgender situation, and the parents are sitting at home loaded on drugs. It's just a clusterfuck. The whole thing's a clusterfuck.
Now those kids deserve a whooping.
That's what's going on. That's what's going on. They're all
Like
over
the
the place.
Wayne Wade's kid, he deserve a whooping.
You got guys in the swimming team that think they're girls. I mean, come on, man. You got to set a low. The guy's a regular 6 foot dude, and he's swimming with the women. Come on. What the hell's going on? Guys are taking a leak in the women's bathroom. Seriously.
Like, put it this way, like let's say my father was a jail dude, right? I was always scared of my dad. He didn't need to whoop me to be scared. I was always scared. If he knew that I was always scared, he didn't need to actually whip me.
Yeah, I was never scared of my old man.
Nah, I was always scared of my dad.
I took care of him. I took care of him when he got congestive heart failure. He lived at my house here. I'd say to him, "How you feeling today?" And he'd go, "Well, I'm enjoying poor health." Oh, man.
No, and I love my dad to death. But I'm saying that if only he knew that all he had to do is talk to me, trust me, I would have listened. He didn't need to whip me. Because some father has that thing. My father just really had to look at me. He just had to say it. Like my son is a teen. His mom used to call me the same way. Oh man, he's this and that. I'm like, I don't know that, because when he with me, I don't see what you see. I don't hear what you hear. I don't know. I don't know that part of my son, because with me, shit, he's perfect.
Well, my problem was I tried to pull the long end of the stick every once in a while. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I try and get away with a little bit more bullshit than I should have, and then I get caught. Like taking that shotgun.
I think kids these days, bro, when they don't have that self-discipline themselves, they don't respect their own fucking family. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to remember one thing. It's a whole different deal.
When you don't respect your mom and dad, you don't respect yourself.
You got to remember, these kids in school. I went to a Catholic school with nuns. Okay, so I went to church every day, 7 days a week. And I grew up like that until the 8th grade, until I went to public school. Whole different deal now. I mean, they're teaching transgenderism. They're telling these kids there's groomers in these schools. If they aren't pushing climate change up their ass, they're pushing electric cars up their ass. They're pushing just the craziest, outrageous things. Pronouns. Well, if you use this pronoun, you might be they, you might be them, you might be a girl. You might be a girl, even though you got a set of nuts between your legs. Don't you can be whatever you want to be. It's total insanity. total insanity. And then they
Yeah.
go home to their folks who've been working all day. They're tired, and they really don't have a whole heck of a lot of time to spend with them. So, there's the whole thing is convoluted.
You
It's
know what it
messed
is,
up.
Peter? We lived a different time. You lived a different time to us. We lived it different to you slightly, but now it's totally become different. And
Yeah,
what
it's
was
totally
what was common before is not common sense now. What
it's
was the devil
obnoxious.
before is become normal. What was illegal before is become legal. So they've totally changed the concept of society and the way that they want you to think.
Well, it's obnoxious to go ahead and groom kids like that, in my opinion, man. I think that's cold blooded. But you know what? They always go for the kids. As much as I've read through history and different eras and different empires, different governments, they always go for the kids first. They want to brainwash the kids first. And that's what they're doing. They're brainwashing the kids because how many of these pedophiles are sitting out there preying on these young kids who don't know if they're a man or a girl, or a man or a woman? They don't even know. You know, they get in there with that little rainbow flag, and the next thing oh well, you could be a girl. You might be a guy. Yeah. I mean, and
It's a
little kids
twisted
are
world, right?
vulnerable.
Like Bacon and Egg says, it's sick. They're twisted
Yeah,
bastards. They teach this stuff to the schools now. I mean, this is to the point now they're changing the way innocent children should think. They're changing society to their preference. And in
yeah.
some respect, this is the supremacy of how the world is trying to control people now in front of our eyes.
And the sick thing about it is they always go for the kids because they're so impressionable. Little kids, they don't know color. They don't know any kind of racism. They don't know anything like that. They're open book. They're an open book. They're ready for anything. You know.
Yeah.
So it's cold blooded. How they do that, and then after 10 years, you have an entire generation. Now all of a sudden things change because you have an entire generation of kids growing up that can't find their ass, determine their ass from a hole in the ground. So you know,
Yeah.
and people are letting them get away with it. We're letting them get away with it right under our nose.
Yeah, Mirage, what do you think? Society and children are becoming more and more like pufters and more like weirdos. What do you think about it?
Hang on, sorry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, society has become more and more weaker. Men have become like bitches. Men are now acting like bitches. So, in due course, the people of today are not going to be the people of tomorrow. People are going to become a whole different society. And what you're going to watch when you get old is you might be sick of what you see in society. You know what I mean?
It only takes 10 years. It only takes 10 years of indoctrination in any school, and look at what they're pushing.
It's
I mean,
mad
look at
though,
how
isn't
they're
it?
pushing it.
It's really mad, isn't it? In front of our eyes, they're changing society. Their thoughts, how they want them to integrate, how they want them to, live their life. They're just basically controlling people. Because when you're innocent and you're coming from them schools, they're teaching you to be a different, how to be a human in that concept. We never grew up to that. We never understood that. That was some
Yeah,
fucked up shit that they're teaching today. That's why I'm homeschooling my kids. I'm glad you can, because I'm worried now for my kid. I'm thinking about what am I going to do because this could fuck up my child's head. This could be bad for my child, bro. This
I
could
know.
fuck my child's life up, bro.
I know a lot of
Hey,
my
my
relatives.
child.
Seriously,
No, but right now I'm going to be honest. I don't feel safe with my child being in the school. I'm not safe anymore because my child is now in a society where I thought my kid's going to get protected, but my kid might be getting taught to become a beta male. My kid might be somebody now that I might despise because the world and the media and society and the school are changing the laws and how they want these children to be. This is fucking sick. And if this is gonna hit my child, then fuck that shit. I gotta protest this shit.
Because the men are getting weak. There's the men. The men are getting weak. We looking at everybody else's kids, but your kid is going might turn out like the Wayne Wade's kids. They have they have taken God out of school. They have taken God out of the psyche. People do not fear God. People do not fear anything right now, and this is why. That's why they strategically try to take God away from the schools, from a tradition, and things of that nature. I was in the mall and some woman came up to me saying that, do you think that God, do you know that God is a woman? Preaching that shit, bro.
Yeah,
I said, don't disrespect me like that. God is God. You bring that BS to somewhere else. Don't you disrespect my God like that. Get that bullshit out of my fucking face. I had to turn to a devil like them so they could understand me. Yo, that woman got so scared. Don't you ever come with that BS. Yo, she ran off the motherfucking hotel. I mean, from the mall. I don't be playing that shit, bro.
they're out there. Those weirdos are out there, and they're in the schools. See, and when they get in the schools, the little kids, their minds are impressionable. You know, I mean, they make an impression, a major impression on these kids' heads. Next thing you know, after 10 years of that, I know people that can't even talk to the kids now. Can't even talk to them because they're on a whole different level. They've got some kind of thing going on. You know, they're talking some kind of weirdo stuff. It's like transgender.
I'll be real. I'll be real. My son told me, when was 2 years ago, he said there's this kid that is dressed like a girl, stuff like that, and you know what I'm saying, the teacher want us to refer her as.
No, you know what, Punks?
she.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Hold on.
Fuck this shit. No. People don't fear God anymore. People don't fear God. There is no fear of God anymore. Carry on, bro. But there's no fear of God.
No, that's what I said. That people don't fear God. But and then he was like, "Oh, Dad, that you know what I'm saying, that I really don't like this kid. He be bothering everybody." And I said, "Hey, son, if you need to punch that dude, that sheep in the face, do it. I don't care you get suspended or nothing. We're going on vacation with your suspension. We're gonna go into the Caribbean. I'm taking the DR. I take you to South Beach, and you don't worry. If you need to punch that that dude in the face, you punch that dude in the face, and you call him a he. If your teacher tells you that you gotta call him a she, I'm going straight to your school." He said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm gonna refer to him as he. You know that I don't play that stuff." I said, thank God that my son fucking understands me.
Yeah, it's tough for you. It's tougher for you young guys than it was for me. You know, because shit went crazy.
No.
What's up, guys? We're talking boxing or talking politics?
We talking about you. We talking about your gay friends, bitch.
My gay friend. Don't insult rap star like that, man. It's not nice.
Hey, listen, bro. Mirage, we talk about life over here, bro. At the end of the day,
you guys
boxing
are pretty conservative.
boxing translates to life.
Huh?
Boxing translates to life, you fucking puff. So all I'm telling you, right, is that how do you feel about these kids today? And slowly, they're becoming more like pufters. And how they're teaching children to be an identity from before the age of 16. You can choose if you want to be a woman or a man.
Yeah.
How do you feel about today's society?
Yeah, look, politically, I'm pretty left wing, but when it comes to that sort of, transgender bullshit, yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. They're getting carried away. With
you a left wing. You a left winger.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel sorry for your
ass. But like I said, I'm not full on in terms of these areas. I definitely agree with you guys how they're pushing this agenda hardcore.
Left wing bitches. I'll fuck the shit out of them, but I'll never marry a fucking left wing bitch.
What if she's a hot bitch? What if she's a hot bitch?
No. It's either right, independent. It don't even got to be all far right, but it got to be leaning to the right. That left shit, nah. I would never marry a left wing bitch. They worship the devil.
You,
They don't
you're very,
respect.
you're religious, aren't you, Punch? I heard you talking about God and that.
Nah, I'm not religious. I just love God.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ was never he was not in a he didn't create a religion. Jesus
Yeah, he's
Christ was God.
overrated anyway. He's overrated. Jesus.
And Jesus Christ is a right wing.
I don't know.
God is God is right wings. All that left wing is from the devil. Changing fucking your children's sex, that you giving your kids hormones. That's some sick shit, bro. That is some sick shit.
Yeah, but that's more the extreme. You know, each side's got the extremes, right? You know, the right
Nah,
wing's got the
that's sick.
extremists as well. So it doesn't represent like, you know, everything. I don't
Well,
take the
what
extremists.
the right wing is way more tradition than anything. I'd rather stick to tradition. In the end of the day, look, in the end of the day, you always gonna, there's a center. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, if man, I'd rather go with tradition. The world was built off tradition.
Mm.
Now that we're changing and being this progressive stuff, and it's getting out of hand, bro. This
Yeah, but
progressive stuff is
how did
getting out of hand.
society progress? How do you think society evolved without progressing? I mean, this is how we evolved and improved, didn't we? Like progressing. You don't improve by staying the same, do you?
No,
Like
I'm saying I'm
you need
good.
a balance.
I'm exactly. We need a balance. I'm good with
Mm,
progressing, but this voluntarily
yeah,
giving your kids and hormones and let them change their sex and let them make these type of
yeah,
choices. All this stuff. That for me. That's not progressive. That's evil. You know what I'm saying? What's happening right now
yeah.
is evil shit.
Well, I don't disagree with you in that aspect.
Is there a lot of beta males in Australia fucking holding hands, men and all that? Hmm?
It depends where you go. If you go near the city and shit, they probably see
Mm.
more of them over there. I live in sort of the outer limits, the western area, so not too many
Yeah.
over here. Yeah,
Yeah, so basically at the end of the day, nowadays there's too much things which was the devil worshipper. So everything which was a devil worshipper in the year, what we knew as, is now they're trying to teach you is saint. This is the way you can think. This is the way to be. I just think
The
it's a twisted way of, you know,
the
putting
devil
this
is
on
the new
society,
is the
bro.
new god. The devil is the new god.
Yeah, but this new God means you don't fear real God. You don't fear nature, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different world we live in. And my problem is, if we don't say anything or do anything, yeah, 10 years later, it's going to be our children or children's children. It's going to be people that's going to be in your people. And if you don't understand it, that you can't get to the sense of recognizing what's happening in front of your eyes, that, right now, what was abnormal is normal. And if you don't say it's normal, you're going to be abnormal. So you're going to be outcasted for thinking normal what was normal for you. That's crazy to think even that way.
And you know what's gonna
That's
change?
crazy that
You,
what
you know
was
how
your
you know how it
thing.
could change? If
How?
men be men again. Men gotta be rough, bro. Men gotta tell the truth in a very straight up way. That's why woman, I want they gotta be one head, it gotta be one president, you're divine, what I'm saying? No, you gotta be woman, you shut the fuck up, all right? You gonna listen to what I say. I run this shit around here, all right? Or get the fuck out the motherfucking house. You leave the kids here, you bitch. No, fuck that shit. These women gotta learn. If it gotta go that way, gotta go that way.
Yeah, but society's become so equal opportunities for women now, bro. Men are scared to be those kind of men
It
with
was
women now.
always equal. That's what women are fighting for. You know who's fighting? Single women are fighting. It was always equal. The only thing is that we all have our roles, and women do not want to follow their role anymore. That's what it is. And men
Right.
are scared to put women in their place. It was always equal. The man is putting in work outside, bringing in the bread, and the woman is taking care of the kids at home. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's a lot of work taking care of kids. And back in the days when women used to have a bunch of kids, that's a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? It's just a
Yeah.
different role. It was always equal, but it worked. We are built this way. Humans were built this way. It's this new 30 years, 40 years shit that's happening. Look at
Yeah,
the Jews.
but
Look at the
Punch, I think
Orthodox
these.
Jews. Look at the Orthodox Jews, how they take care of their family. Where's the women at? They got their freedom. We see them in the mall while their men is working throughout the weekdays. And then the father, they chill. You see them in the park, the father, the whole family all together. It's always been equal. It's that single women that couldn't keep a man and wanted to be rebels to their husband or rebel as a woman. They went outside. They started preaching to married women how to. Nah, look, what you doing? Why you staying home? Why you doing this all for your man? Don't you have a life? Don't you have your own goals? Single women contaminated the married woman. In America, everybody wanted to be Marilyn Monroe. She started this. She made it cool to be single and go out there and give up the pussy like that. And then all these females were like, oh my God, it's interesting to be single. Hello?
You guys there? It was gone
I know,
quiet.
they're like got silent. Rap star like to ask questions and shit and then bounce off. The fucking host he is.
He wants you to do all the work, Punch.
He wants her to do all the work.
Yeah.
Probably fucking jerking off to a fucking midget. xnxx.com.
No, I wanted to press him about it. It was what he was talking about earlier this afternoon. He was pumping up fucking Spence. I wanted to talk about that actually. If you want to go back to boxing.
I don't know, man. You could talk about it. For me, that shit is a boring subject, man. It's like we've been talking about fucking Earl Spence for talking about Earl Spence and Bud Crawford for damn it,
Yeah.
a year. Same shit.
Well, it's almost fight weekend. I'm glad. Fucking, I'm sick of talking about fights when they're upcoming. Now it's gonna fucking happen. Looking forward to it.
At least if boxing was giving us updates, that's the shit with them. They do a bad job, yo. Even the NBA, let's say when they're talking about free agency, if this fighter is going to sign this fighter, they give us like a daily update every other day. And I think if boxing did a better job in giving us updates on Earl Spence negotiations and saying that it's close, saying what's holding it back, and these guys use it so we could stay engaged. But boxing is suck, bro. They do abandon the boxing fan with information. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's so much narratives and so much conspiracy theory in boxing more than the truth, because we're making shit up every day, which because we're trying to find out what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, it's got issues definitely.
That's how I feel about it, and that's why little by little, not little by little, by a lot, that boxing fans are leaving. They don't give a fuck about the fighters. It's gotten to the point where now a lot of people don't even respect fighters, bro. It's because the fighters do not respect the fans. They don't respect the hard. They don't respect the people that's gonna stick by them and keep on talking about them and keep their name relevant. They don't even want to talk to us, bro.
What do you think the promotion is about the promotion for this Triple G Kano fight? Like, it's nobody's even heard anything. Like, it's like the fight's not even happening. Like, this is the biggest
Not
fight of
because
the year, almost.
I'm gonna tell you what the promoters are doing right now. The promoters are cashing out already. The promoters get the network deals, and get the budget money, and they're pocketing that shit. So they get the budget and they don't give a fuck about promoting. Yeah, so they pocketed it, and what they do is try to get the cheapest fight. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Bob Arum is the man. Bob Arum, ESPN gives him a whole lot of money, and he could do a fight of, let's say, Loma and Tio at a budget of four or almost $4 million. You could get Oscar Valdez and Shakur Stevenson for $1 million a piece. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and he don't even got to promote it. He be telling them, yo, tell your people to promote. Because this is what it is. Fighters, they wanted to become Floyd Mayweather too fast. They have managers, and then they want to have their own promotional company, but they don't want to do no promotion.
But if I'm not mistaken,
you got man down promotion, but man down ain't promoting shit.
But if I'm not mistaken, Punch, right? Each TV network has a budget for what they're using for sports, and ESPN has probably got, like, let me just tell you, hypothetically, I last checked was 18 million subscribers. So let's say they got, a few million of those subscribers, yeah, that they've gathered for boxing. They have to keep those boxing subscribers entertained. So they have a budget. Let's say they're getting that subscription money, right, for a few million people sticking in boxing. They have to negotiate with Bob Arum, say, Bob Arum, you give us 12 championship fights. He'll say, okay, it'll cost us around 100 million. And Bob Arum probably only spends 60 million of that to give him them fights, and he pockets the rest.
Yeah.
You know? Because it's between Bob Arum and ESPN, how they want to use that budget. So at the end of the day, it's between the promoter and the TV network. So is the fighters letting us down, Punch? Or is the promoters and the TV networks letting us down now?
All of them
you
collectively.
Said every fighter wants to fight anybody if the money's right.
It's all of them collectively.
It's
but
collectively.
The
you
fighters,
the boxing business
the fighters,
is letting us down more as well.
Nah, just not that, because because manifesting a fight is one thing. Promoting yourself as a fighter and keeping yourself out there in the limelight is another thing. I'm gonna give you an example. Floyd Mayweather and Showtime has this deal for him to fight, but Floyd Mayweather goes to the WWE and does his own thing to keep his brand out there. He goes to Dancing with the Stars to keep his brand out there. See, there is no break, because that's your money. That's how you get your deals. You understand? So these fighters got to understand that once you're not fighting or you're not contractual to fight, that doesn't mean you just sit on your ass waiting on a date. Tyson Fury is not sitting down on his ass waiting for a date.
He's got a WWE.
Tyson Fury go to WWE. He's going to go to events. He's going to write a book. He's going to keep his brand out there. So by the time he has that date, you see 94,000 people in the stadium. You understand? He don't sit on their asses waiting for Frank Warren and Bob Arum to promote him. You understand? That's what it is. Some fighters understand how to build their brand. They don't rely on, he doesn't rely on Frank Warren, put me in WWE. No. He has a team to do that. Just like Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua has his team that's going to get him Under Armour, get him all these type of endorsements. And Eddie Hearn is going to handle the boxing stuff. See, Bud Crawford, he got Bob Arum, but he don't promote himself. Errol Spence doesn't do shit. All these guys just sitting on their asses, and we're forgetting about them. Keith Thurman don't do shit. All these guys don't do nothing. They want to be Floyd. They want to be, I'm my own boss. They don't do shit.
You know what pissed me off about fucking this fight? You know, Triple G, he's not even speaking English at the press conferences. That fucking pissed me off. You know how to speak English.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking promote, you know, do something. Instead, he's just sitting there behind his translator. That's just bad shit.
Yeah, he's
like,
being stubborn about that. That's
yeah,
he's being
fuck,
stubborn
that fucking
about
pissed me off. You watch the UFC press conferences, mate. They're an event themselves. Like, you know, the banter back and forth. These guys boxing is really just archaic in that area. Just falling behind the little. It's like they do the press conference in a back room. This motherfucker doesn't even speak English. Blah blah blah. It's just shit. Everybody's got their money.
He's an
and they don't
asshole.
care. Yeah.
Triple G is a fucking asshole. We got the biggest ego. Fuck a Triple G, bro.
Yeah. Who was
I've
this
seen
guy?
him
I
in
forget.
person. He's an asshole.
Hey, there's some boxer who worked in his camp before, and he said like, yeah, this guy's a big prick behind the scenes. I forget which boxer, but somebody was saying that. Or True School Sports, he reckons he knows some fighter who was in his camp, and that's what he said. They reckon behind the scenes, he's not a nice guy. He's a fucking prick. It's just a fake
Yeah,
persona
he is.
he puts. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, right, you got to remember.
He got this nice guy image. Fuck. Huh?
You got to remember this though. Triple G also knows, right? He's reached a status where he's like, well, fuck everybody else too. He don't get no love.
Yeah. He's getting
like,
paid,
fuck
and
everybody else.
that's it.
They want me to fight this guy, that guy. I'm in it for my last few paydays. He's gonna do what he wants to do now. You know, Triple G's on it. Triple G got that deal from DAZN, not for no reason. He got the second biggest deal after Canelo Alvarez. So he's maximizing from where he is. You know, you can hate him as much as you want.
We're not talking about what he's done. I'm talking about that he's an asshole the way he carries himself to promote a fight.
Some fighters do carry on like arseholes though, Punch. Most fighters carry on like arseholes sometimes, bro. You know what I mean? Some fighters are like that, bro.
You gotta.
They're arrogant. They got egos.
Well, they got then people gonna say that they assholes. Hey.
Yeah, well, I think Mirage already says Canelo's an arsehole as well. Does Canelo act like he's got egos?
No.
I mean, he's got an ego.
Act like he's a nice guy?
I mean, nice guy. I mean, he's obviously got an ego, but I give him credit. At least he learned how to speak English, and he's putting in effort.
Yeah, Canelo's done well over the years of promoting himself now. At least he has learned English. He has converted a bit.
That helps a lot, you know, for people to relate and engage with him. It's a big deal.
No, you're right. Canelo's done a lot. He's elevated a lot. He's adapted a lot, and he's become a much better fighter, man. Go on. What's that?
You know who Canelo remind me of when I did meet the credentials before? Manny Pacquiao. When all his team is telling Manny Pacquiao, that's it, you're done, you want to leave. Manny Pacquiao, when his people wasn't looking, his security, he went back down to talk to us. And he grabbed the chair and talked to us. And you know what Manny Pacquiao said before he sat down? I said, oh, I got to get away from these guys. They think that I'm not a people person. I love the people. Canelo Alvarez, when he finished with Triple G, he came back to talk to us. That time when I was talking to Canelo Alvarez, he didn't have to. Everybody was done. He decided to come back to the green room and speak to, and to speak to us even more.
Yeah, because you spoke to Canelo Alvarez, didn't you?
Yeah. But that's it. When everybody wanted him to, that's it, to be gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. It's finished. Now he decided. He decided. You know what I'm saying? There's other people that they appreciate that we keep their names out there. You gotta appreciate everybody, man.
What did you see? What did you see with Canelo Alvarez when you met him in person? What did you? What was you intrigued? Was you impressed with anything, or not impressed?
Hold on. I'm gonna answer that right back. Hold on. I'm gonna answer that right back. Hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah, Mirage Punch Drunk actually met Canelo
Oh yeah,
Alvarez.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he did meet
I want
him.
to ask him, like, does he look small in person? Because I know he's short. He's like, I reckon he's 5'7". He's not even he's not 5'9". He's a little midget.
No, they say he's between 5'7.5" and 5'9". They don't know what he's.
No, it's not definitely not 5'9". He's shorter than Floyd Mayweather when they were
Was
face
he?
to face. Yeah, he's shorter than Floyd.
No way.
Fuck yeah.
Was he shorter than Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah,
Canelo
yeah.
Alvarez.
Yep.
Now
And
Canelo
Floyd's
Alvarez has got a
5'8".
very wide back. Canelo
Yeah, oh
Alvarez
yeah.
got a very wide back.
He's like a gorilla. Yeah, and the neck and the traps, but he's short. You can just tell like his proportions when he's in the ring. Short.
Yeah, bro. Canelo Alvarez's weight comes from all his muscle, his back, his neck. You know what I mean? He's got a lot
Yeah,
of.
but that's why
He's
he
got a
shouldn't be at
lot of strength.
175. He's too
Yeah,
small.
Canelo's got a lot of strength, bro. For a small guy, yeah. You got to remember this. Canelo's not even bigger than fucking, like, in height wise. People like Errol Spence is taller than Canelo,
Heaps taller.
right? So Canelo, for a small guy, actually is a very scary
Don't start
man.
giving him too much credit, bro.
He's got a bit of
We're
credit. You got
we're
to give
gonna
him
start
credit for
arguing. We're
being
gonna
a
start
small
arguing.
guy. You know what I mean?
I'll give him credit. I'll give him some.
Got to give him credit for being. He's not a big guy trying to bully those 168ers. He's a small guy trying to
Yeah.
get in there with the 168ers, right? What have you heard about your boy David Benavidez lately?
Nothing. They're trying to make a fight in November. They're still wait. They haven't announced the who it is, but I don't think it's going to be anybody big. I mean, if it was Danny Jacobs, I'd be happy with that. But I don't think it's even going to be that, eh?
You mean
Don't know.
David Benavidez versus Danny Jacobs?
Maybe. I mean, that'll be okay. It'll be better than like fucking,
I mean, David Lemieux wasn't much, was it?
No.
I mean, David Lemieux towards the end of his career, I mean, that wasn't much for David Benavidez, you know what I mean, to prove. Let's keep it real.
Well, Danny
David
Jacobs
Benavidez
has
needs
got a
some
better
opponents,
reputation, right? Even
Yeah,
today,
but
that'll be a...
David Benavidez really has to fight someone in the top 5. He hasn't even
Oh,
fought the elites. Look,
but
Mirage, I like
they
David
won't fight.
Benavidez.
They won't
I
fight
like
him.
David Benavidez. But
Don't
who the
fucking
fuck has he
start your
fought,
fucking
bro?
bullshit, bro.
Listen, Darrell is fucking nobody compared to the people out there, man.
Well, okay, if
Darrell
they
would have
won't
lost
fight,
against
does he
fucking
want to like
Aldrin.
take him hostage? Do we have to take fucking
What?
fighters hostage to get in the ring with him?
I'm just saying, though, innit? He needs an opponent, man, to give him the respect into the division or in boxing,
Okay,
bro.
but how? If they
David
don't get in the
Benavidez
ring,
needs the
what's he going
fucking
to do?
opponent.
They're scared.
Yeah, but you say they're scared, yeah? But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the money's right, people will fight.
So, I mean,
You
yeah,
know,
if
they
it's
got to get
enough,
the
yeah.
right opponent for David Benavidez.
Yeah, they need to give... I don't know, they need to make the plant fight. Fuck Charlo. Charlo's not even in the division. They need to make the
Who
plant
does
fight.
David Benavidez fight, though?
I want to see what Canelo does after the Triple G fight. Because the rematch is like... There's no contract, there's no clause anymore for Bivol. Maybe Bivol doesn't even want to fight him. Then Canelo's going
Yeah,
to
I
be...
guess.
I mean, what's he going to do then? Then he's got no choice.
So what do you think about this fights? Let me ask you this question. What fights do you think are more likely to happen? And what fights are not going to happen? So let me start with Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Out of 1 to 10, what's
Oh,
your prediction on that fight happening?
I reckon it's like it's a 7 out of 10. Like,
That's good.
they accepted Fury's offer, but then he started fucking around like December 17 bullshit. But They seem to be eager to fight. They're happy. Fury seems to be playing games again, right?
Yeah.
But that's definitely more than likely. Actually surprisingly.
Mm. So you think Tyson Fury AJ could happen? Javante Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. Is it all talk? Is it all blowing
Uh,
smoke? Is it all load of bullshit they're doing across the pond?
that should be a pretty big money fight, right?
Do you think
There's,
that's
there's
going to
mon-
happen, or it's just going to be nothing? And it's after
if
two,
there's
3
money
years they
behind
might
it,
end up fighting.
if there's money behind it, it could happen definitely. But again, I mean, who the fuck knows with fucking boxing? Look at Spence and Crawford.
You think Spencer and Crawford? And let's get to that. You think that's a done deal? That's happening? If it's a prediction from 1 to 10, how do you predict that?
I'll give it a 7 again. I mean, the same seems to be almost there from all reports, right? Unless they're fucking around. But that's the thing; it can be almost there, and then it can just fall on its ass the next day, and it's over.
And be no fight.
Yeah. So even if it's close, it doesn't until it's literally signed. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, it's crazy, eh? We don't know still until
Yeah.
we hear the announcement, really.
Yep.
We can predict what we want, but
Yep.
until we hear an announcement, we don't know if the fight's really. But once there's an announcement, then you're going to see everybody talking about the fight. That's just the way it is, bro. Once you hear an announcement, you're going to hear everybody talking about the fight, man. But, until then, I know we're going to hear from you leading up towards the Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin fight. I'm going to do the prediction night on Thursday. Friday's the weigh-in. We're going to do the after weigh-in reaction.
Yeah.
And
No
and to
worries.
be honest, Canelo fans, my next live is, and I want you here, Canelo fans, and majority people have emailed me and have sent me messages that Canelo Alvarez is going to knock out Gennady Golovkin. Now, lots and lots of fans are going with that. And my next live is, I don't think so. So we're going to talk about that soon, bro. Is Canelo Alvarez going to be the first man to stop Golovkin and knock him out? But, that's what all the Canelo
Yeah.
fans are going for now. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But Mirage, I'm going to get the fuck out of here, mate. It's early hours and we've had a great live. You got anything to say before I catch you on the next one?
I'll see you guys, none of the Canelo fans, at the next time we're live. Or get stuck into the Canelo fans. Maybe get some of them on the stream.
Well, there's a live coming soon, mate. There is a
Yeah.
live coming soon, son.
Because I
So
want to
just
beat
get
up
ready.
Canelo
Tygo
fans.
TV.
To be honest,
I'll
I
catch
want to
you
beat them up.
soon, Tygo TV. I'll catch Abe, Joker, everybody who came through the
No.
building to support Rapstar.
Later,
Mirage,
guys. Later.
I hope everything's good down and under. We're going to
Cheers.
catch you on the next live. So, yeah, until then, peace out. And God bless the Queen, bro. Rest in peace to the Queen of England.